Chapter 444. After leaving the East Palace, Gu Jiao checked the results of Gu Qingfeng's study. Gu Qingfeng refused in his heart. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of hair growth agent and got it done easily. After making sure that Gu Qingfeng was the main tool, Gu Jiao started to prepare to lure the crown prince. First, she had to choose a moment when the crown princess was alone. She couldn't let the crown princess have an alibi. Then, she could guide the crown prince to catch the adulterers. Coincidentally, Empress Xiao asked the crown princess to have dinner at the Cunning Palace in the evening. The East Palace had been busy recently, so Qin Shiyu was taken back to the Cunning Palace. After dinner, Qin Shiyu wanted to go to the Cunning Palace to find little Jing Kong. Empress Xiao asked the crown princess to go with Qin Shiyu. The crown princess didn't dare to refuse and went with Qin Shiyu. The two little bitches were crazy together. They went from the Renshou Palace to the Imperial Garden, and from the Imperial Garden to the Supreme Liquid Pool. The crown princess was ordered to watch Qin Shiyu, so she had to follow. But she couldn't keep up with the two little guys. Soon she lost them. The crown princess only had Chunning with her. It was easy to send her away. Gu Jiao walked over. "Do me a favor. Take it over there." The crown princess frowned. "You again? Are you haunting me?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Are you going to help me?" If the crown princess came to ask Gu Jiao wouldn't help her. But the crown princess was different. She had a background and status, so she had to help her. The crown princess looked at Gu Jiao's basket and said to Chunning, "Take it for Dr. Gu." "Yes." Chunning took the basket reluctantly and walked towards the pavilion with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked halfway and said to Chunning, "Take it to the Renshou Palace. I want to pick some fruits." Chunning choked. Didn't she say she only wanted to take the pavilion? Why did it become the Renshou Palace? "My crown princess is there alone. I'm worried. I'll ask her to pick fruits with me, okay? That's why I'm worried." Chun-Ing muttered in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. This was the Imperial Palace, and Qin Shiyu and the servants were nearby. Chun-Ing knew that Gu Jiao wouldn't dare to do anything, so she left with the basket. Gu Jiao wouldn't really tell the crown prince consort to pick the fruit. She turned around and headed towards the Imperial study. Today, the crown prince was in the Imperial study. Eunuch Qin had given him a message. When Gu Jiao arrived at the Imperial study, the crown prince had just come out. The crown prince looked at her strangely. "Why are you here? What are you doing here? Is the Imperial study a place where people like you can enter?" The crown prince's impression of Gu Jiao was that she was Xiao Liulan's wife, that she was ugly, that she grew up in the countryside, that she was a lowly little female doctor, and that he didn't know what kind of luck she had to obtain the favor of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. In short, he didn't think highly of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't mind the crown prince's attitude towards her at all. He came out so she didn't have to make up an excuse to bring him out. "I was passing by," Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. "Is the crown prince going back to the Eastern Palace? I just encountered the crown prince consort near the Supreme Liquid Pool." The crown prince was going back to the Eastern Palace, but when he heard that the crown prince consort was at the Supreme Liquid Pool, he changed his mind and went straight to the Supreme Liquid Pool. Gu Jiao went in the same direction as him. The crown prince frowned and asked impatiently, "Why are you following me?" Gu Jiao raised her brows and said, "I'm not following your highness. I'm also going to the Supreme Liquid Pool. My younger brother is playing with the 7th prince near the Supreme Liquid Pool." The crown prince had heard of Qin Shiyu's new friend, the little guy called Jing Kong. The crown prince frowned but didn't say anything. The two entered the inner palace together. When they passed by a fake mountain between the Palace of Earthly Tranquility and the Palace of Eternal Life, Gu Jiao suddenly stopped in her steps. "Your Highness," she called him in a small voice. The crown prince was extremely impatient and asked her in an exasperated tone, "What?" "Shu." Gu Jiao pressed a finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture. "There's movement behind the fake mountain. Listen." The crown prince wasn't a very cold person in general and wouldn't ignore what was happening around him. When he heard Gu Jiao's words, his brows furrowed and he stopped in his steps. Then he really did hear movement from behind the fake mountain not far away. That fake mountain was actually the former crime scene. The difference was that the corner Gu Jiao chose to eavesdrop was not the same as before. Back then, the tree she and consort Rui Wang were standing on was too far away from the fake mountain and couldn't hear clearly. Right now, she was standing on a small path with the Crown Prince and was half the distance from the fake mountain. As long as the Crown Prince wasn't deaf, he should be able to hear everything that happened behind the fake mountain. It's you? You? Why are you here? This was the Crown Princess voice. I also didn't want to come, but there was no other way. This wasn't Ning Wang's voice. Ning Wang was seriously injured in bed and was currently recuperating in the Ning Wang Fu. It would be strange if he came. I think you're crazy. This is the Imperial Palace. Coming to see me in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Don't worry, my martial arts are very good. I won't be discovered. Leave. I'll leave after delivering Master's message. Master wants you to remember that you are his woman and remember your identity. Don't always hide from him. If there's a next time, he won't be able to guarantee that your relationship will be resolved. Are you threatening me? I've delivered the message, so I'm leaving. Wait, how? How are his injuries? A concerned and worried tone. If you're really worried about Master, why don't you personally visit him? You haven't seen Master in so long. Don't you miss him? She sighed bitterly. What's the use of missing him? Can I leave the Imperial Palace whenever I want? What if people suspect me? Don't worry. As long as you want, Master will arrange it for you. Actually, there was nothing else when she asked about his injuries. The last few sentences were improvised by Gu Qingfeng. He added random lines again. Gu Jiao had been observing the Crown Prince's expression from beginning to end. The Crown Prince didn't react at all when he heard the first two sentences, but he frowned slightly when he heard the third sentence. And when he heard the words, "I'll leave after delivering Master's message," his frown deepened. He was clearly a bit angry. No, this was his reaction after being cuckolded? Wasn't it a bit wrong? With the Crown Prince's feelings for Wen Linlang, he should have drawn his sword and charged forward. If he didn't kill Wen Linlang, he would have killed that adulterer or both of them. But he didn't. Gu Jiao asked strangely, "Crown Prince, did you recognize that person's voice just now?" The Crown Prince snorted coldly. "How could I recognize it? I don't know him." Gu Jiao gaped. "You don't know him? Don't you think the voice just now was a bit familiar? It sounded like the Crown Princess. Wasn't it? Familiar?" The Crown Prince thought carefully and said, "I think so. It sounded a bit like Lin Long's voice, but it's still a far cry." Gu Jiao. How did he recognize it? Or was this man's trust in the Crown Princess so blind that it was unshakable? Moreover, Lin Lang wouldn't betray me, the Crown Prince said. As expected, it was the latter. Crown Prince, oh Crown Prince, you're really blind and green. The original plan was for the Crown Prince to hear Wen Linlong's voice and suspect that she had an ambiguous relationship with a man outside the palace. Gu Jiao would then secretly throw out some false evidence to point at Prince Ning. As long as the crime of having an affair with the Crown Princess was confirmed, Prince Ning would be powerless. Who would have expected that the Crown Prince, this pig of a teammate, would be so useless? Gu Jiao didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. The Crown Prince said coldly, "I have to go and see who dares to cause trouble in the harem here." Go, go, go. It would be strange if I could see. Of course, the Crown Prince couldn't watch. After Gu Qingfeng finished his performance, he used his qinggong to leave. The Crown Prince clenched his fists. Damn it, I will definitely investigate this thoroughly. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. The first plan was ruined. It didn't take long for the news to reach King Ning's ears. Ever since Gu Jiao beat him up, Prince Ning secretly sent people to keep an eye on Gu Jiao's movements. Prince Ning was drinking medicine and narrowed his eyes when he heard this. She really took the Crown Prince to catch the adulterers? Chief Face said, "It should be to catch the adulterers." I don't know where she found someone with excellent vocal skills to imitate the Crown Princess's voice. That person was wearing a mask, so this subordinate doesn't know who he is. Prince Ning sneered. "You think you can compete with me with this little trick? Continue to keep an eye on her?" "Yes." After keeping an eye on Gu Jiao for the past few days, Prince Ning had gained a lot. Unknowingly, it was the end of the month. Prince Ning recovered from his injuries and entered the palace to pay respects to the emperor. Gu Jiao and the Crown Prince were also there. Gu Jiao came to take the emperor's pulse, while the crown prince came to report to the emperor on the progress of the investigation into Xiao Liulang's whereabouts. After so long, there was still no news of Xiao Lulang. The crown prince and the emperor began to speculate whether Xiao Lulang had met with a mishap. Gu Jiao had been to Huaqing Palace many times, so the emperor understood that she was also anxious to know Xiao Liulang's whereabouts. The emperor didn't dare to tell Gu Jiao his speculations, fearing that Gu Jiao would be upset and unable to bear it. Because of Xiao Liulang's matter, the emperor's heart was heavy, so he didn't look very happy when he saw the recovered Prince Ning. "This son is fine. In a while, I will go with second brother to find Xiao Shizhuan." The emperor sighed. He had just recovered from his injuries and should be resting in bed, but the emperor didn't reject Prince Ning's suggestion. He really wanted to find Xiao Lulang as soon as possible, even if it was just a corpse. "Right. Did you catch the assassin who ambushed you last time?" Prince Ning glanced at Gu Jiao without leaving a trace. Gu Jiao didn't look guilty at all. Prince Ning's mouth twitched, and he said to the emperor, replying to Imperial Father, "Not at the moment." The emperor coldly said, "Continue the investigation." Assassinating a prince right under the emperor's nose. "I'm afraid it's an act of rebellion." Prince Ning said, "This matter has already been handed over to the capital government. I believe there will be news soon." Gu Jiao's expression didn't change at all. She withdrew the hand that was taking the emperor's pulse. "Your Majesty, your liver has been very hot recently. Your diet should be lighter." Eunuch Wei said, "His Majesty can't eat at all recently. Miss Gu, please help persuade His Majesty. This old servant's words are useless." Eunuch Wei was really the best teammate. He had such a tacit understanding even when they didn't speak. Gu Jiao sighed and said, "Then, why don't I stay and have a meal with His Majesty in a while? It just so happens that we can celebrate His Highness Prince Ning's recovery." Prince Ning gave Gu Jiao a deep look. The emperor didn't notice the undercurrent between the two. He nodded. "Okay, you two brothers should also stay and have a meal." After a pause, he said, "Call little Qi over as well." Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "His Highness the 7th Prince has a class today. He's in the Imperial College." The emperor patted his head in amusement. "I was so busy that I forgot." Gu Jiao said, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager likes the fresh flour pancakes I made. I'll also make some for Your Majesty to try." The emperor smiled and said, "Okay." Shortly after lunch, Gu Jiao's fresh flour pancakes were also out of the oven. She personally brought the steaming fresh flour pancakes to the study room. The fresh flour pancakes were served on delicate small plates, and they were also accompanied by dried flowers and fresh flowers. They looked very good. "Your Majesty." Gu Jiao picked up a piece of fresh flour pancake and handed it to the emperor, and then handed one to the crown prince. The emperor knew Gu Jiao's craftsmanship, so he ate it without saying a word. The crown prince was a little disgusted. How delicious could the food made by a country girl be? He glanced at his father and ate it reluctantly. With just one bite, his whole body was refreshed. How could this girl's craftsmanship be so good? Prince Ning sat far away, so Gu Jiao handed it to him last. Prince Ning took it but didn't eat it. Gu Jiao asked, "Why doesn't Your Highness Prince Ning eat it? Do you dislike my cooking?" Prince Ning smiled. "How could it be?" As he spoke, he picked up the fresh flour pancake and tasted it slowly. "Is it delicious?" Gu Jiao asked. "It tastes good," Prince Ning said warmly. Although he said so, the moment Gu Jiao turned around, he took out the handkerchief in his hand and spat it out secretly while wiping his mouth. "Heh, insignificant skill." After lunch, Prince Ning cupped his hands to the emperor. "Father, it's getting late. I'll go look for Xiao Shizhua first." The emperor nodded. "Go ahead." Although the father was very distressed about his son's health, his son's life was not in danger. At the moment, finding Xiao Liulang's whereabouts was the most important thing. Since Prince Ning had gone to look for him, the crown prince naturally couldn't fall behind. He also stood up and cupped his hands to the emperor. "Father, I'll go too." "Okay. Be careful on the way." The emperor was a little worried that the expert who secretly injured Prince Ning would come back. "Your Majesty, I'll go back too," Gu Jiao said. The emperor nodded. "All right, you can go." Gu Jiao left Pure Flower's palace with a small basket on her back. She first went to Rinshou Palace to say goodbye to her great-aunt. Her great-aunt packed a few snacks from the imperial kitchen for her. Gu Jiao left the palace with the snacks. To her surprise, Prince Ning was waiting for her at the palace gates. Dr. Gu, His Highness Prince Ning requests your presence. Prince Ning's coachman walked over and said politely to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao glanced sideways at Prince Ning's carriage. Prince Ning lifted the curtains and gave Gu Jiao a gentle smile. Dr. Gu isn't sitting in this prince's carriage. Could it be that you're afraid this prince will harm you? Gu Jiao didn't say anything and strode into the carriage. She didn't pay attention to her bearing like other women. Her every movement exuded the heroic spirit of a youth. Prince Ning smiled faintly. This prince admires Dr. Gu's courage. Gu Jiao found a seat next to Prince Ning and sat down. She said carelessly, I should be the one saying that to Prince Ning. Oh. Prince Ning looked at her with amusement. Just because you were lucky enough to sneak attack this prince once? That was only because this prince wasn't on guard. If we really fought, you wouldn't be this prince's match. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Prince Ning took it as her tacit agreement. After the carriage traveled for a while, Gu Jiao suddenly said, Your Highness Prince Ning, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Chapter 445. Novels will be updated even faster. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. When Ning Wang heard this, he instinctively became vigilant, but he quickly ruled out this guess. Did you really drug this prince? But I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This prince didn't eat your fresh flour pancake. Gu Jiao sighed faintly. It's right that you didn't eat it. You'll feel uncomfortable soon. Ning Wang frowned. Before he could ask her why she said this, a strange feeling suddenly flashed through his body and his heart started to panic. He quickly sank his qi into his dantian, planning to use his internal energy to suppress that strange feeling. But when he used his internal energy, he discovered that his internal energy had weakened by quite a bit. From his experience, his internal energy wouldn't decrease in an instant. It was most likely dissipating a long time ago. It was just that he hadn't used his martial arts, so he hadn't noticed it. He looked at her, his expression cold. What did you do to this prince? I drugged you, said Gu Jiao in a natural and unrestrained manner. Ning Wang said, Impossible. This prince didn't swallow the thing you gave me. He didn't ask why the emperor and crown prince were fine after eating her fresh flour pancake. After all, the poison didn't have to be on all the fresh flour pancakes. She was the one who gave him the fresh flour pancake, so it was entirely possible that she put it on the fresh flour pancake she gave him, or on the table where he used. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. What did I say just now? You said just now. Ning Wang carefully recalled Gu Jiao's words. It's right that you didn't eat it. You'll feel uncomfortable soon. Ning Wang's expression changed. You. Gu Jiao tilted her head to look at him. Have you thought it through? Ning Wang was about to explode from anger, but he was also about to be shocked silly. He never expected this last to be so roundabout and bold. She actually poisoned everyone in Pure Flower's palace. That's right. Not only was he poisoned, but the crown prince and imperial father were also poisoned. It's just that she put the antidote in the flour pancake in advance, so the person who ate the flour pancake would be safe and sound. The crown prince had eaten a few large plates, so she knew that he was full of energy now. And because he was on guard against her, or rather, she was luring him to be on guard against her, deliberately saying those words to provoke him, he successfully avoided the antidote. Very good, Gu Jiao. You're very good. Prince Ning had never thought that he would be defeated by the same person twice. Moreover, compared to being beaten up, losing to her in terms of intelligence was the true humiliation. Qi Fei, he shouted. There was no response. Stop shouting. Your men have all been knocked out. Gu Jiao pointed at the tightly closed curtains. But the coachman belongs to your family. You can ask him to stop the carriage. What was the point of stopping? Would he be able to defeat Gu Jiao when he was drugged? Or would his driver be able to defeat Gu Jiao? King Ning said coldly, What drug did you give me? Knockout drug. Gu Jiao said. To be honest, Prince Ning could hold on until now, which was much longer than she imagined, which showed that his internal strength was very profound. Well, she also wanted internal strength. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes at her. "What are you going to do to me?" Gu Jiao blinked. "Guess?" Prince Ning took a deep look at her, and then he smiled coldly. The anger and uneasiness just now seemed to disappear in an instant, and he became arrogant and disdainful. Prince Ning said, "Gu Jiao, do you really think that I can't see through your little tricks? Do you really think that I'm just recuperating in my mansion these days?" Gu Jiao said, "Oh, you investigated me. What did you find?" "What you're most worried about. I found that." Prince Ning's lips curled up. "This prince knows what you were planning. You want to drug this prince so that this prince will do something unforgivable to the crown prince consort, and then be caught by the crown prince." "Ha!" He sneered. "So naive, Dr. Gu. Do you really think that you can knock out this king's subordinates so easily?" Gu Jiao looked up at him. Prince Ning pointed at himself. "I am the eldest son of the imperial family and have been in the middle of the whirlpool of imperial power since I was young. How do you think I have survived until now? How did I become imperial father's most beloved and valued son? Just because I am the eldest son? Dr. Gu, I said that you are still young, and there are many things that you don't understand. You are still too inexperienced to fight with me." Gu Jiao frowned. Her ears hurt from listening to his bullshit, but it could be summed up in a few words. "I am going with the flow." Was it that hard to speak like a normal person? Gu Jiao looked at him with disdain. She took out a syringe that she had prepared from her sleeve, pulled out the needle cap in front of him, and pushed the syringe. When Prince Ning saw this, his heart instinctively filled with the fear of being pierced by needles. Last time, she had used this kind of hidden weapon to instantly numb his body. He didn't know what kind of poison was used in this hidden weapon, but it was even more effective than knockout drugs and anesthesia soup. "Relax, it's not anesthesia," Gu Jiao calmly said before curling her lips. "It's a hallucinogen." Hallucinogens were a type of drug. In her previous life, they were mainly used to train assassins or to extort confessions from members of enemy organizations. People who were injected with hallucinogens would lose consciousness and have weak wills. Some people would be immersed in the illusion, unable to hear or see the outside world. Some people would be able to react to the outside world, so it would be easier to get information out of them. She just didn't know which type Prince Ning would fall into after being injected. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a wicked smile. Prince Ning's body trembled. The emperor was afraid of needles. Unfortunately, Prince Ning was also afraid of needles. As expected of father and son, Prince Ning's entire face turned white. "Gu Jiao, you better not act rashly. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Gu Jiao said unconcernedly, "Oh, what consequences?" Prince Ning smiled coldly. "For example, why don't you go home and see if Xiao Lulang is still there?" Gu Jiao's injection stopped. Eastern Palace. The crown prince had just returned from outside. The imperial guards were still waiting for him outside. His clothes had just been scratched, so he had to change his clothes and go out again. Just as he stepped into the bedchamber, Chunying stumbled over with a pale face. "Your Highness! Your Highness, it's not good. The crown princess is missing." The crown prince frowned. "Speak clearly. Why is Lin Lang missing?" Chunying choked. This servant followed the crown princess to Zhu Ke Street to visit Princess Xinyang. On the way back, the crown princess said she was going to buy some refreshments for your highness, so this servant went to buy them. But when this servant came out of the tea house, the crown princess was no longer in the carriage. The imperial guards and driver were all knocked unconscious. In a dark room, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and the smell of incense rose in spirals. The crown princess slowly opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. Suddenly, she found herself lying on a soft bed. It took her a long time to adjust to the dim light in the room. Then, she found a person lying next to her. A man. The man's eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. After she saw the man's appearance, a light flashed through her eyes. She sat up and stared at the sleeping Xiao Lulang. "Ing, is that you?" Xiao Lulang did not respond. It's you, right? You really came back. You came back to find me. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry at me? Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to hurt you. After you left, I was very sad. Seeing you again, I finally understood that the person in my heart has always been you. I really regret not being able to marry you. Don't like anyone else. Don't like her. She's not worthy of you. The crown princess softly said, lovingly stroking Xiao Liulong's cheek. Being able to see you like this is really good. In the future, don't leave me again. Xiao Liulong's eyes had opened long ago, but unfortunately, his expression was sluggish. It seemed that he did not hear a single word the crown princess said. The crown princess gently smiled with a trace of a young girl's shyness. Pulling away his arm, she gently lay down in his embrace. Her hand wrapped around his strong waist, and she sweetly called out, "Let's never separate again, all right? In the future, let's live happily, all right?" Xiao Luling finally reacted. Holding her tightly in his embrace, he blankly responded, "All right." The crown princess smiled with incomparable sweetness. Xiao Luling called out a person's name. She did not hear it clearly, but she did not seem to mind at this moment. As long as A Hung was with her, she would be with her forever. She did not care about anything else. A Hung was hers. A Hung pressed her down. However, at this moment, the door was kicked open with a bang. The crown prince's face was dark as he charged in. The loud noise caused the crown princess to be startled, as she suddenly woke up from her illusion. She looked at the crown prince, who was standing in the doorway, filled with anger. She then looked at Xiao Luling, who was tightly hugging her. Wait a minute. This is not Xiao Luling. It's Prince Ning. Chapter 446. The crown princess' face turned pale. How could it be like this? Was it not Xiao Luling? No, it should not be A Hung, right? How could it become Prince Ning? Her first reaction was to stare at the adulterer on the bed. The crown prince's gaze became even colder. The crown prince's throat was filled with a metallic sweetness. He felt that he was on the verge of collapse. He fiercely pinched himself. This was not a dream. This was real. This was fucking real. His Lin Lang, the sincere and gentle Lin Lang, the knowledgeable Lin Lang, the Lin Lang that was in harmony with him. How could she do this sort of thing with another man behind his back? Everything happened too quickly. He did not even have time to react. In his great shock, all the blood in his body seemed to have frozen. Every word that when Lin Lang said was like a knife, fiercely stabbing at the crown prince. If he said it hurt, it did not seem like it. If he said it did not hurt, he would not be able to straighten his body. The crown prince's eyes turned red. He staggered and crashed into the wooden door behind him. With another loud sound, the crown princess finally recovered from her shock of Xiao Luling becoming Prince Ning. Only then did she realize that her absurd actions and crazy words had been heard and seen by the crown prince. Her mind was a little chaotic. Those words did not seem like they came from her. She could not say such explicit words. But she had said them. What exactly was going on? There was also Prince Ning and the crown prince. Everything was filled with an inexplicable strangeness. But the situation was urgent, and she did not have the time to sort it out. She looked at the crown prince, who looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Her gaze moved, and she pulled up her clothes without leaving a trace. Following this, she got out of bed and arrived in front of the crown prince with red eyes. Reaching out, she grabbed the crown prince's hand. "Your Highness, let me explain." The crown prince almost subconsciously avoided her. Dodging like this, he could not avoid crashing into the door again. The place that had hurt earlier felt double the pain. This pain caused him to instantly wake up. He looked at Wen Lin Lang in disbelief, his face full of hurt. "Why did you do this? Why? Why would he do that? She didn't want to do that at all. God knows what happened. She just went out to buy some things. How did she suddenly lose consciousness? When she woke up, it was already." The crown princess complained tearfully. "Your Highness, believe me. I don't know what happened to me either. I was assassinated," the crown prince said. "Assassination? Did someone put a knife to your neck and force you to say those words? Did someone tie your hands and feet to prevent you from escaping? You were willing when Lin Lang." This monarch heard everything. You said you had him in your heart. He's the one you've always liked." As the Crown Prince spoke, he was on the verge of collapse. He was born as the Empress's legitimate son and had unparalleled nobility. Furthermore, he had Marquis Xuanping's powerful uncle backing him up. He could get whatever he wanted and had never suffered any setbacks. He wasn't as naughty as little Qi, so he didn't receive much punishment. His life had been smooth sailing for more than 20 years. Now that there was such a drastic change, it was as if even the sky had collapsed. "Who was the adulterer?" he asked with bloodshot eyes. The Crown Princess trembled and reflexively moved a step to the right to block the Crown Prince's line of sight. The Crown Prince recognized her because he recognized her voice. In reality, the room was too dark, so the Crown Prince didn't see that the person on the bed was Ningguang. No matter how confused the Crown Princess' mind was, she knew that she couldn't let the Crown Prince discover that the man was his older brother. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a normal misunderstanding. It would be a calamity. The Crown Prince wasn't usually so sensitive, but he was provoked today and noticed the Crown Princess' imperceptible movements. It didn't matter if his heart was broken or if his pride as a man was hurt. In short, he didn't even have any pity for Wen Linlang right now. He rudely pushed the Crown Prince consort aside and strode forward. Gu Jiao had injected Ningguang with a larger dose, a whole 2 times, so he woke up a bit later than the Crown Princess. He more or less understood what was going on. He thought that he could beat Gu Jiao at her own game, but he didn't know that he had fallen into the other's trap from the moment he had this idea. He could find Xiao Liulong's whereabouts because Gu Jiao told him to find Xiao Liulong's whereabouts. The person he had the hidden guards take away probably wasn't the real Xiao Liulang, but a substitute. Ningguang had guessed correctly about this point. This was the inspiration that Dual Blade sect gave Gu Jiao. There was something called a human skin mask in the Jianghu. The main material was fish glue and fish skin, and it was very realistic. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. If one moved too much, they would be exposed. But it would be fine if they were careful. The person who replaced Xiao Liulang and was taken away was Gu Qingfeng. He had already escaped without a trace by now. Ningguang knew that the Crown Prince was walking towards him. He knew that he couldn't let the Crown Prince see him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wash away his crime no matter how favored he was. He grabbed the blanket on his body and abruptly covered the Crown Prince's head the moment he approached. Immediately after, he got off the bed and quickly walked out the door. But then he heard a thud as he fell face first onto the ground. Fuck! Who tied his feet up? This fall wasn't light, and Ningguang's brain was muddled. The Crown Prince was so busy that he was in a mess. After a long time, he finally pulled the blanket off his head. His hair crown had been pulled loose, and his hair was a mess. He cut a sorry figure. He didn't care about his royal bearing, and first stretched out his leg to fiercely kick the other party. Sneak attacking the Crown Prince. Tired of living? No. He had already fucking slept with his woman. Wasn't he tired of living? Good. This monarch wants to see who exactly this audacious adulterer is. It was already impossible for the Crown Princess to pounce over. After all, she didn't know martial arts and couldn't stop the Crown Prince. As for Ningguang, he was already muddled from the fall. What else could he do? The Crown Prince couldn't be bothered to use his hand to grab him, so he added another kick and flipped the other party over. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, he was struck by lightning again. Big brother? The shock of discovering that the adulterer was Ningguang was even greater than the shock of discovering that the Crown Princess had cuckolded him. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. Ningguang took advantage of his daze to grit his teeth and take out the dagger at his waist to cut the ropes around his feet. Actually, there was nothing that couldn't be salvaged with just a glance. At most, Ningguang would tell the Crown Prince afterwards that he was innocent, and the adulterer was just wearing a human skin mask similar to his. Ningguang had only said good from beginning to end. From the Crown Prince's reaction, he didn't recognize his voice. His top priority was to quickly leave this place and think of a way to prove his alibi. But the Crown Prince pulled him back. Big brother, is that you? The Crown Prince asked dazedly. Ningguang turned his face away and didn't look at the Crown Prince. But the Crown Prince rolled up his right sleeve. When Ningguang was 11, he had once taken his younger brothers to ride horses. At the time, the crown prince and Rui Wang had been young, only 8 years old. Their horses had collided, and they had almost fallen off their horses. In order to save them, Ning Wang had been injured. The crown prince remembered that there was a long scar on Ning Wang's right forearm. After so many years, the scar had faded a lot, but it could still be seen. The moment he saw the scar, the crown prince finally couldn't hold back his tears, and they fell with a plop. Why? Big brother. Why? His heart was in so much pain. Why Lin Lang? Why big brother? Although he and his big brother weren't born of the same mother, he had always respected his big brother's character. He didn't dislike this big brother, and he had never thought that as the crown prince, he would do anything to him. Even if his empress mother warned him day and night that noble consort Zhuang and Ning Wang had to be on guard, he had never really taken it to heart. Today's unforeseen event was very sudden for anyone. It was as if all the cloths covering one's shame had been pulled down overnight. The ferociousness and ugliness within the imperial family were completely exposed at this moment. The crown prince was too well protected. The only thing he had done in his life was to have a private affair with Wen Linlang. However, that was also due to love. He got along with her as a friend. Before marrying Wen Linlang into the Eastern Palace, he had never touched a single strand of Wen Linlang's hair. If Xiao Heng hadn't died, if he and Wen Linlang hadn't gotten married, no matter how much he missed her, he wouldn't have used such a method to get involved with her. He couldn't understand Ning Wang's actions. Of course, he couldn't understand Wen Linlang either. These two people, what did they take him for? You guys disappoint me too much. He choked with sobs and raised his hand to wipe the tears in his eyes. He turned around and left angrily. He couldn't let him spread this matter. In a flash, Ning Wang's brain and body reacted at the same time. He took a step forward and pulled the crown prince back. He said coldly to Wen Linlang at the door, "Close the door." Chapter 447. The crown princess' expression changed. "What do you want to do?" Prince Ning said with a fierce gaze. "He knows about us. If he speaks of this, you know the consequences." The crown princess, of course she knew. It wasn't her first day marrying into the imperial family. She had memorized the imperial family's laws and was familiar with them. Adultery in the imperial family was a major crime. A light punishment would be imprisonment. A heavy punishment would be stripping her of her status and demoting her to a commoner. If the emperor was angrier, it wasn't impossible for her to be sentenced to death. But the crown princess looked at the dizzy crown prince who had been thrown to the ground by Prince Ning and hesitated for a moment. Prince Ning shouted, "What are you hesitating for? You aren't betting on how sincere the crown prince is to you, right? What misconception did his endless tolerance for you give you that he would still forgive you even after you betrayed him?" Yes, the crown princess did plan to do so. When a person had no bottom line for their indulgence, they would have the misconception that they could be forgiven for anything they did. She didn't go to close the door, but Prince Ning did. The door closed behind her with a bang. Her pupils contracted violently as she looked at him in disbelief. "Do you know what you are doing?" Prince Ning came to her and looked down at her. "Wen Linlang, you and this prince have been in the same boat for a long time. You can't wash your hands clean and can't escape." Wen Linlang shook her head in a daze. Tears flashed in her eyes, either because of resistance or fear. She shouldn't have come to this step. She was the most talented woman in the Zhao kingdom. She had unparalleled intelligence and an alluring appearance. She wasn't a fish in a pond. One day, she would transform into a dragon and become a dragon among men. "All right, Linlang, if you can't do it, this prince won't force you. Hurry and leave. Let this prince take care of the aftermath." Prince Ning's tone suddenly became gentle. He held the crown prince consort's shoulder and gazed deeply at her. Holding her hand, he said, "It was this prince's lack of consideration. Your hands shouldn't have done these things. They are clean." The crown princess's eyelashes trembled slightly. King Ning said, "You may leave." The crown princess opened her mouth. "You?" Prince Ning glanced at the crown prince who was struggling to hold his head and said, "He's about to wake up. Trust me, I will do everything cleanly and won't implicate you. Go back to the palace immediately and don't worry about anything else." Tears welled up in the crown princess's eyes. Prince Ning smiled. Trust me this time, hmm? The crown prince consort pulled her hand back. Holding back her tears, she turned around and dazedly walked towards the door. Behind him, the sound of the crown prince's stumbling footsteps could be heard. She closed her eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. Prince Ning's voice rang out slowly. Second brother, ever since you were young, Big Brother has always given in to you. The position of crown prince was given to you, the Eastern Palace was given to you, the famous bow that you liked, and the Fergana horse that you loved. Wouldn't it have been better if you had just left? Why did you check Big Brother's arm? Do you know that you're making things difficult for Big Brother? The crown prince felt dizzy. He knew a little martial arts, but he was not very proficient in it. Even if the medicinal effects still remained in Prince Ning's body, he could still easily crush him. The crown prince faintly heard Prince Ning's words, but his brain could not react. Prince Ning took off the crown prince's token and took out the money. He picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground. Sorry, second brother. Big Brother has given in to you for so many years. It's time for you to give in to Big Brother this time. As he spoke, he gripped the dagger tightly and stabbed it towards the crown prince's neck. In the blink of an eye, a stool smashed towards his head with great force. Caught off guard, he was smashed to the ground. The crown prince consort threw away the stool in her hands and helped the crown prince up. Your Highness, wake up. The crown prince had been thrown quite badly by Prince Ning. When he opened his eyes, his entire head was in pain. The crown prince consort pulled him up and put his arm on her shoulder. She supported him as they walked out step by step. But before they could walk a few steps, the back of the crown prince consort's head was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. She screamed and was pulled into Prince Ning's arms. Without her support, the crown prince fell to the ground with a thud. Prince Ning looked at Wen Linlang with blazing eyes. Wen Linlang, you dare to betray this prince? Do you know what the consequences of betraying this prince are? The crown prince consort felt as if her scalp was about to be pulled off by him. She was in so much pain that tears kept flowing, but her words were not polite at all. I'm not the only one who betrayed you. Didn't Princess Consort Ning also betray you? She colluded with Gu Jiao to go against you. Did you also punish her like this? Prince Ning, of course not. He did not touch a single finger of Chu Yu. Prince Ning and Chu Yu had gotten married 5 years ago. At that time, Prince Ning was 21 and Chu Yu was 18. They were both at the most beautiful age of their lives. Unfortunately, Prince Ning already had Wen Linlang in his heart. The graceful dance in the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the hearty game of chess in the Imperial Study. The young girl was astonishingly talented and beautiful. She had long entered his eyes. Your Highness, did you not bring an umbrella? This is for you. The young girl had bright eyes and white teeth. Her voice was like the sounds of nature. Her smile was warm, and her eyes were clean and pure. When she looked at him, there seemed to be light in the depths of her eyes. When she left, her mischievous smile was so innocent that it captured his entire heart. It was a long time before he found out that she was Xiao Heng's fiancée. Prince Ning said coldly, She did not provoke me. The crown prince consort looked at him with pity. Who do you think gave me that umbrella back then? It was Chu Yu. She told me to bring it to you. The Chu family's daughter had taken a fancy to Prince Ning, who had no fate with the throne. She had rejected many marriage proposals and married into Prince Ning's estate. In the end, it was a miscalculation. It was not appropriate to say that Wen Linlang really did not have any feelings for Prince Ning. Otherwise, she could have completely refused to bring an umbrella for Prince Ning. But it was also not entirely correct to say that she had too many thoughts. She was just used to winning people's hearts. She did not expect Prince Ning's heart to be poisonous. This man was not as gentle and harmless as he looked on the surface. He was a smiling tiger with a knife hidden behind his smile. When she realized this, it was already too late for her to withdraw. The crown prince consort's words stunned Prince Ning for a moment. If it was not such a critical moment, he might have been stunned for even longer. He quickly came back to his senses. He grabbed the crown prince consort's hand and forced the dagger into her hand. Fine. Since you are not willing to leave, why don't you do it yourself? The crown prince consort struggled to shake her head. However, She was not Prince Ning's match. Prince Ning grabbed her wrist and forced her to point the dagger at the Crown Prince's heart. When Linlang used the last of her strength to resist Prince Ning, she could not kill the Crown Prince. Empress Xiao and Marquis Xinping would tear her apart. At least Prince Ning had the protection of the Zhuang family and the Empress Dowager. What did she have? She only relied on the Crown Prince's favor and her identity as the Crown Prince consort. If she lost even this, she would be completely powerless to reverse the situation. Your Highness, please leave quickly. The Crown Prince finally regained some consciousness. He watched in horror as Prince Ning grabbed the Crown Prince consort's hand and stabbed it at him. He did not know where he got the strength from, but he actually kicked the two of them down. Then, he scrambled toward the door. But before he could even cross the threshold, he was pulled back by Prince Ning. The Crown Prince trembled as he looked at him. Eldest brother, Prince Ning grabbed his neck and raised the dagger in his hand. Stop! A familiar shout came from the corridor across the street. Immediately after, a tall and powerful figure flew over. He grabbed Prince Ning's dagger with one hand and grabbed the Crown Prince from Prince Ning's hand with the other. It was the Dragon Shadow Guard, not to mention that Prince Ning had been drugged. Even if he had not been drugged, he was not the Dragon Shadow Guard's match. The Dragon Shadow Guard only used an instant to subdue Prince Ning. He found a suitable place to place the limp Crown Prince and made him freeze on the spot. The Emperor walked in with an ashen face. Eunuch Wei and Gu Jiao entered with him. Prince Ning knew that Gu Jiao would bring people to catch the adulterers, but he thought that person would be the Crown Prince. He never expected that Imperial Father would also be here. To be precise, she had personally brought him here. The Emperor's expression was extremely cold. He clenched his fists tightly and used all the strength in his body to stop his body from trembling. If he did not see it with his own eyes, who would believe that the two brothers would be like this? This was his most beloved eldest son. He was the pride of his life. It was true that he had appointed Qin Shui as the Crown Prince, but if Qin Shui really could not take on such a big responsibility, he had seriously thought that he could change Qin Shuhan to the Crown Prince before he died. But now look at what this eldest son had done. Unfilial son. The Emperor slapped Prince Ning in the face. Chapter 448. There are many things that if you don't see, you may never guess in your entire life. The Emperor had high hopes for King Ning, but now he was disappointed. He used almost all of his strength in this slap, carrying endless shame and anger. It made King Ning bleed from the corner of his mouth. Gu Jiao felt that the Emperor didn't even use this much strength when he was running for his life. Ning Wang started to panic the moment the Dragon Shadow Guard appeared. However, after being slapped, he calmed down instead. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at Gu Jiao. He then looked at the angry Emperor and said mockingly, Imperial Father didn't even ask what happened and decided that it was my fault. Is Imperial Father teaching his son a lesson or protecting his dignity as the Emperor in front of outsiders? The Emperor was not so vain. He admitted that it was embarrassing for the little divine doctor to see this. But if the little divine doctor didn't see it, wouldn't he be embarrassed? This eldest son actually thought that he was just protecting his dignity as the Emperor. His eldest son had killed his own brother, so what dignity did he have? After that slap, the Emperor had used up all of his strength. After being scolded by this unfilial son, he almost fell down on the spot. He tried to stabilize himself and looked at him with disappointment and anger. Jin will ask you the truth of the matter, but no matter what difficulties you have, it is not a reason for you to draw your sword against your brother. King Ning clenched his fists. He looked at Gu Jiao, who was enjoying the show, and his lips curled in mockery. Are you satisfied with the current situation? The Emperor naturally heard these words, and his brows furrowed. Gu Jiao looked at the bruised and swollen King Ning and said, It's okay. It would be better if you fell more miserably. King Ning and the Crown Prince were brought back to the Imperial Palace. Because the Crown Prince's injuries were serious, the Emperor had Gu Jiao accompany him to treat the Crown Prince. The Crown Princess was also brought back. When the Emperor arrived at the scene, he only saw the scene of Prince Ning attacking the Crown Prince. He did not know about the dispute between the three of them, but he would soon know. Gu Jiao would treat the crown prince with great care. Ning Wang was imprisoned in Pure Flower's palace by the emperor. The emperor didn't interrogate him for the time being, not because he didn't have the heart to, but because he collapsed as soon as he returned to the palace. He hadn't completely fainted, but after the upheaval, he was suddenly mentally and physically exhausted and could no longer support his dragon body. Eunuch Wei's heart ached as he helped the emperor onto the dragon bed. "Your Majesty, don't be sad. Don't be angry and harm your body." These were just words of comfort. How could he, the emperor father, not be sad when his two sons fought like this? How could he not be angry? Even if I have long known that the imperial family has no brothers and that brothers are fickle, I still hope that the brothers can have a bit of brotherly love between ordinary people. In the end, is it my wishful thinking? The emperor closed his eyes in pain. In just half a day, he seemed to have aged several decades, and his entire being was shrouded in the vicissitudes of old age. Eunuch Wei sighed. "Your Majesty, the brothers of the imperial family were never just brothers. His Majesty had also gotten rid of a group of brothers to ascend to the throne. However, because of Empress Dowager Zhuang's help, the methods that needed to be used were used by Empress Dowager Zhuang. The evil that needed to be done was done by Empress Dowager Zhuang. His Majesty had ascended to the throne by lying down. Even so, His Majesty's brothers had either died or been demoted. His Majesty was more or less aware of how many truly wealthy and idle princes there were. In the imperial family, the most extravagant thing one could hope for was affection. Affection between husband and wife, affection between brothers, and even affection between father and son. Eunuch Wei swallowed those useless words and bluntly said, "Your Majesty, it's better to discover it earlier than later." The emperor was in the prime of his life. If there really was discord between brothers, he could think of a way to resolve it. If he went, one son would ascend to the throne while the other son would rebel. That would truly be powerless to reverse the situation. How did the previous dynasty perish? Wasn't it because Su Wang was dissatisfied with the crown prince's ascension and raised troops to rebel? In the end, the crown prince was indeed killed by Su Wang, and Su Wang himself was greatly injured. In the end, the current dynasty's Emperor Taizu took advantage of the loophole and reaped the benefits. The country cannot be ruined in Zhen's hands. You're right. Now that we've discovered it, there is still room to turn things around. As for what room it was, the emperor didn't say. He himself didn't know. The Empress Dowager. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Don't say it yet. Wait until Zhen has investigated thoroughly before personally telling Imperial Mother." He sighed. "Call Ning Wang over." In the Eastern Palace, Gu Jiao finished treating the Crown Prince's injuries. The Crown Prince had woken up once midway. His mood had fluctuated greatly, so Gu Jiao injected him with a tranquilizer. Right now, he was still hooked up to an intravenous drip. She didn't let anyone come in to disturb him. She only packed up and left after giving the Crown Prince the intravenous drip. The Crown Princess also suffered some injuries, but they were all minor injuries. She had been waiting outside the door. Chunying had disappeared, after betraying her for the second time. In reality, she should have guessed that if Chunying could be bribed by Ning Wang, it wouldn't be hard for her to be bribed by others. "It was you, wasn't it?" The Crown Princess asked as she looked at Gu Jiao, who came out with a small medicine box. Gu Jiao looked at her strangely. "What was me?" The Crown Princess said coldly, "It was all you. You were the one who knocked me out. You were also the one who bribed Chunying to lure the Crown Prince over." She had disappeared near the tea house. Even if Chunying really wanted to report, she would have gone to Ning Wang. After all, she had a private relationship with Ning Wang, so it couldn't be ruled out that Ning Wang had taken her away. However, Chunying went directly to find the Crown Prince. Wasn't this clearly giving the Crown Prince a chance to discover her relationship with Ning Wang? If you think so, then do as you wish. Gu Jiao didn't care about this. She was the one who knocked the Crown Princess out, but she wasn't the one who bribed Chunying. It was Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang was also the one who dealt with Ning Wang's subordinates. Ning Wang caused one of Lu Yixing's fingers to be chopped off. Yuan Tang had to take revenge for this no matter what. The Crown Princess gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, Don't make it sound like you didn't do it. What drug did you give me? Why would I say those things? Gu Jiao was a bit curious about what she said. She had also injected the crown princess with a hallucinogen. To a certain extent, it did make people bolder and more shameless than before. After all, people had rationality and shame when they were sober. However, this drug couldn't be made out of nothing. In other words, no matter how explicit when Lin Long's words were, they were indeed her true thoughts. Gu Jiao ignored her and walked down the steps. The crown princess pinched her fingers. Dr. Gu, how did I offend you? Why do you have to target me like this? I target you? Gu Jiao was almost confused by the question. From beginning to end, she had never purposefully targeted Wen Linlang. Even now, if it wasn't to overthrow Ning Wang, she wouldn't care who Wen Linlang was having an affair with. The crown princess hesitated for a moment and then looked into Gu Jiao's eyes. She said, "You don't seem to like me very much from the beginning." This person was baffling. Gu Jiao asked, "Why do I have to like you? If I don't like you, then I'm targeting you. Where did you get this bad habit of spoiling me?" The crown princess choked hard. No one had ever said such a thing to her. When she was young, she had received a piece of chestnut cake that only her brothers could eat because of her sweet mouth. From then on, she knew that it was important to capture other people's good impressions, and she seemed to have a talent in this area. As long as she was willing, there was no one she couldn't please. But this Marquis Fu's daughter, who grew up in the countryside, always treated her with disdain. She thought too much. Gu Jiao wasn't like this to her. Gu Jiao was like this to everyone. It was just that Gu Jiao didn't care if other people liked her or not. The crown princess said, "Are you jealous that Aheng and I had an engagement? Aheng used to treat me very well." Gu Jiao, oh, she didn't care. She didn't care at all. The crown princess looked at her in disbelief. She didn't understand how she managed to not care. It couldn't be that she still didn't know Xiao Liulong's true identity. Gu Jiao turned to look at her, her expression solemn. "I care about him and the people he cares about, but you aren't among the people he cares about." The crown princess's heart felt like it had been stabbed. Gu Jiao walked a few steps and stopped. Also, don't call me Aheng. You don't deserve it." The crown princess froze in place. The emperor's interrogation of Prince Ning didn't go smoothly. Prince Ning could directly push the blame to the crown princess, saying that she seduced him, or say that she thought he was Xiaoheng. But Prince Ning didn't do this. As a man, he could be vicious and unscrupulous, but he wouldn't push a woman out to take the blame for himself. Prince Ning knelt on the ground, not saying a word from beginning to end. The emperor angrily said, "Do you think that if you don't say anything, we won't be able to find out? When the crown prince wakes up, we will know once we ask." Prince Ning's heart was dead. Then Father Emperor can go ask. Either way, Father Emperor already won't believe son. The emperor was truly angered half to death by this son. Before this matter, this son was as obedient as he could be. What was it? Now that the matter had been exposed, he couldn't even be bothered to put on an act. The emperor looked at him with disappointment and said, "If you don't even say it, how can we believe you?" Chapter 449. Since the king of Ning didn't say anything, the emperor could only send someone to the eastern palace to summon the crown prince. The crown prince woke up not long after Gu Jiao left. He didn't make a sound and just stared dazedly at the top of the tent. "It's you, right? You really came back. You came back to find me. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry at me?" "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I just realized that the person in my heart has always been you. I really regret that I couldn't marry you. Don't like anyone else. Don't like her. She doesn't deserve you. It's so good to see you like this. Don't leave me again in the future. Let's never be apart again, okay? Let's have a good life in the future, okay?" The crown prince wanted to remove Wen Linlong's voice from his mind, but he found that he couldn't do it no matter what. Those words echoed in his mind again and again like a knife that pierced his heart into a sieve. The crown princess knelt by the bed and looked at him with her arms on the edge of the bed. This position was especially intimate when they were in love, but right now, it was a display of her lowering herself. Ever since she married the crown prince, she had always been protected. The crown prince had never wronged her. He would worry about whether the floor was cold, whether her knees were tired, whether her arms were sore. Right now, she had been kneeling by the bed for almost an hour, but the Crown Prince hadn't said a word. "Your Highness." She finally couldn't help but speak. She grasped his cold and numb hand and pleaded, "Believe me. I was framed by someone. It was Gu Jiao. She drugged me, so I said those nonsense." In her relationship with the Crown Prince, it seemed that the Crown Prince had the upper hand, but in reality, she had always held the initiative. The Crown Prince listened to her and was always easily coaxed by her. But the Crown Prince didn't react in time this time. He was like a puppet whose soul had been sucked out as he stared dazedly at the top of the tent. "Your Highness." The Crown Prince consort raised her hand to caress his cheek. In the past, he always liked to pull her hand and place it on his face, smiling as he called her Limling. There were some things that one would never lose in one's lifetime. She thought that she could easily get it back after losing it. From the bottom of her heart, the Crown Prince consort could not believe that the Crown Prince no longer paid attention to her. "Your Highness." She held the Crown Prince's hand again and said to the Crown Prince, "This concubine was really drugged. This concubine was going to buy snacks for your Highness." "Does your Highness still remember Clear Lotus Pavilion?" His Highness likes the desserts from Clear Lotus Pavilion the most, especially the lotus fragrance crisps there. The Crown Prince actually didn't like lotus cake. It was only when he first met Lin Lang that he ate lotus cake. This dessert walked into his heart along with her. From the age of 13 until now, it had been a full 10 years. The simple love he had when he was young had turned into deep love later on. The only thing that had not changed was that this person had always been in his heart, and her weight had become heavier and heavier. The Crown Prince had once felt that even if Lin Lang wanted his life, he would be willing to give it to her. From the first day he married her, he could actually feel that she didn't love him, so he would often worry about gains and losses. But he never gave up. He believed that as long as he treated her well, there would be a day when she would give her heart to him. But he hadn't expected that she would give it to King Ning and not to him. The Crown Prince consort said in a choked voice, "Your Highness, believe me. I was really drugged. I don't even know what I'm saying. We grew up together. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Yes, they grew up together, so he knew her too well. She was smart and resourceful. If she didn't connive, how could she let King Ning get close to her? What chilled the Crown Prince's heart wasn't her sincere words. Those words could indeed be said to be drugged or something. But when King Ning held her hand and gently said that he would take care of the aftermath, that was the knife that truly pierced his heart. "Your Highness, are you suspecting this concubine and King Ning?" Yes, this concubine and King Ning did have some dealings, but this concubine was forced. This concubine does not have the support of the maternal family and has no power or influence. "The only thing I can rely on is your Highness' love," but he actually used your Highness to threaten this concubine. The Crown Prince consort's tears fell, each drop landing on the back of the Crown Prince's cold hand. He said that he would kill your Highness and kill this concubine. The Crown Prince's throat moved, and he finally weakly said, "In your heart, is it Aheng or King Ning?" The Crown Prince consort suddenly froze. Eunuch Wei came to the Eastern Palace to summon the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince rolled over. This monarch does not want to see anyone. The always weak Crown Prince actually had the courage to disobey the Emperor's orders after being injured. Eunuch Wei did not know whether he should be happy for the Crown Prince or not. With such a large matter happening, it could not be hidden from Kuanning Palace and Yongshou Palace. Empress Xiao was worried about her son and went to the Eastern Palace first. Empress Xiao said, "Eunuch Wei, I must trouble you to tell His Majesty that the Crown Prince's injuries are too severe and he cannot get out of bed. In a bit, this one will ask the Crown Prince and will personally go to Pure Flowers Palace to explain the situation to His Majesty." This was the only thing they could do. Eunuch Wei regretfully looked at the Crown Prince, whose soul seemed to have been sucked dry. Sighing to himself, he returned to Pure Flowers Palace. Empress Xiao tucked in the Crown Prince's blankets. The Crown Prince probably did not want Empress Xiao to see his sorry state. He felt that it was very shameful, and he also felt very pained and wronged. He faced the inside the entire time, burying his head firmly in his chest. "Mother Empress, son, Just as the crown princess was about to speak, Empress Xiao raised her hand, indicating that there was no need to speak. Empress Xiao went to the Eastern Palace's study and sternly said, "Bring over the crown prince and the crown princess palace servants." Chun-Ing and the other palace servants were brought over and kneeled on the ground. Empress Xiao did not ask anything. Her first words were, "Use torture." Eunuch Su waved his horsetail whisk and went to fetch the wooden splints. Together with a few nannies and eunuchs from Cunning Palace, he used the splints on the 8 people. Among these 8 people, Chun-Ing was the one who knew the most. Although the others didn't participate in anything, as long as a person did something, it was inevitable that they would leave behind traces. The few of them pieced things together and managed to piece together quite a bit of information. For example, the crown princess often left the palace alone. Another example was that it was Chun-Ing who reported the crown princess disappearance today. Empress Zhao's cold gaze landed on Chun-Ying's face. Chun-Ing shuddered and fell to the ground, trembling. Empress Xiao had plenty of ways to pry open a palace maid's mouth. How could a daughter of the Xiao family be a kind person? It was obvious just by looking at the Marquis of Xianping. That guy's intestines were all black. How could his sister be innocent? Empress Xiao gave Eunuch Su a look. Eunuch Su understood and dragged Chun-Ing away. Chun-Ing did not even last 15 minutes in Eunuch Su's hands before she confessed everything. The crown princess and Ning Wang were connected. Chun-Ing was bribed by Ning Wang. This time, it was the hostage of the Qin state who did it. Chun-Ing was bribed by the hostage of the Qin state. Chun-Ying's original words were not so clean. She was scared out of her wits and spoke incoherently. However, Eunuch Su had worked by the Emperor's side for so many years. How could he not have some ability? He had extracted all the key points that needed to be extracted. Empress Xiao said, "So this time, it was the hostage of the Qin state who planned this, but the relationship between the crown princess and Ning Wang is real." Eunuch Su secretly gave her a thumbs up. As expected of the Empress, she summarized it more incisive than him. Empress Zhao's gaze was cold. However, she did not lose her rationality because of anger. She was still the dignified and elegant empress of a country. She asked calmly, "I was thinking, why did the hostage of the Chun state do this? What benefits does it bring him? Exposing the scandal of the royal family and humiliating the royal family? It was too simple. It was not strange for ordinary people to do this." However, Yuan Tang was a prince of the Qin state. What he wanted was definitely not more than humiliating the royal family. In the long run, pretending not to know, allowing Ning Wang to grow stronger, and allowing Ning Wang to maintain his relationship with the crown princess was the real way to push the royal family of the Zhao state into trouble. It seems to be revenge. Does Ning Wang have a grudge against him? Empress Xiao caught the key point immediately. "Go and invite the 6th prince of the Qin state to the East Palace." Eunuch Su said, "Yes." Yuan Tang came quickly. He saw Empress Xiao sitting on a chair in the reception hall. Marquis Xianping was the #1 beauty of the Zhao state. No handsome man. His sister's appearance was naturally not bad. However, to be honest, Empress Zhao's beauty was still inferior to her brother's. So, why was a man so good-looking? Yuan Tang touched his folding fan, cupped his hands at Empress Xiao, and said with a smile, "Yuan Tang greets Empress Xiao." Empress Xiao looked at Yuan Tang indifferently. "You don't have to be so polite. Didn't you plan so much just to see me? You have a grudge against Ning Wang, and I also want to get rid of him. If you have something to say, just say it." "Well," Yuan Tang touched the bridge of his nose, smiled, and said, "Yuan Tang doesn't know what to say because you are so blunt. In fact, it's nothing special. It's just that the affair between Ning Wang and the crown princess was discovered by consort Rui Wang and a friend of hers. Ning Wang wanted to kill me as a scapegoat, and I was almost killed by his assassin. I couldn't bear it, so I played a little trick to expose their relationship to the crown prince and his majesty. I have no intention to be your enemy. If I have offended you, please forgive me." He didn't mention Gu Jiao's participation in the whole affair, and called Gu Jiao a friend of consort Rui Wang in a strange way. Of course, he didn't mention Lu Yixing's broken finger either. Empress Xiao looked at him with dignity and said, "I will check whether your words are true or not." Yuan Tang smiled. "Empress Xiao, please." Yuan Tang was not afraid of her checking, but afraid that she wouldn't check. "Empress." After Yuan Tang left, Eunuch Su asked her in a low voice. The affair between Wen Linlang and Ning Wang had a great impact on Empress Xiao. She looked calm, but there were stormy waves in her heart. But her brother had taught her not to panic. She was Xiao Ji's sister, so she was stronger than most women. Empress Xiao closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Call Consort Rui Wang." Chapter 450. Consort Rui Wang didn't know what happened in the East Palace and why the Empress summoned her. And she was summoned to the East Palace, not the Empress's palace of earthly tranquility. Coincidentally, Rui Wang was not in the mansion, and Consort Rui Wang didn't have anyone to make a decision, so she had to take the carriage sent by Eunuch Su. When Consort Rui Wang arrived at the East Palace, Empress Xiao followed the two clues of Prince Ning and Wen Linlang and found out the cause of Wen Yang's death. Wen Yang's death was very clean, and even Empress Xiao couldn't find any loopholes. But sometimes no loopholes was the biggest loophole. Consort Rui Wang was a prince's wife, so Empress Xiao wouldn't torture her, not to mention that she was pregnant. Empress Xiao directly asked her about the crown princess and Prince Ning. Consort Rui Wang was confused. Eldest brother? What happened between her and eldest brother? The man behind the rockery was her brother, Wen Yang. A woman's intuition was sometimes very accurate. Empress Xiao didn't say what happened between them, but Consort Rui Wang instinctively thought of the scene behind the rockery. She felt that the Empress was referring to that kind of shameful thing. Empress Xiao looked at her demurely and gently. "Qian, tell me what happened from the beginning to the end." Before Consort Rui Wang could speak, Empress Xiao added, "Including your friend." Consort Rui Wang was speechless. She was indeed the Empress. She could tell the truth as soon as she made a move. Consort Rui Wang didn't dare to hide anything and told her what she heard behind the rockery. "At first, I thought it was the hostage of the Chun state because I saw the injury on his face." Eldest brother said not to act rashly. He wanted to find evidence. Later, he found the evidence and found that the hostage of the Chun state was innocent. The person who met the crown princess in private was Wen Yang. Wen Yang asked the crown princess for money and was rude to Chunying, so he knocked her out. Chunying had already told her about it. It was Prince Ning who knocked her out. The testimony matched. Chunying didn't lie, and neither did Consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang just didn't know the whole truth. Imperial Mother, could it be that day, after Consort Rui Wang finished explaining, a bold guess suddenly emerged in her heart? Empress Xiao smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "She's about to give birth, right? Don't overwork yourself. This consort likes you, an old third, very much. If you have time, come visit Cunning Palace more often." This was an olive branch extended to Rui Wang and his wife. Rui Wang and his wife did not have much ability. In terms of maternal family, Du Qianqian's maternal grandfather was Duke Luo. Even if her mother was only a concubine's daughter, there was still a layer of relationship. Moreover, there was one thing that Empress Xiao couldn't figure out. The couple seemed to be very lucky. They saved the bridge collapse accident by accident and gained face in front of the envoy of the Liang Kingdom. If something really happened to Prince Ning, Rui Wang and his wife, who were on good terms with Prince Ning, would definitely be implicated. At this time, Empress Xiao stood out to protect the two, which was tantamount to sending charcoal in snowy weather. It all depended on whether Rui Wang and his wife were willing to rely on Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao investigated until midnight to get all the evidence. Then she got up and went to Pure Flower's palace. Noble Consort Zhuang received the news later than Empress Xiao. She met Empress Xiao as soon as she arrived at Pure Flower's palace. "Empress!" Noble Consort Zhuang wanted to ask Empress Xiao what happened to the Crown Prince and Prince Ning. Before she could finish, Empress Xiao raised her hand and slapped her. Noble Consort Zhuang was stunned on the spot. The two consorts had always been at odds. Empress Xiao was the Empress, But noble consort Zhuang had the support of Empress Dowager Zhuang and did not show any weakness in the harem. Neither side could do anything to the other. It was the first time that Empress Xiao didn't give noble consort Zhuang face. The palace servants on the side were all frightened and knelt down together. Noble consort Zhuang covered her red and swollen cheek and looked at Empress Xiao in shock and anger. Empress Xiao glanced at her coldly. She didn't seem to be afraid of her at all. What a good son you have raised. Then she left noble consort Zhuang behind her and entered Pure Flower's palace with a flick of her sleeves. Empress Xiao handed the witness and material evidence to the emperor. The witness was Chunying. This is a serious matter. It might be a one-sided story. Your Majesty might as well ask Consort Rui Wang and the sixth prince of the state of Chun. They're also very important witnesses. The emperor didn't expect this matter to involve so many people. Even the sixth prince of the state of Chun was involved. Naturally, the emperor had to ask. The emperor didn't ask for Consort Rui Wang's name. He asked for Rui Wang's name. The sixth prince of the state of Chun confessed that he had drugged Prince Ning and the crown prince's consort. However, he was the one who had drugged them this time. He was the one who found someone to kill me first. I only retaliated a little. I didn't do anything to him, Yuan Tang muttered. The emperor was so angry at Yuan Tang that he rolled his eyes. Prince Ning's head was already smashed into the wall. How could this be called not doing anything to him? Zhao country's Xiao Ji and Qin country's Yuan Tang were all shameless people. Rui Wang was also aware of what had happened behind the fake mountain. He told the emperor about how Consort Rui Wang had mistaken Yuan Tang for Prince Ning at the palace gates and told him about her suspicions. The main reason was that the emperor was also a thief. He didn't mention Prince Ning at all. Rui Wang only thought that the emperor was suspicious of Wen Yang's death. Rui Wang had deep feelings for Prince Ning. If he knew it was him, he probably wouldn't have opened his mouth no matter what. Afterwards, the emperor interrogated Chunying. Combining their testimonies and the money that Prince Ning and Yuan Tang gave Chunying, Prince Ning was definitely guilty of adultery. The emperor's heart ached. He couldn't accept the fact that his eldest son was so vicious and merciless. He called Consort Ning over as well. He wanted to get some other clues from her. Even the emperor himself didn't know what he was expecting. However, he also understood that Prince Ning's crime was basically established. Do you know? As soon as the emperor opened his mouth, Prince Ning, who had been silent, suddenly said, "She doesn't know. She doesn't know anything." The emperor glanced at his son faintly. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, and the others all went to the side hall. Only he, Prince Ning, and Consort Ning were left in the study. After being a mute for the whole night, he was willing to talk now. Prince Ning knelt on the ground and said with lowered eyebrows, "Father, if you want to ask something, just ask me." Chua doesn't know. Consort Ning didn't look at him. She knelt beside him with a straight and thin posture. The emperor looked at the two of them deeply. "Your Majesty, noble consort Zhuang and Empress Xiao are arguing." Eunuch Wei walked in quickly and reported to the emperor in a low voice. The emperor frowned and said to Consort Ning, "You can go back." "Yes." Consort Ning stood up and respectfully stood aside. She waited until the emperor left the study before turning to leave. "Sushin." Prince Ning stopped her and said, "That umbrella that year, was it you who gave it to me? Why didn't you give it to me in person?" Consort Ning turned her back to Prince Ning and didn't look back. She smiled against the moonlight. "Your Highness, you don't even dare to call that person's name?" Prince Ning choked. Consort Ning finally looked back at him with a self-mocking smile on her lips. She said, "If I gave it to you in person, would your Highness like me?" Her face was much inferior to that of the first beauty, Wen Linlang. She had often appeared in Prince Ning's line of sight, but Prince Ning had never noticed her. Prince Ning only remembered that when Linlang had given her an umbrella. But did Prince Ning know that before he gave her the umbrella, she had been sheltering from the rain with him in a pavilion? She had a maid with her. Prince Ning glanced at her maid, but didn't look at her. Prince Ning looked at Consort Ning's back and couldn't find his voice for a long time. He asked himself, if she had personally given him the umbrella that day, would he have fallen for her? The answer was no. He wasn't as dissolute and lecherous as his fourth son, but it was hard for him to like a mediocre woman. It was Grand Tutor Zhuang's idea to marry Consort Ning. Marrying a woman should be a virtuous woman. Grand Tutor Zhuang thought that Chu Yu, who was mediocre, was much better than the daughters of the noble families in the capital. When Linlang was also excellent, but she was still young. Her family background wasn't good enough. Thirdly, and most importantly, she was engaged to Xiaoheng. Grand Tutor Zhuang would never allow him to be as stupid as the crown prince. Marrying a woman who was engaged to someone else was probably because he wasn't far enough from the throne. He respected Chu Yu because she was his first wife. This was something he should and must do. However, when he was drugged and lying on the bed in the inn, his mind was full of Chu Yu. When Lin Lang mistook him for Xiaoheng and said to him, "Let's live a good life in the future," he mistakenly thought it was Chu Yu who said it to him. So he hugged her tightly and said to her, "Okay." In the middle of the night, Yuan Tang came again and provided the emperor with an important piece of news. Xiao Yilong's matter was done by Prince Ning. He had hired people from the Dual Blade sect to assassinate Xiao Lulang. Why would he harm Xiao Lulang? The emperor didn't understand. Yuan Tang smiled and said, "Your Majesty, oh, Your Majesty, have you forgotten who Xiao Lulang looks like? He's probably worried that the crown princess would fall in love with someone who looks like the young marquis again, so he took the initiative to eliminate his love rival." The emperor didn't think about why Prince Ning didn't make a move earlier. His mind was in a mess, and he hadn't considered this layer. If Prince Ning wanted to kill Xiao Lulang just because he looked like Xiaoheng, then what about the real Xiaoheng? The emperor reflexively thought of the fire from 4 years ago, and his eyes turned cold. Chapter 451. Ning Wang's matter was of great importance and brought shame to the entire imperial family. The emperor did his best to suppress the news and even used both kindness and power on Yuan Tang, hoping that he would keep his mouth shut about this matter. Yuan Tang agreed verbally, but the emperor didn't care what he did behind the scenes. Unless Yuan Tang was killed, he would be absolutely safe. However, the emperor wasn't a tyrant, and his methods were far less ruthless than Empress Dowager Zhuang and the previous emperor. The emperor also told Rui Wang and his wife to keep their mouths shut. The two of them were the most honest and wouldn't say anything if they promised not to say anything. Afterwards, the emperor had the Dragon Shadow Guards capture Ning Wang's trusted imperial bodyguard, Qi Fei, and hand him over to Eunuch Wei. Whether it was torture or coercion, the emperor had to find out what happened 4 years ago. Eunuch Wei was tormented for an entire day and night. When he came to report, his hair was messy and he was tidying himself up outside the door. "All right, come in," the emperor said impatiently. Eunuch Wei entered the room. He had served the emperor for many years, and the relationship between master and servant was very deep. He looked at the emperor with a complicated expression and wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Speak," the emperor said. "We can take it." Eunuch Wei sighed. The murder 4 years ago was indeed His Highness Ning Wang. The cup in the emperor's hand fell to the ground and shattered with a bang. "Not good, not good, Your Highness. His Majesty wants to depose Ning Wang." Inside the Longevity Palace, a palace maid rushed in while holding her skirt. Noble Consort Zhuang's expression changed abruptly. She didn't care that her hair was still half done and turned to go to Pure Flowers Palace. She knelt on the ground with Ning Wang. Ning Wang seemed to have been crushed by the blow, and his face was ashen. Noble Consort Zhuang knelt in front of the emperor and grabbed his clothes. She sobbed and begged, "Your Majesty, don't depose Han. Han is your son. You watched him grow up." At that time, Han was the only child in the 6th prince's estate. "Have you forgotten how much Your Majesty loved Han?" She spoke with tears streaming down her face. Wasn't the emperor? His son was his, not someone he picked up from the streets. Among so many children, Prince Ning was the only one who had grown up by his side. He had personally taken care of him. As a prince of a country, he had changed his diapers, bathed him, fed him, and taught him his homework. Prince Ning's first smile was for him, and Prince Ning's first step was towards him. At that time, It was precisely because he was an idle prince who did not have any important matters to attend to that the most meaningful thing in his life was to accompany his eldest son as he grew up. Later, he became the emperor. Later on, he had Empress Xiao and many children. The firstborn was still the most special existence in his heart, but it was not the only thing he cared about. He had many things to care about. First, they were monarch and subject, and then father and son. Everyone said that the imperial family was heartless, but why did his heart hurt so much? Seeing that the emperor was unmoved, noble consort Zhuang's eyes turned cold little by little. She let go of the emperor's hand and knelt down on the cold ground. She raised her red eyes and looked at the emperor. "Your Majesty, please execute me and my son," she said. The emperor frowned. Eunuch Wei was also horrified. He did not expect noble consort Zhuang to say such rebellious words, asking the emperor to kill his own noble consort and his own son. He was afraid that the matter was not big enough. Noble consort Zhuang raised her hand to wipe the tears on her cheeks, but as soon as she wiped them away, tears fell down uncontrollably. She sneered, "Your Majesty has been waiting for this day for a long time, hasn't he? My son and I have obstructed your Majesty's eyes and blocked your Majesty's path." The emperor said coldly, "Noble consort, what nonsense are you talking about?" Noble consort Zhuang complained, "This concubine is not talking nonsense. This concubine is your Majesty's wife. After your Majesty ascended the throne, you did not confer this concubine the title of empress. It is said that a wife who has gone through hardships should not leave the hall. But what is the difference between demoting a wife to a concubine and letting this concubine leave the hall? When your Majesty sees me and my son, you will remember your disgraceful decision. We are your Majesty's sore point. Your Majesty, it is better to have a short pain than a long pain. Please get rid of this sore point." The emperor was so angry with noble consort Zhuang that he did not want to talk to her. "I can see now why Han has become like this. It is all because of your bad influence." She usually behaved as she thought in her heart. It was she who instilled in Han the idea that everything should belong to him and his mother, causing Han to lose his balance and embark on a path of no return. Wasn't the reason why he didn't let Zhuang Mingzhu be the empress back then obvious enough? With Empress Xiao and Marquis Xinping restraining them, the Zhuang family was still able to do whatever they wanted. It could be imagined that if Qin Shi Huang became the empress's son, the first thing the Zhuang family would do was to kill him, the emperor, and support Qin Shi Huang to ascend the throne. Of course, his decision at that time was based on the premise that he was afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Zhuang family. Now, he understood that his mother didn't mean him no harm, but he still didn't regret his decision. As long as Zhuang Mingzhu became the empress, it was hard to guarantee that the Zhuang family wouldn't do anything to him. Whether Empress Dowager Zhuang connived with the Zhuang family to plot against him, or if Empress Dowager Zhuang fell out with the Zhuang family to protect him, it was bound to lead to a bloody storm in the imperial court. At that time, he was drugged by old concubine Jing and hated Empress Dowager Zhuang very much. He wouldn't accept her kindness at all, so the worst result was that all three sides would be defeated and injured. If there was internal trouble in a country, there would be foreign trouble. Noble consort Zhuang pleaded with the emperor to no avail, so she got up and went to Rinshou Palace. With such a big thing happening, it was impossible for Empress Dowager Zhuang not to get the news. She also expected that noble consort Zhuang would come to find her, so she didn't hide and directly asked eunuch Qin to let her in. As soon as noble consort Zhuang entered Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber, she threw herself at Empress Dowager Zhuang's feet like a madwoman, hugged Empress Dowager Zhuang's legs tightly, and cried, "Aunt, save Han or save him. Han is your grandson, your grandnephew. He has the same blood of the Zhuang family as you. Save him. Aunt, save him." Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes deeply and said, "You want me to save him? Then who will save Xiaoheng, and who will save Wenyang's?" Noble consort Zhuang quibbled. "Wenyang's death is not to be regretted. He has always had a bad character and a bad heart." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly. "Wenyang has a bad character. Your son did such a thing, yet you still have the face to criticize Wenyang's bad character and bad heart." Noble consort Zhuang said excitedly, What I said is the truth, Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily. That's not a crime worthy of death. Aunt! Noble consort Zhuang raised her head and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with grievance. Empress Dowager Zhuang also looked down at her. Well, you said that Wen Yang deserves to die. Then what about Xiao Heng? He is such a virtuous person. How did he offend people? Noble consort Zhuang's eyes flashed, and she said, He is Empress Zhao's favorite nephew. He is the legitimate son of Marquis Xinping. Aunt, Xiao family hurt us so badly. Empress Xiao and the crown prince took away everything that should have belonged to us. Han just wants to avenge himself. Can't he? Empress Dowager Zhuang clenched her fists, and her body trembled slightly. You actually think so? Noble consort Zhuang knew that she had misspoken, so she quickly corrected herself. I know, and I just said it out of anger. What I really want to say is that Han definitely didn't hurt Xiao Heng. They wronged him. They wronged Han. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. Is that so? Even the emperor wronged his own son. Noble consort Zhuang was startled at first. Then she gritted her teeth and said angrily, Aunt, you actually didn't want to save Han, because Han sent people to capture the new top scorer, who looked like Xiao Heng. Aunt treated the new top scorer much better than Han, and he was biased. Aunt didn't think about what she used to exchange for her status today. Without the Zhuang family, would Aunt be where she is today? Back then, His Majesty was suspicious of Aunt many times, and we, mother and son, were reduced to this state because of Aunt. Now, Aunt and His Majesty have buried the hatchet, and the relationship between mother and son is deep. It's a pity that Han and I have become stepping stones for all of you. Noble consort Zhuang was driven out. Empress Dowager Zhuang slumped in the chair and weakly leaned back. It was impossible for Empress Dowager Zhuang to be indifferent when something happened to Prince Ning. In any case, she had loved him. Whether it was Prince Ning or Prince Ning, they were all children she liked. If she didn't compare Prince Ning and Xiao Lulang, there wasn't much of a comparison. The two feelings were different. However, in this matter, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't favor Xiao Lulang. Prince Ning did make a mistake. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin came in with a bowl of ginseng soup. You haven't eaten for 2 days, and your complexion doesn't look good. Drink some ginseng soup to nourish your body. Otherwise, Miss Gu and Xiao Xiuzhe will worry again. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. I can't drink it. Eunuch Qin comforted. You don't have to take noble consort Zhuang's words to heart. Empress Dowager Zhuang said tiredly. She's like this in front of me. I really don't know how she teaches her children in private. I was also wrong. I gave them an illusion that they shouldn't have. She was in a high position and didn't get along with the emperor. It was inevitable that people would think that she would break with the emperor one day. Chapter 452. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. When Eunuch Qin heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Empress Dowager, you don't want to... The words delegate power came to his mouth, but he didn't say it. Empress Dowager Zhuang knew what he wanted to say. She was actually seriously considering this matter. In the past, she controlled the court. It was unclear whether it was for self-protection, for the Zhuang family, or for the country. Of course, it could just be for the small amount of money in the treasury. After all, the Empress Dowager with real power was much more profitable than the Empress Dowager without real power. But now, it seemed that she didn't need to protect herself or the Zhuang family. As for the country and the small amount of money, she was reluctant to part with money. There was no other way. There were many children at home. Eunuch Qin didn't know that his Empress Dowager's thoughts had already gone astray. He sighed, Alas, you have already warned the Zhuang family. It was the Zhuang family's appetite that was too big to be controlled. Only noble consort Zhuang alone instilled ideas in Prince Ning that he shouldn't have. How could it cause Prince Ning to go astray? Perhaps Grand Tutor Zhuang also played a role. Now they sent the child's future under the guillotine. How does His Majesty plan to deal with Prince Ning? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Eunuch Qin said, I heard that he will be removed from the throne, demoted to a commoner, expelled from the capital, and exiled to a bitter and cold place. This punishment was already a heavy blow to the emperor's most beloved eldest son. Presumably, the emperor had made this decision in the pain of having his heart dug out. He didn't ask for Empress Dowager Zhuang's opinion. It wasn't that he didn't respect Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was because he respected her too much that he didn't want her to bear the pain of punishing Prince Ning. Once the imperial edict was issued, the relationship between father and son would be broken, and they would never see each other again. It was almost no different from a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. He would bear everything. In the future, he would miss his son in countless midnight dreams and regret that his decision was too ruthless. It was his own pain. Prince Ning didn't defend himself? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. It doesn't hurt at all. Eunuch Qin sighed. In his opinion, Prince Ning's excuses were not much different from noble consort Zhuang's angry words. Prince Ning had angered the emperor, but didn't get to the point. The only way to absolve himself was to push the blame to the crown princess. It was said that she had seduced Ning Wang. Whether it was Xiao Heng or Wen Yang, it was all her idea. Ning Wang had only been bewitched by her. If necessary, he could make a false accusation that he had been poisoned by her. No matter what the truth was, their brothers were on the same side. The crown princess was still an outsider. The emperor would definitely be lenient with Ning Wang. But Prince Ning just had to sigh, forget it, he's a real man. The news that the emperor was going to depose King Ning quickly spread to the Eastern Palace. The crown princess had been locked up in her room for the past 2 days. Empress Xiao didn't come to interrogate her or punish her. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy she felt. In addition, when she heard that Prince Ning was going to be deposed, her heart was in a mess. Ning Wang was the emperor's son. If he was like this, how good could her end be? Although she wasn't the mastermind, the emperor would definitely put the blame on her for the quarrel between the brothers because of her relationship with them. She opened the door, but was stopped by the palace maids guarding the door. She said with a trace of pleading, "Let me go see the crown prince." One of the palace maids said with an expressionless face, "The empress has ordered that the crown princess can't go out." Gu Jiao didn't enter the palace these past 2 days, so she didn't know that the palace had already turned upside down. There was a fight in a gambling house in the capital. Dozens of people were injured and 8 people were seriously injured. All of them were sent to the Miracle Hall. Gu Jiao, Dr. Song, and others were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. They finished suturing all the wounds in the evening. She remembered that the medicine of Princess Xinyang should be finished, so she had to go to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Little Jing Kong was playing in his courtyard. When he heard her schedule, he put his little hands behind his back and cutely asked, "Jiao Jiao, can I go? I want to find Long Yi." He made a new friend, Long Yi. Gu Jiao didn't have any opinion. With little Jing Kong entangled with Long Yi wouldn't look for her. It was perfect. Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong to Vermilion Bird Avenue. As usual, little Sanzi drove the carriage. Long Yi. Little Jing Kong jumped out of the carriage and couldn't wait to go to the courtyard to find Long Yi. Gu Jiao went to see Princess Xinyang. Today's weather was good, so Princess Xinyang was sitting by the window. She could clearly see the scenery in the courtyard. Naturally, she could also see the little bean with a buzz cut. The little bean also saw her, so he stopped and politely greeted her, "Princess Xinyang." Princess Xinyang slightly nodded her head. The little bean didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Princess Xinyang confusedly looked at him. With his little hands behind his back, the little bean tilted his little head and looked at Princess Xinyang seriously. "You still haven't greeted me." Princess Xinyang was dumbfounded and said, "Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong happily shook his little head and went to find Long Yi. Long Yi didn't let little Jing Kong find him for too long, so he flew down from the roof. One big and one small went to cause trouble for Princess Xinyang's flowers. Princess Xinyang. Last time, these two had caused trouble together, so this time they were familiar with the way. However, Gu Jiao didn't know that these two were habitual offenders, so she thought that this was the first time. This kind of behavior must be stopped the first time. Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong across the windowsill, "Jing Kong, you can't damage other people's flowers." Little Jing Kong was a very obedient child in front of Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao always kept her words and never made things difficult for Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong stopped in a second. Okay, Jiao Jiao. Other people's troublemakers were controlled. So Princess Xinyang felt that she also had to control her own troublemaker. Otherwise, she would lose face. Princess Xinyang said to Long Yi, "You also don't pick the flowers." Long Yi really didn't pick them. He directly uprooted them. Princess Xinyang. Since she couldn't control Long Yi, Princess Xinyang was very happy. One big and one small went to the courtyard to cause trouble again. After Gu Jiao finished checking Princess Xinyang's pulse, she took out a stethoscope and put it in Princess Xinyang's lapel. Princess Xinyang looked at the hand that stretched in her clothes and then looked at the stethoscope hanging on her ear. Her expression was somewhat indescribable. "Where did you get these strange things? I've never seen a doctor like you. You shouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of me." Gu Jiao put down the stethoscope and scratched her. "This is taking advantage." Princess Xinyang lowered her head and looked at the hand on her chest. "Do you think the world is too bitter and want to go to hell?" Gu Jiao continued to pick up the stethoscope and calmly listened to her heart rate. That's right, it felt quite good. Fortunately, Princess Xinyang was immune to Long Yi's anger. Otherwise, Gu Jiao might not have been able to escape a beating. Little Jing Kong was playing crazily in the courtyard. Long Yi, come and catch me." He hid behind a tree and made a face at Long Yi. In the next second, Long Yi appeared behind him. "Yeah." Little Jing Kong's hair stood on end. He waved his little arms and ran away. "He looks very much like Aheng." Princess Xinyang looked at Little Jing Kong, who was waving his little claws and running away. "When he was young," she added, "other than his face, his demeanor and small movements are very similar." Gu Jiao? That's right. They slept in the same room every day and fought from morning to night. Princess Xinyang looked at the two people playing in the courtyard and said, "Long Yi thinks of him as a 4-year-old Xiao Heng." Oh, Gu Jiao didn't think about this. After all, Xiao Heng had already grown up. It was impossible for him to turn back into a child. However, the Shadow Dragon Guard's brain circuit seemed to be different from normal people. Long Yi could accept the existence of Xiao Heng and also accept the existence of young Xiao Heng. They didn't interfere with each other. What would happen if they both appeared at the same time? Speak of the devil. Little Sanzi's voice came from the door. Big brother Xiao, why are you here? Are you here to pick up Miss Gu? Miss Gu is inside. Xiao Luling didn't know that Gu Jiao was here. He was just passing by. But little Sanzi directly dragged him in. Long Yi, who was catching little Jing Kong, heard the movement at the door. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Luling at the door. Then he looked at little Jing Kong in front of him again. His brain crashed again. Facts proved that Xiao Luling and little Jing Kong couldn't be in the same frame. Long Yi was dumbfounded. Xiao Yulong's gaze passed through the window and met Princess Xinyang's eyes. Both of them had a complicated look in their eyes. Xiao Luling looked at Gu Jiao again. Then, he turned around and walked out of the courtyard and returned to the carriage. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes and picked up the cup of tea that had already cooled down on the table. She pretended to ask casually, "Has his hand healed?" Gu Jiao put away the stethoscope and raised her eyebrows. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Princess Xinyang said indifferently. "If you don't want to say, then forget it." Gu Jiao sighed helplessly and said, Okay, I'll say it. It hasn't healed." Princess Xinyang's fingers tightened around the teacup. Gu Jiao pointed at her fingertips and sighed. "It left a small scar. I have to apply scar ointment every day. It will take 3 months for my skin to recover." Princess Xinyang faintly looked at her. "Can't you say it all in one breath?" Gu Jiao spread her hands. "That's why I told you to ask him yourself. In any case, he can say it all in one breath." Princess Xinyang, this girl. Little Jing Kong played in the courtyard for a while. He ran into the room with his forehead full of sweat and said to Gu Jiao, Jiao, I also want a mask." Gu Jiao took out her spare mask from her small basket and handed it to him. Princess Xinyang looked at the coquettish peacock feathers on the mask, and her eyelids suddenly jumped. What kind of beauty did this girl have? "Thank you, Jiao. Little Jing Kong took the mask and ran out excitedly. Long Yi, I also have a mask." This scene suddenly reminded Gu Jiao of something. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at Long Yi in the courtyard. She asked Princess Xinyang, "Princess, why doesn't Long Yi have a tattoo on his face?" Chapter 453. Did you take off his mask? Princess Xinyang asked. The Shadow Dragon Guard's mask was not easily taken off. She didn't know whether Xiaoheng took it off or not, but the grass on the graves of other people who tried to take off Long Yi's mask was already 2 meters high. "I took it off once," Gu Jiao said truthfully. Princess Xinyang sighed slightly and didn't ask why she took it off. Since it was already taken off, there was no point in asking. However, taking off the Shadow Dragon Guard's mask is a very dangerous thing. In the future, it's best if you don't do it casually. Princess Xinyang kindly reminded. Gu Jiao nodded her head. Okay. Princess Xinyang couldn't help but look at Gu Jiao. This girl could sometimes choke people to death, and sometimes she was so obedient that she could soften people's heart. She drank a mouthful of tea and said, Long Yi's tattoo is not on his face, it's on his back. It's an azure dragon. Oh. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. It's fine if it's on his back, but it's unexpectedly a dragon? Is it because of this that he's called Long Yi? Princess, do you have other Shadow Dragon Guards? Are they also like this? Gu Jiao asked. No, only Long Yi is like this. The others all have a black tortoise tattoo on their face. Princess Xinyang said. They were the same as the Emperor's Shadow Dragon Guards. But why was Long Yi so special? Gu Jiao asked again. Are the others as good as Long Yi? Princess Xinyang shook her head again. No, Long Yi's martial arts are the highest. This was strange. Why was Long Yi's martial arts the highest? Or rather, why did the late Emperor give the Shadow Dragon Guards with the highest martial arts to Princess Xinyang? Did the late Emperor want Princess Xinyang to rebel? As if guessing Gu Jiao's doubts, Princess Xinyang faintly pulled up the corner of her lips and said, The late Emperor gave me the Shadow Dragon Guards to guard against Marquis Xianping. Gu Jiao. The heart of an emperor is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Gu Jiao paused and asked, If Marquis Xianping were to rebel, would you kill him? Princess Xinyang did not hide it. Perhaps she was tired of hiding it for so many years, or perhaps she felt that Gu Jiao would not reveal it. She said, I have to do this. Could it be that this was the reason why this couple was at odds with each other? Because there wasn't even basic trust between them? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and asked, Does Marquis Xianping know? Princess Xinyang looked down at the tea leaves in her cup. I don't know if he knows. Gu Jiao felt that with Marquis Xianping's brain, he should have guessed it. She just didn't know how he felt about marrying a princess who could kill him at any time. It was rumored that the couple did not get along, but it seemed that Marquis Xianping was very protective of Princess Xinyang. Since Princess Xinyang decided to raise Xiaoheng as her own flesh and blood, Marquis Xianping decided that Xiaoheng was his only legitimate son. Gu Jiao. Oh, I don't understand the men of ancient times. If it was to guard against Marquis Xianping, then the actions of the former emperor were reasonable. But Gu Jiao still felt that something was wrong. Gu Jiao had seen the strength of the Dragon Shadow Guards with her own eyes. A few standard versions were enough. There was no need to specially send a super version of Long Yi. Gu Jiao asked, Princess, how many Dragon Shadow Guards did the former emperor give you? Princess Xinyang said, 5. Why? At the former emperor only gave his majesty 4. The more Gu Jiao thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. It was important to guard against Marquis Xianping, but the safety of the ruler of a country was equally important. It was acceptable to give 5 to the emperor, and it was also acceptable to give half each. However, Princess Ho Xinyang and Emperor Bo were somewhat strange. Princess, are your other Dragon Shadow Guards the same as Long Yi? That? Gu Jiao pointed at her own head. Princess Xinyang understood Gu Jiao's meaning. It seemed that Long Yi had not been thoroughly tamed. She shook her head for the 3rd time. No, those Dragon Shadow Guards are not like that. Gu Jiao stared at her, and a bold guess flashed through her mind. Princess, is Long Yi really a Dragon Shadow Guard given to you by the former emperor? He didn't randomly come in, right? Could it be that a lost death warrior saw his own kind, So he ran with them in confusion? Those people couldn't beat him and couldn't get rid of him, so they could only accept their fate and let him follow them. Princess Xinyang frowned and carefully pondered for a long time, and suddenly realized, I was wondering, before the former emperor died, he clearly said that he would give me 4. How come there was one more in my hands? I thought the former emperor changed his mind at the last moment and gave me one more. Gu Jiao, so long, he really randomly came in. Ningguang's matter not only involved the Eastern Palace couple, but also the cause of Xiao Heng's death. The emperor decided to summon Princess Xinyang into the palace and personally confess this matter to her. Gu Jiao just happened to plan to enter the palace to see her great-aunt. So she rode on Princess Xinyang's luxurious carriage and entered the palace together. Originally, the emperor and Princess Xinyang didn't get along well, and now it was like sitting on pins and needles. Your Majesty. Princess Xinyang entered the study of Pure Flower's palace and slightly bowed to the emperor. The emperor opened his mouth, but didn't speak. He was worried that he would carelessly call her imperial sister. She was obviously his imperial sister. You sit. The emperor hinted Princess Xinyang to sit. Princess Xinyang sat on the chair opposite to the emperor and said neither quickly nor slowly, Your Majesty summoned me into the palace so late. Is there a matter? The emperor steeled his heart and said with a stern face, We have something to say to you. It's about Xiaoheng. On the other side, Gu Jiao, carrying a small basket, went to Rinshou Palace. Little Jing Kong went to Rinshou Palace to greet his great-aunt, and then went to find his new friend, Long Yi. He planned to introduce Long Yi to his old friend, Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu had recently moved back to Cunning Palace. Little Jing Kong didn't know and thought that he was living in East Palace. Little Jing Kong took Long Yi to East Palace to find Qin Shiyu. East Palace. Crown Princess begged the palace maids to let her out countless times, but they remained unmoved. Crown Princess said, How about this? You go and inform Crown Prince that I want to see him. The palace maid said, Crown Prince doesn't want to see anyone. Crown Princess said coldly, Is it the Empress's idea or Crown Prince's idea? Whose idea? Crown Princess doesn't even want to see him now. The palace maid's tone was not polite. Crown Princess, who was used to being sought after by everyone, couldn't accept this kind of treatment. She felt sullen, but she couldn't oppose Empress Xiao. She understood her current situation, and only Empress Xiao and Crown Prince could save her. She changed her cold expression and looked pleadingly at the two palace maids. Just treat it as helping me. Let me see the Crown Prince, okay? You helped me in my hour of need today, and I will repay you double in the future. The repayment of a Crown Princess was worth a lot. The premise was that she could keep her position as Crown Princess. The two palace maids ignored her. Crown Princess bit her lips angrily. Just when she was racking her brains to get out of this predicament, she suddenly felt dizzy, and the arm of one of the palace maids slid down. She fainted. She's not pretending to faint, is she? What if it's true? The Empress only asked us to look after her, and she didn't let anything happen to her. The Imperial Doctor is guarding Crown Prince's bed, right? Call him here. The Imperial Doctor was called over, and he felt the pulse of Crown Princess, who was lying on the bed. When he was done, his expression suddenly turned grave. Crown Princess woke up slowly and looked at the Imperial Doctor weakly. Doctor, what happened to me? Please call Imperial Doctor Chen over as well. The Imperial Doctor didn't answer Crown Princess's question, but turned to order the palace maids at the door. The palace maids frowned and went to call Imperial Doctor Chen over from Crown Prince's room. Imperial Doctor Chen was also startled after taking Crown Princess's pulse. The two looked at each other in dismay. Imperial Doctor Luo said, Imperial Doctor Chen, the pulse you took is... Imperial Doctor Chen nodded. Imperial Doctor Luo understood. He stood up, took a step back, and cupped his hands at Crown Princess, saying, Congratulations, Crown Princess. It's a pregnancy pulse. You are 1 month pregnant. I have a child? Crown Princess's shock was no less than the two Imperial Doctors. This child, it really came at the right time. The shock in Crown Princess's eyes gradually dissipated, and was replaced by joy that could not be expressed in words. She sat up and looked at the two palace maids in front of the bed. She curled her lips and said, "Did you hear that? I have the Crown Prince's flesh and blood in my stomach." The Crown Prince's first flesh and blood. Was there a better death exemption medallion in the world? Crown Princess's expression was unrestrained. "It's a son, right? Imperial doctors?" "This?" The two hesitated. How could they tell if it was a son or a daughter? Crown Princess said with a smile, "It must be. Crown Prince follows the heavenly Tao and is blessed. His first child must be a son." The two imperial doctors didn't dare to say no. Otherwise, wouldn't they be cursing Crown Prince? Crown Princess said gently, "How is my pregnancy? Do I need to take some medicine to prevent miscarriage?" Imperial Dr. Luo said, Crown Princess's pulse is healthy, and the fetus is full. It is very stable. You don't need to take any medicine to prevent miscarriage." Crown Princess smiled. "Is that so? Princess Ning has been pregnant 3 times. I don't want to be like her." Imperial Dr. Luo hurriedly said, "No, Crown Princess's pregnancy is very stable." He paused and added, "But you have to be careful after the first 3 months." The two palace maids sent by Empress Xiao were stunned at the same time. Crown Princess didn't care about the past and smiled gently. "Are you all so happy? Aren't you going to inform Imperial Mother that this consort is pregnant?" "Forget it. I will greet Imperial Mother myself." This time, the two palace maids didn't stop her. They knew that no matter what serious crime the Crown Princess committed, she could completely turn the tables with the child in her womb. It was difficult to have an heir in the palace, so it was precious. Empress Xiao was almost going crazy from waiting for Crown Prince to have a descendant. If she knew that Crown Princess was pregnant, she would protect her no matter what. Crown Princess went to Crown Prince's room first. Crown Prince was sleeping soundly after taking the calming medicine. Crown Princess raised her hand and gently caressed Crown Prince's cheek. "Your Highness, Linlang is pregnant with your child. You're going to be imperial father." Crown Princess left the Eastern Palace. She felt that the sky above her was even bluer. Even the heavens were on her side. She, when Linlang, was destined to be the mother of the world. Crown Princess brought several palace maids from the Eastern Palace to Cunning Palace. On the way, she met Gu Jiao, who was looking for little Jing Kong in the Imperial Garden. "Isn't this Dr. Gu?" Crown Princess walked over unhurriedly, glanced at Gu Jiao, and said, "Dr. Gu, are you here to pick flowers or to admire the scenery in the Imperial Garden today?" Gu Jiao didn't even bother to look at her. Crown Princess stood beside her, turned around, and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Are you very surprised that I was able to walk out of the Eastern Palace?" Gu Jiao didn't know that Crown Princess was under house arrest in the Eastern Palace by Empress Xiao, so she didn't understand why she asked this question. Crown Princess, however, thought that she was pretending to be calm. Crown Princess touched her flat belly with one hand and said, "To tell you the truth, this consort is pregnant." "Oh!" Gu Jiao was still calm. "The Crown Princess?" Crown Princess's pupils contracted, and she frowned slightly. "Dr. Gu, what do you mean? Are you trying to humiliate me? I'm the Crown Prince's consort. If the child in my belly isn't the Crown Prince's, then whose?" Gu Jiao said, "Prince Ning's?" Crown Princess gritted her teeth. "Dr. Gu, please be careful with your words." "Oh," Gu Jiao said, "I was just casually speaking. No need to be so agitated. What did it have to do with her whose child it was?" Crown Princess said seriously, "It's the Crown Prince's. Don't talk nonsense outside and ruin this consort's reputation. This consort didn't haggle over the things you did to this consort in the past because of Princess Xinyang. But if you slander the imperial bloodline, then not only will this consort not let you off, the Crown Prince and Empress Xiao won't either." As she spoke, she raised her chin, and a trace of unscrupulousness flitted across her brows. "Dr. Gu, this consort advised you not to make an enemy of this consort. You targeted this consort in everything, but didn't this consort win in the end? You said that this consort and Prince Ning are unclear, but how clean can you be, Gu Jiao? This matter was obviously done by the Chun state's hostage, But this consort knows that you also participated. You are already a married woman, but you still have an affair with the Chun state's hostage. How noble are you compared to this consort? Gu Jiao looked at her indifferently. You are dirty, so you think others are as dirty as you? Crown Princess, you. At this time, little Jing Kong and Long Yi came over after picking flowers. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and left without looking back. Being ignored was even more depressing than being talked back to. The Crown Prince consort had experienced great ups and downs in the past few days, and her rationality had completely collapsed. She held her stomach and called out, "Don't scheme against Ben Gong anymore. This consort's stomach is a death exemption gold medallion. With it, even if this consort kills you, no one will blame me." Long, he still hadn't left. He curiously looked at Crown Princess's stomach. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and slapped her stomach. Crown Princess felt pain in her stomach. Long Yi retracted his hand and glanced at her stomach with his small eyes, as if he was asking, "Now, do you still have it?" Crown Princess. Chapter 454. Dragon Shadow Guard would not make a move against people who didn't know martial arts, but Long Yi was a fake Dragon Shadow Guard. In other words, he would not abide by the rules set by the previous emperor for the Dragon Shadow Guard. This scene was truly shocking. Even the birds in the Imperial Garden did not dare to chirp. At this moment, in the royal study, the emperor was still unaware of the upheaval in the royal garden. He explained King Ning's actions to Princess Xinyang. Why did he use the word explain? The emperor was also quite confused. She was his younger sister, not his elder sister. He should be terrified to death. In the end, the emperor blamed his son for the death of Princess Xinyang's son. He felt guilty and guilty. At first, the emperor did not mention the conflict between Prince Ning and the Eastern Palace. He only said that the fire 4 years ago was not an accident and was caused by Prince Ning. As a father, he felt deeply ashamed and guilty for raising such a son. "How did your majesty know it was Prince Ning?" Princess Xinyang asked. "This?" The emperor opened his mouth and said, "We have already interrogated his subordinates. His subordinates have confessed to framing Aheng." Puzzled, Princess Xinyang asked, "Why would your majesty investigate Prince Ning for no reason? Wasn't it because Lord Ning had a dispute with the Eastern Palace and almost killed the Crown Prince? He followed the vine to find out about Lord Ning's feelings for Wen Linlang, and then followed the vine to find out what happened 4 years ago? No. Why is your focus a little off?" A trace of resentment flashed through his majesty's eyes as he was unwilling to expose his family's dirty linen. Princess Xinyang just looked at the emperor quietly. She had no intention of moving past this topic. The emperor was confused. "You don't care about the cause of your own son's death? Why do you care about my son's affairs?" The emperor had no choice but to tell him about how he found Prince Ning killing his brother at the inn. Princess Xinyang was still confused. Just because he wanted to kill the crown prince, his majesty suspects that Xiaoheng was also killed by him? If a person is bad, all the bad things are his fault? Emperor, really, if we don't talk about this, we can still be brother and sister. Wait, why aren't you wondering why Prince Ning killed the crown prince now? Is your focus always so hard to fathom? Forget it, forget it. So what if it was shameful? His own son had done something like killing his own brother. There was not much dignity to speak of. The emperor then narrated the dispute between Ning Wang and the crown princess in full detail. Princess Xinyang said, "So, the crown prince caught the two of them red-handed? Emperor, can you focus on something else?" "Well, sort of," Emperor said vaguely. Princess Xinyang fell silent. The emperor saw that she did not speak. Sure, he did not know how to comfort her. He hesitated for a while, then sighed and said, "We are very sorry about Aheng's matter. We are also very sad. Prince Ning committed an unforgivable crime. As his father, I didn't teach him well. I can't absolve myself from the blame. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just hope you don't make things difficult for yourself. You always believed that it was because you didn't look after Aheng that caused Aheng to die in the fire. Now that the truth has been revealed, It was our son who deliberately did it. It was our fault. It was Prince Ning's fault. It wasn't your fault. These words were from the bottom of the emperor's heart. Ever since Xiao Hung passed away, Princess Xinyang had been unable to recover. She had even left the sad capital. Even if the emperor's relationship with Princess Xinyang was not as good as his relationship with Princess Ningyan, she was still a younger sister closer to him than any other princess. He hoped that she would not be too upset. "Your Majesty, can I see Prince Ning?" Princess Xinyang suddenly spoke. The emperor was stunned. As the victim's family member, asking to see the murderer seemed reasonable. The emperor had no reason to refuse. "We will strip him of his status as a prince and expel him from the capital. He will be exiled to a place of bitter cold." If the emperor did not say a single word, his chest ached. This was his own son, the eldest son that he had raised. If he had to give him up just like that, who would be willing? However, it was precisely because he had tasted the pain of losing a son that he could understand the harm that Princess Xinyang had suffered. He could not ask Princess Xinyang to forgive Prince Ning. Even if Princess Xinyang wanted to kill Prince Ning, what could he say? Only Prince Ning was allowed to kill her son, but she was not allowed to avenge him? The emperor's eyes reddened. He restrained himself and said, "We will have Eunuch Wei take you there." Princess Xinyang stood up and bowed to the emperor. Led by Eunuch Wei, she went to the side chamber where Prince Ning was imprisoned. In the pitch-black side chamber, Prince Ning's hair was disheveled and his face dirty. He was in a sorry state. There was a faint green circle around his mouth, and his eyes were indifferent and dull. "Princess, please." Eunuch Wei stood outside the door and gestured to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang stepped inside. Eugene followed behind her, planning to go in as well. "Wait outside," Princess Xinyang said to Eugene. Eugene paused. "Yes." Eugene and Eunuch Wei waited outside. Seeing Princess Xinyang walk towards Prince Ning in the corner, Eunuch Wei wanted to remind her not to get too close, but he swallowed his words. If Prince Ning really wasn't afraid of death, then he should hold Princess Xinyang hostage. If he really did that, when Marquis Xianping came to investigate, even His Majesty wouldn't be able to save Prince Ning's life. Prince Ning sat on the ground in the corner, his back against the wall. His face was shrouded in a layer of shadow. His eyes were slightly closed. It was unknown whether he hadn't heard the approaching footsteps, or whether he had heard but didn't care. Princess Xinyang stopped in front of him and looked down at Prince Ning. Who were those people? Prince Ning had been locked up in Pure Flower's palace for the past few days until his body and mind were numb. He didn't pay attention to anyone, nor did he plan on paying attention to this palace servant who had suddenly come to ask him questions. But when he heard a familiar voice, he instinctively opened his eyes and saw Princess Xinyang's frosty face. Half of Princess Xinyang's face was bathed in sunlight, while the other half was shrouded in shadow. She looked cold and sinister. Prince Ning could ignore anyone, but he couldn't ignore Princess Xinyang. His gaze paused on Princess Xinyang's face for a moment. Then he lowered his eyes. "I don't understand what Anne is saying." "You don't understand? Fine. Then Anne will tell you in detail until you understand. In any case, Anne has plenty of time." Princess Xinyang sat down in the chair across from him and looked at him from afar. "Did you really have the guts to kill Xiao Hung?" Prince Ning smiled faintly. "It seems that Aunt knows everything. Whether or not I had the guts, I still killed him. Is Aunt here to denounce me? If you want to kill me, do as you please." Princess Xinyang stared at him without blinking. "You killed Xiao Hung? And then what? Just to benefit the crown prince?" Prince Ning said, "I originally planned on taking her as a secondary consort." Princess Xinyang sneered. "Is that so? Can you?" "Of course not. Grandfather wouldn't agree. Empress Dowager Zhuang and His Majesty also wouldn't agree. He wasn't like the crown prince, who would rather give up the position of crown prince to marry Wen Linlang. Empress Xiao couldn't dissuade her son, so she had no choice but to persuade His Majesty and Marquis Xianping to agree to this marriage. From the beginning, he knew that killing Xiao Hung wouldn't change anything. He and Wen Linlang could only hide in the shadows forever. Princess Xinyang analyzed for him. "You did want to kill Xiao Hung, but to kill Marquis Schwampings and my most beloved son for a shameful relationship. Qin Chuan, it's not that Anne is looking down on you, but you don't have the courage or stupidity. Unless, at this point, Princess Xinyang paused, and Prince Ning's fingers tightened. Princess Xinyang said, unless you know that he's not Marquis Schwampings and my sons, but an illegitimate son used to pretend to be one, and an illegitimate son that I want to get rid of as soon as possible. Marquis Ximping was naturally dissolute. He had 2 illegitimate sons, but that was with her consent. As for whether or not there were illegitimate children outside, she didn't care. Only Xiaoheng was exchanged with her son's life. Once she knew the truth, Xiaoheng's life and death would have nothing to do with her. Perhaps Marquis Ximping would think that she did it. That way, Prince Ning would be able to easily hide from this conspiracy. Who told you Xiaoheng's past? Princess Xinyang asked, staring at him. Prince Ning didn't recover from the shock of Princess Xinyang seeing through everything. After a while, he turned his face and said, I investigated. Princess Xinyang snorted. Why did you investigate Xiaoheng's past for no reason? Prince Ning was speechless. Princess Xinyang said lightly, don't say that you found out by accident. There's no accident in the world, and you don't have the luck. Prince Ning suddenly thought of Grand Tutor Zhuang's words. You can look down on anyone in the imperial family, but don't look down on Princess Xinyang. She was a princess who didn't have the protection of her mother and had never suffered a loss. I don't know, Prince Ning said. What do you mean you don't know? Princess Xinyang frowned. Prince Ning thought for a moment and said, that is, I don't know who those people are, but they know me. When they first approached me, they pretended to rely on me and became my aides. They really did find out some very useful information for me, so I began to value and trust them. A few months later, they said they found a clue that could bring down Marquis Ximping. I was very tempted, because Marquis Ximping is Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince's greatest support. As long as I could bring him down, I would be one step closer to the position of Crown Prince. Chapter 455. Princess Xinyang said, the clue they were talking about was Xiaoheng's past. Prince Ning nodded. That's right. They said that Xiaoheng was the son of Marquis Ximping and a female slave from the Yin Kingdom. Moreover, the real young Marquis was already dead, killed by the female slave. Marquis Ximping secretly substituted the slave's son for the princess's son. At that time, I wondered if Aunt would kill Xiaoheng in a fit of anger if she knew that she had raised the son of her enemy for 14 years. Princess Xinyang looked at him in confusion. Why didn't you tell me? Prince Ning looked into her eyes. I told you. Otherwise, who did Aunt think put the secret letter exposing Xiaoheng's past in Aunt's carriage? Princess Xinyang suddenly understood. So it was you? Prince Ning said again. After Aunt saw the secret letter, you went to Marquis Ximping to verify it, right? Princess Xinyang murmured. Yes, I went, and he admitted it. Prince Ning laughed self-deprecatingly. But Aunt didn't want to do it. I thought Aunt was soft-hearted, so I decided to do it myself. Of course, I had to have those people whispering in my ears when I made this decision. In any case, Aunt and Xiaoheng had already broken off. Whether or not Aunt did it, Marquis Ximping would blame it on Aunt. Princess Xinyang glanced at him. Did you think so yourself, or did those people say so? Prince Ning said both. Since he had already explained so much, Prince Ning didn't mind explaining a bit more. He continued, however, right after Xiaoheng died, those aides disappeared from my residence. It was at that moment that I realized that they didn't get close to me to help me or get any glory or wealth from me. They came for Xiaoheng. Of course, it could also be because of my aunt or Marquis Ximping. Xiaoheng's death was a great blow to you, and it made the already bad relationship between you two even worse. When they disappeared, I was worried that if the matter was exposed, Aunt and Marquis Ximping would suspect me, so I didn't act rashly and didn't investigate. Princess Xinyang keenly asked, then why did you dare to kill Xiaoheng this time? Did those people appear again? Prince Ning shook his head with a faint smile. I thought you would ask me how I was sure that Xiao Lulang was Xiaoheng. Forget it, it's not important. Instead, I'm curious about how you recognize Xiaoheng. Princess Xinyang said indifferently. That's not important. Prince Ning could tell that she didn't want to talk about it, but he didn't continue to ask. He was exceptionally easy to talk to today. Perhaps it was because people on the verge of death spoke kindly, so he didn't feel burdened. He said, "Okay, then I'll answer your question." Those people didn't appear. It was my own idea to kill him this time. I'm no longer the great prince from 4 years ago. I have the power to compete with Marquis Xian Ping's estate. In addition, I was also worried that you would suddenly investigate what happened 4 years ago and trace it back to me. I might as well go all the way and kill Xiao Lulang first. Princess Xinyang didn't miss any of the subtle expressions on his face. You made this decision because you thought I didn't recognize him? Prince Ning took a deep breath. Yes, I wanted to kill him before you and your son recognized each other. I wanted Xiaoheng and the secret from 4 years ago to disappear from this world forever. Princess Xinyang said, "Unfortunately, you were 1 step behind." Prince Ning smiled bitterly. "Unfortunately, you were 1 step behind." Princess Xinyang stood up and left. Before leaving, she threw him a clean handkerchief. "Wipe your face. You're a prince. Even if you're leaving, you should leave with dignity." Prince Ning looked at the handkerchief in his hand. It was a handkerchief that didn't look special at all. There was only an exquisite flower vase embroidered on one corner. The mouth of the vase was blocked by a wooden cork. Princess Xinyang stepped over the threshold and suddenly turned back. She said neither quickly nor slowly, "When I have time, I'll visit Princess Ning and the 2 little princesses." Prince Ning tightened his grip on the handkerchief. Princess Xinyang was threatening him. Either he kept his mouth shut about Xiaoheng's matter, or she would take the lives of Chu Yu, Ning Xian, and Ning Yin. After seeing Prince Ning, Princess Xinyang asked Eunuch Wei to bring a message to the emperor. She then directly left. Eunuch Wei only thought that she was recalling her son who had died early and was sad. He softly agreed. "Where's Long Yi?" Princess Xinyang asked. "It seems you want to play with Jing Kong," Yujin said. Princess Xinyang said, "Forget it, let's go back." When Long Yi had played enough, he would come back on his own. Princess Xinyang did not know that Long Yi had caused a disaster in the palace. Empress Xiao was currently ordering people to capture him. The entire inner palace had been turned upside down. Princess Xinyang returned to Vermilion Bird Street and had Yujin warm a pot of wine for her. Yujin brought the warmed wine over and was about to pour it into a cup, but Princess Xinyang directly grabbed the bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. Yujin's expression changed slightly. "Princess." After drinking a few mouthfuls, her internal organs began to burn. She sneered and said, "The one who killed Aheng was not Prince Ning. It was me." "Princess, you drink too much." Yujin reached out to grab the bottle of wine. Princess Xinyang easily avoided her hand and raised her head to take a few more mouthfuls. This time, she drank a bit too quickly, causing her to choke and tear up. Prince Ning had someone pour kerosene on the directorate and lit a candle on top of the kerosene. Once the candle burned out, the kerosene could be lit. "I noticed it, Yujin. I noticed it immediately." I put out the candle. Yujin went along with her and said, "It's good that you put it out. Listen to what I have to say." Princess Xinyang laughed self-deprecatingly. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. His birth mother killed my son, yet I helped that woman raise my son for 14 years. I have let down that dead child. I want to kill him. I want to tell him the truth, and then kill him. Yujin, Princess Xinyang sneered. In truth, I noticed long ago that someone had set their sights on him. It was the type that harbored ill intentions. There was no need for me to do anything. It was possible that he would not live for much longer, but I just hated him. I wanted to personally destroy him. Yujin advised, "Princess, don't drink anymore." How could Princess Xinyang be willing to listen to her? Thus I returned to the directorate. I blocked him in Ming Hui Hall. I told him the truth. Burp! Princess Xinyang burped, and a trace of drunkenness appeared in her eyes. Watching him slowly collapse in front of me, I felt extremely happy. I destroyed him with my own hands. I destroyed him. Big drops of tears fell from her eyes. Yujin looked at Princess Xinyang, who was unable to control herself, and felt a throbbing pain in her heart. She leaned over and gently hugged Princess Xinyang into her arms, letting her head rest on her soft chest. But Princess saved him in the end, didn't you? Yujin knew very well that if Princess Xinyang really wanted him dead, he would not have survived until now. Princess Xinyang destroyed his willpower, fed him knockout drugs, and lit a fire. This way, he would not be able to escape. The two of them would be able to go underground to atone for their sins to that poor child. Only, her heart softened. Chapter 456. In order to make the plan succeed, she sent Long Yi away. She had no choice but to extinguish the fire herself. She was also injured. After that, she carried the unconscious Xiao Heng out of the Imperial College. She thought that the matter would end here. Unexpectedly, the next day, the Imperial College spread the news that Xiao Heng had been burned to death. But Xiao Heng was clearly lying in front of her eyes. She clearly remembered that she had extinguished the fire. Then, who set the fire afterwards? She couldn't help but think of Xiao Heng lying on the ground after being drugged. He looked at the fire burning in from outside the window. When she told him about his past, he had already given up all hope. However, at that moment, his eyes were full of struggle and pleading. It was as if he was begging her to let him go. After a long time, she realized that at that time, he might not have been begging her to let him go. He might have been begging her to let that innocent youth go. He knew that the Imperial College was hiding a youth. Clearly, after she left, someone had come. She didn't remember Xiao Heng having a friend who was similar in age to her. For a moment, she couldn't guess the identity of that youth. Ningguang had only gone once. The first time, the fire oil and candles were prepared by Ningguang. However, the fire that burned that youth to death was caused by that group of people. In the end, that group of people didn't trust Ningguang. As a result, they personally made a trip. They mistook that youth in the Imperial College for Xiao Heng and burned him to death. That group of people's whereabouts were very strange. Moreover, they knew how to avoid Long Yi. She looked at Xiao Heng on the bed and suddenly thought of a plan. Young master? Suddenly, a maid's cry came from outside the door. Eugene turned her head and looked towards the direction of the door. She saw that Xiao Lulang had entered the courtyard at an unknown time. Moreover, he was standing less than 10 steps away from the windowsill. Eugene looked at Xiao Lulang in astonishment, and then looked at the Xinyang princess, who was lying on the table, drunk and unconscious. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She didn't know if Xiao Lulang had heard what Princess Xinyang had just said. Just as she decided to ask Xiao Lulang, a young eunuch suddenly appeared outside the door and hurriedly said, oh no, something has happened. Long Yi was in trouble. He killed the crown princess's fetus with one strike. Empress Xiao heard two pieces of shocking news in the palace of earthly tranquility. The first was that the crown princess was pregnant. Empress Xiao was overjoyed. Even though the crown princess had an ambiguous relationship with King Ning, she had carefully investigated Wen Linlong's whereabouts. This child was the crown prince's. The crown prince was already 23 years old. He was finally going to be a father. She was finally going to have a grandchild. But before she could be happy enough, the bad news of the crown prince consort's miscarriage came. Empress Xiao almost fell on the spot. It was Long Yi's doing. To be honest, even Gu Jiao hadn't predicted Long Yi's action. Strictly speaking, it wasn't all Long Yi's fault. The crown princess had repeatedly emphasized that the fetus in her belly was a death-free gold medallion. So Long Yi really thought it was a gold medallion. Long Yi had only broken a gold medallion. Long Yi also didn't understand why everyone wanted to catch him. Long Yi took out a small gold medallion from his bosom and handed it to the crown princess. It was as if he was saying, "Here, I'll compensate you." The crown princess was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. When Gu Jiao and Long Yi were together, it was inevitable that people would think that Long Yi had been instructed by her. Even the crown princess believed it without a doubt. She didn't believe that Gu Jiao didn't target her. Moreover, every time Long Yi was rude to her, Gu Jiao was there. This made her suspect that she had been instructing Long Yi. She spoke in a dignified manner, but secretly let Long Yi do it for her. She was truly sinister and vicious. When Empress Xiao arrived at the imperial garden, the imperial physician had also arrived. The imperial physician felt the crown princess's pulse with a solemn expression. Empress Xiao hurriedly asked, "Imperial physician, how is it?" The imperial physician cupped his hands and said regretfully, "Empress, the fetus is gone." "Impossible." "Imperial physician Luo, didn't you just say that my pulse was very good? Is this fetus very stable? Otherwise, how could she have the courage to get out of bed and look for Empress Xiao?" The imperial physician thought in his heart, "You can't stop yourself from courting death. Why did you have to come out? You were hit by the secret guard, and the fetus in your belly was also gone." Imperial physician Luo didn't dare to say this. Empress Xiao was furious. She looked at Wen Linlang coldly. "You can't even keep a child." This wasn't a case like Princess Ning's weak body. She was obviously pregnant with a good lover. The loss of this child was too depressing. Empress Xiao even had the heart to kill Wen Linlang. Of course, if it was in the past, Empress Xiao wouldn't be so ruthless. But now that the matter between Wen Linlang and Princess Ning was exposed, Empress Xiao couldn't wait to kill her. Wen Linlang was right. This child was indeed her golden ticket to avoid death. For the sake of the child, Empress Xiao would protect her from the emperor. But look at what Wen Linlang had done. Wen Linlang certainly couldn't take the blame. Empress Xiao would hate her to death. She pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "Mother, it's her." She asked this secret guard to hurt the fetus in my belly. Little Jing Kong stomped his feet. "Nonsense. Jiao Jiao didn't do it." The huge noise alarmed Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin rushed over with the palace servants. Gu Jiao asked Fei Cue to take little Jing Kong away first. Then she said to the crown princess, "Do you have the guts to say what you just said to me in front of the empress again?" The crown princess choked. Gu Jiao said, "You don't dare to say it? Fine, I'll say it for you. Dr. Gu, I've advised you not to be my enemy. You've always targeted me, but didn't I win in the end? You said that I have an ambiguous relationship with Prince Ning, but how clean can you be, Gu Jiao? This matter was obviously done by the Qin state's hostage, but I know that you're also involved. You're already a married woman, but you still have an affair with the Qin state's hostage. How noble are you compared to me? Stop scheming to deal with this consort. The fetus in my belly is a golden ticket to avoid death. With it, even if I kill you, no one will blame me." "What? Do you still think you're innocent?" The crown princess's expression changed. When Empress Xiao saw the crown princess's expression, she knew that Gu Jiao was telling the truth. She didn't expect that the crown princess could be so arrogant. From her words, it seemed that she and Gu Jiao had disagreements for a long time. She dared to show off in front of Gu Jiao. Did she think that the fetus in her belly had a long life? It was true that the one who caused her to have a miscarriage was the culprit, but she who gave others a chance was not innocent. Empress Xiao said to Gu Jiao, "Dr. Gu, you can go. Leave this guard here." For the sake of Empress Dowager Zhuang and His Majesty, she believed the little guy's words for the time being. She believed that it was not Gu Jiao who ordered it. But this guard took the initiative to kill the crown prince's child. She wouldn't let him go. "Empress!" Eunuch Qin wanted to plead. In fact, he didn't know Long Yi, but Gu Jiao spoke for Long Yi, which meant that he was on their side. Empress Xiao said coldly, "Eunuch Qin, even if this matter is brought to the Empress Dowager, I still want him to pay with his life." Eunuch Qin naturally understood that Empress Xiao's request was not excessive. As the Empress said, if they really went to Rinshou Palace, Empress Xiao would be in the right. Gu Jiao would not leave Long Yi behind. She felt that with her and Long Yi's strength, escape was the best of the 36 stratagems. Who would have thought that Empress Xiao would directly order 1,000 imperial guards to come? That was really Gu Jiao. Is it necessary to be so hardcore? "Dr. Gu, if you want to go, I will let you go. But if you want to accompany him to die, I will not stop you." After Empress Xiao finished speaking to Gu Jiao, her eyes fell on Long Yi's mask, I want this person's life. Empress Xiao was really angry. Of course, Long Yi could escape, but what would happen after that? The crown princess knew that he was the secret guard of Princess Xinyang. Empress Xiao could directly send the imperial guards to Vermilion Bird Avenue to encircle Long Yi. Would Empress Xiao give face to Princess Xinyang? Gu Jiao guessed that she might not. Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping were cold, and Empress Xiao was not to be outdone. This time, perhaps no one would be able to calm Empress Xiao's anger. Could it be that she really wanted Long Yi to escape from the capital and never appear again? Gu Jiao subconsciously leaned towards Long Yi and looked at Empress Xiao. Empress, just as she opened her mouth, a familiar figure came from not far away. It was Xiao Lulang. He leaned on the newly made cane she had made for him. He was limping, and his steps were somewhat anxious. A person who had been missing for so long suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Except for Gu Jiao, Long Yi, and eunuch Qin, everyone showed an inconceivable expression. Empress Xiao looked at this youth who looked similar to her nephew. She frowned and did not speak. She did not even intend to pay attention to him. Kill him. She was talking about Long Yi. After leaving this order, she turned and left. Xiao Lulang quickened his steps and arrived behind her. He was stopped by eunuch Su. He looked at the cold back of Empress Xiao, opened his mouth, and said, "Aunt." Empress Xiao trembled all over. Chapter 457. What are you shouting for? Who is your aunt? Eunuch Su scolded in a low voice. Don't think that you can come here and claim relatives just because you look a little like the young Marquis. What would happen if the palace people heard this? Xiao Lulang looked at Empress Xiao, who stopped in her tracks. Empress Xiao did not turn around. His throat moved, and he said with difficulty, "Has the sapling that Aheng planted in Aunt's bedroom grown taller?" "Aheng, what are you doing?" "I am planting a tree. I want to plant a very, very big tree for Aunt. Spring is here. The tree will bloom many, many flowers. Peony flowers, Chinese peony flowers, morning glory. Autumn is here. The tree will bear many, many fruits. Dates, peaches, pears, and chestnuts." "Chestnuts? Who taught you to say this? Also, you have so many flowers and so many fruits. Are they all from this tree?" "Yes." "You can't. Other people's small trees can't, but Aheng's tree can." The little bean confidently patted his small chest and began to plant trees in Kuan-Ning Palace while sweating profusely. Xiao Lulang choked. Aheng planted trees for Aunt. Did they bear dates, peaches, pears, and chestnuts? Aheng. It was her Aheng. Empress Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Lulang with red eyes in disbelief. How could it be? Wasn't Aheng already dead? She even saw the corpse. If he was Aheng, why didn't she hear her eldest brother mention it? Why didn't he come to find her after entering the palace so many times? What the hell is going on? Empress Xiao walked towards Xiao Lulang in a daze. Eunuch Su glanced at his master with a complicated expression and tactfully retreated to the side. He also dismissed the irrelevant palace servants to a distance of 30 feet. Empress Xiao came in front of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Yolang's eyes were red, but he held back his tears. Empress Xiao raised her hand and carefully touched his cheek. Tears fell down. "Are you really Aheng?" "You." Her fingertip fell on his right eye. "What about this mole?" "It's gone," Xiao Lulang said. Empress Xiao choked with tears. "How could it be gone? What exactly happened at that time? Tell Aunt." Xiao Lulang did not know where to begin. He didn't know how this mole disappeared. When he woke up, he was lying in a shabby inn. Beside him was Xiao Yolang's elder brother, Xiao Su. "Aheng, Aheng, don't get angry with Long Yi." Aheng, Empress Xiao was so angry that she pounded Xiao Lulang with her fist, tears streaming down her face. "You disgraceful thing. If you don't plead for him, you won't recognize me." The people on the other side didn't know what had happened. They just saw Xiao Lulang say something to Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao was so emotional that she cried and beat him. But people with discerning eyes could see that she didn't use much strength. Without waiting for people to figure out what happened between Empress Xiao and Xiao Lulang, Eunuch Su, the trusted aide of Empress Xiao, walked over with a horsetail whisk. He said to the imperial guards, "The Empress has ordered that there is nothing for you here. You can go." Imperial guards, what? The crown princess panicked. Others didn't know what was going on, but how could she not see it? Xiao Heng clearly recognized Empress Xiao. He didn't recognize anyone after returning to the capital for so long, but he recognized Empress Xiao at this juncture. Why? Was it because of this woman and this imperial guard? Just a moment ago, she slandered Gu Jiao. Now, Gu Jiao had become the wife of Empress Xiao's most beloved nephew. She didn't dare to think about how Empress Xiao would deal with her. The crown princess fainted on the spot. She didn't know whether it was because of the weakness caused by the miscarriage or because she was frightened by the consequences she would have to bear. Empress Xiao brought Xiao Luling back to Cunning Palace. Originally, she also wanted to bring Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was taken away by Long Yi. Empress Xiao dismissed the servants and pulled Xiao Luling to sit in her room to talk. The window was wide open. From the angle of the two people, they could clearly see Xiao Luling. No, it should be said that it was the sapling planted by Xiao Heng when he was young. It was an orange tree. It couldn't bear dates, peaches, pears, or chestnuts. The taste of the oranges it bore was actually not good. Empress Xiao burst into laughter through tears. "The oranges you planted are really bad." Empress Xiao was eager to know what happened in the past, but Xiao Heng couldn't tell her. Empress Xiao's eyes fell on the cane beside the chair. "What's wrong with your leg? Is it the injury from 4 years ago?" "No." Xiao Luling shook his head. "It was the injury from saving Feng Lin. In a big fire, someone died because of him. In another big fire, someone was born because of him. His leg was lame, but the sin in his body seemed to have been redeemed a little. Although he still couldn't wash away all the sin, he could slowly pay it back in pain for the rest of his life." Xiao Luling, "At this matter," Empress Xiao said, "I understand. Although I don't know why you did this, I think you must have your own difficulties. When you are willing to tell me, you can come to me." Neither of them mentioned Wen Linlong's matter. Let bygones be bygones. The reason why Empress Xiao agreed to this marriage was that she really thought Xiao Heng had passed away. Otherwise, she would break the crown prince's leg rather than allowing him to snatch the fiancé from her cousin. Empress Xiao patted the back of his hand. "I won't tell anyone about your matter." "Don't worry." "Thank you, Aunt." Xiao Luling got up and left. As soon as he left the Qingquan Palace, Empress Xiao called her trusted secret guard. "Go and inform my brother that Ahing is still alive." The secret guard said, "Master, didn't you promise him that you won't tell anyone?" Empress Xiao said sternly, "When has my brother been a human?" The secret guard, "This was the worst time that Marquis Xin Ping was slandered. Prince Ning must be punished, but it was up to the emperor to decide what kind of crime to punish him. Dirty linen should not be aired in public." The private contact between Prince Ning and the crown princess was not disclosed, but when Yang and Xiao Heng were both killed by Prince Ning. The announced motive was to attack the crown prince. One was the crown prince's brother-in-law, and the other was the crown prince's cousin. No matter how one looked at it, Prince Ning was indeed targeting the people around the crown prince. Wen Yang did not have a good reputation, but the young marquis was famous all over the world. He was the white moonlight in many people's hearts. Hearing that he was killed by Prince Ning, the people were all against him. Naturally, there were also those who spoke up for Ning Wang, believing that the current emperor had been deceived. Prince Ning is such a noble and upright person. How could he do such a vicious thing? Is it possible that someone is targeting Prince Ning? I hope His Majesty will not listen to slander and let Prince Ning be wronged. Could it be the crown prince? Think about it. The crown prince married the young marquis's fiancée. If the young marquis didn't die, could he marry Miss Wen? As for Wen Yang, he is the crown princess's brother on the surface, but he is not a good person at all. Killing him is helping the crown princess vent her anger. There were more and more people on the streets who defended Prince Ning. It was unknown whether it was the will of the people or someone deliberately guiding them. But what was certain was that the emperor had no intention of pardoning Prince Ning, no matter what the public opinion was. Grand Tutor Zhuang asked to see the emperor, but was directly refused. Grand Tutor Zhuang went to Rinshou Palace. hoping that Empress Dowager Zhuang could order the emperor to pardon Prince Ning. Order? Empress Dowager Zhuang was so angry that she laughed. Since when can Aijia's words command the emperor? Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. Hasn't the Empress Dowager always done this? Haven't the Empress Dowager and the emperor done a lot of things over the years? Why is it that the Empress Dowager's words are ineffective when it comes to Prince Ning? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with burning eyes. You know better than me how Prince Ning fell to his current state. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly. Prince Ning has the will of the emperor and the power of the emperor. Why can't I support him? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him coldly. The power of the emperor you speak of is seizing your younger brother's wife and disregarding human life. Grand Tutor Zhuang was Prince Ning's maternal grandfather after all. There were some things that the people didn't know, so how could he not know? He didn't exonerate Prince Ning. Instead, he clenched his fists and said, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Empress Dowager, you told Aijia this. Is Empress Dowager planning to slap her own mouth now? Empress Dowager Zhuang said carelessly. So what? Grand Tutor Zhuang choked. Then his eyes gradually became disappointed. Empress Dowager, you have changed. Ever since you got close to Xiao Lulang, you no longer care about the Zhuang family. This kind of provocation was useless on Empress Dowager Zhuang. She said sternly, don't talk about Xiao Lulang with Aijia. Do you want Aijia to feel guilty or something? This trick is useless on Aijia. Whoever Aijia wants to favor is Aijia's business. Whoever Aijia wants to leave out is also Aijia's business. Don't think that Aijia is really sinful and sorry to the Zhuang family just because Aijia criticized Aijia. Aijia has done enough for the Zhuang family these years. Also, didn't Aijia warn you long ago that the house behind you will collapse? The right thing to do is to retreat, but you insist on going your own way. Who gave Prince Ning the courage? Who increased Prince Ning's power? Who is determined to push Prince Ning into the vortex of fighting for the throne? Now you know to protect him. When you push him to fight for the throne, didn't you think it would kill him? To put it bluntly, Empress Dowager just wants to ignore Prince Ning. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled coldly. I want to know, if the person who was demoted today was Xiao Lulang, would Empress Dowager just stand by and do nothing? Empress Dowager Zhuang said domineeringly. What a coincidence. Aijia also wants to know. Grand Tutor Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who would never respond well. Before Grand Tutor Zhuang left, he looked deeply at Empress Dowager Zhuang. I hope Empress Dowager won't regret everything you've done in the future. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes turned cold. Aijia also says the same thing to you. Chapter 458. The novel is updated faster. There are all the novels that you can't find on the internet. Prince Ning was sentenced in September. He was deposed as a prince and demoted to a commoner. He was only exiled. He found a mansion outside the capital, which was a disguised confinement. This was the result after Empress Dowager Zhuang showed mercy. If Grand Tutor Zhuang really missed him, he could visit him often. If Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't give up and continued to incite Prince Ning, the secret guard sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang wouldn't be merciful. Since ancient times, when a prince was demoted, his family would not be spared. However, what was surprising was that Ning Wang actually gave Ning Wang Fei a letter of divorce. Prince Ning asked Rui Wang and his wife to send the divorce letter. Rui Wang was a man. He didn't know how to speak to Princess Ning, let alone how to comfort her. Princess Rui Wang asked him to wait outside while she talked to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. She entered the room. Princess Ning was sitting by the window reading a book. Her sister-in-law had the habit of reading books. Princess Rui Wang was not surprised. She thought that her sister-in-law might not be in a good mood now, so she didn't dare to walk over as usual. Instead, she stood quietly at the door and waited for her sister-in-law's response. Princess Ning's reaction was a little slow today. She turned her head after a while. Seeing that it was Princess Rui Wang, she was not too surprised. She said, "You're here. Come and sit down." Princess Rui Wang walked to the opposite side of Princess Ning and sat down. No servant came to serve tea, for a long time. Princess Ning realized something and laughed at herself. I forgot that all the servants in the mansion were dismissed. As she spoke, she picked up the teapot and poured tea for Princess Rui Wang. Let me do it, sister-in-law. Princess Rui Wang stood up quickly and wanted to take the teapot in her hand. No need. I can still pour a cup of tea. Princess Ning pushed her hand away and poured a cup of cold tea for Princess Rui Wang. Forget it. Don't drink it. It's cold. It's okay, sister-in-law. Consort Rui Wang blocked Princess Ning's hand that came to take her cup. I don't like to drink hot. It was not to comfort Princess Ning. It was because she had become afraid of heat after she got pregnant. However, the nannies in the mansion did not allow her to drink cold food. Rui Wang would occasionally secretly give her a few sips to satisfy her craving. Some things are really God's will. Princess Ning smiled bitterly and withdrew her hand. Rui Wang Fei froze for an instant. She realized that she was referring to her pregnancy. Ever since Ning Wang Fei was pregnant with her first child, she had paid extra attention. Her clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all done according to the requirements of the imperial physicians and mamas. But in the end, none of the 3 children were saved. Sister-in-law, does the child have anything to do with Big Brother? Consort Rui Wang already knew everything. She didn't even have the strength to scold when Lin Lang. She never expected her brother to be such a person and do such a thing. Consort Rui Wang was also very surprised. He locked himself in the study for 3 days and 3 nights. The blow he received was no less than that of the Crown Prince. Everyone had a belief in their heart, and there was no doubt that Prince Ning was Rui Wang's belief. Now, this belief collapsed with a loud bang. Princess Ning shook her head. If you mean he drugged me and caused me to have a miscarriage, then no, but Rui Wang Fei had more or less guessed the rest. But she had already known about Ning Wang and Wen Lin Lang. While she was pregnant, she endured the relationship between the two. Under the strong depression, she gave birth prematurely. Sister-in-law, don't be sad. You are still young and have a long way to go. Consort Rui Wang took out a piece of paper and a divorce letter from her wide sleeve and handed it to Princess Ning, saying, "This is what Big Brother asked us to send to you. Sister-in-law, sign it and you are no longer Princess Ning. You don't have to be implicated with him." Speaking of this, Consort Rui Wang's heart was complicated. She felt that Big Brother really did something wrong, but she had a whole new level of respect for him on the matter of freeing her sister-in-law. Big Brother actually had her sister-in-law in his heart, but he was blinded by hatred and interests and couldn't see his own heart clearly. He thought that he was just pretending to respect her sister-in-law, but he didn't know that this person had already walked into the depths of his heart. On the other hand, Wen Lin Lang was just the unwillingness of Big Brother when he was young. It was the proof that he controlled his desire to conquer. Princess Ning looked at the folded divorce letter and didn't immediately open it. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "Qian, do you know? I was attracted by his appearance and temperament when I first saw him when I was 13 years old. I loved this man for 11 years. He liked women who were scholarly and elegant. No matter how much I hated reading, I always pretended that he liked reading. I also secretly thought that I couldn't catch up with Wen Lin Lang in appearance, but at least in terms of talent, I would work harder and not lose too much to her." Consort Rui Wang said angrily, "Sister-in-law, that woman doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as you. There's no point in saying this now." Princess Ning smiled and said to Consort Rui Wang, "Don't call me sister-in-law in the future. I'm no longer a member of the imperial family." It had nothing to do with the divorce letter, but because Qin Chuan was no longer a prince. "Sister-in-law," Consort Rui Wang couldn't help but call her again. Princess Ning, to be precise, should be called Chu Yu. Chu Yu said to Consort Rui Wang, "Go back. It's bad luck here." Consort Rui Wang looked at her with heartache. "Father said that you can stay for a few more days." Chu Yu smiled as if nothing had happened. "It's not like I don't have anywhere to go." Consort Rui Wang opened her mouth. "Sister-in-law." "No, Sister Chu." No, it's awkward if I don't call you sister-in-law." Chu Yu said, "Then just call me that. It's just a name." Why don't you move to Rue Wang's residence? Consort Rue Wang suggested. She had mentioned this to Rue Wang on the way here, and Rue Wang had no objections at all. However, Rue Wang actually guessed that Chuyu wouldn't agree. He didn't say it in front of his wife because he was worried that his wife would think that he was petty. Chuyu shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I have somewhere to go. Ah, right, you came at the right time. Miss Gu left something with me when she was treating me last time. Help me return it to her. Okay. Consort Rue Wang's eyes were red when she came out of the room. Rue Wang's heart ached, but he didn't know how to comfort her. He had suffered a great blow, but fortunately, Qian and the child in her belly were by his side. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to hold on. The two of them went to the medical center, and Consort Rue Wang personally handed the brocade box that Chuyu asked Rue Wang to bring to Gu Jiao. Sister-in-law said that you accidentally left it when you were treating her last time. Gu Jiao understood. Got it, thank you. After the two of them left, Gu Jiao opened the brocade box. Lying inside was a death exemption gold medallion. Gu Jiao prepared for the worst about Prince Ning's matter. She gave the death-free gold medallion to Princess Ning in hopes that it would save her from the whirlpool. Of course, Gu Jiao also thought that Princess Ning might use this medallion to save Prince Ning. In the end, she didn't choose either path. No one knew whether Princess Ning signed the divorce papers or not. On the second day after Prince Ning was imprisoned, she disappeared from the capital. Let me go. Let me go. I want to see the crown prince. You still want to see the crown prince? Shut her mouth. At Eunuch Su's order, two strong nannies immediately pressed Wen Linlang to the ground and stuffed her mouth with strips of cloth. She couldn't scream anymore and could only make weak whimpering sounds. Eunuch Su waved his horsetail whisk and said, "The Empress ordered that the crown princess has contracted a serious disease and should go to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate immediately." Wen Linlang shook her head desperately. She wasn't sick. She didn't want to go to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate. Everyone knew what would happen if she went to recuperate. In less than a year and a half, she would die of a serious illness in the temporary imperial residence. Empress Xiao tried her best to cover up the crown prince's shame. Prince Ning had just been demoted. At this critical moment, the crown princess was sentenced for some crime, which would easily cause people to have wild thoughts. Only the excuse of recuperating was perfect. When Linlang was dragged into the carriage rudely. At the moment of leaving the palace, Gu Jiao happened to come out of the imperial palace. Eunuch Su and others hurriedly bowed to Gu Jiao respectfully. Dr. Gu, when Linlang was pressed to the ground in a sorry state. Where was her former glory? She glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. Are you satisfied? You've ruined everything I've painstakingly built. You've achieved your goal. However, Gu Jiao only glanced at her indifferently. She recognized her, but there wasn't a trace of pride in her eyes. She looked at her calmly, as if she was looking at an unrelated passerby. Even the details of how she had angered Gu Jiao in the past seemed to have been forgotten by Gu Jiao. It was at this moment that when Linlang suddenly realized that Gu Jiao wasn't pretending to be aloof. She really didn't care about her. This wasn't because of Gu Jiao's kindness and tolerance. It was purely because she didn't catch Gu Jiao's eye. Gu Jiao had already stood at a height that she couldn't reach. She was like a mighty warrior looking at the blue dome of heaven. How could she pay attention to whether or not there was a little bug stinging her under her feet? This analogy was actually a bit exaggerated, but Gu Jiao really didn't care about Wen Linlang. Wen Linlang didn't understand. How was she worse than Gu Jiao? Other than her lack of medical skills, what else did she lose to Gu Jiao? Not to mention that she was devastatingly beautiful. But Gu Jiao had such an unsightly face. Wasn't Gu Jiao afraid at all? Gu Jiao walked out of the palace magnanimously. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also a bit arrogant. Chapter 459. After Gu Jiao left the palace, she directly went to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Princess Xinyang's first course of treatment had already ended. The effect was pretty good, so she was about to start the second course. Gu Jiao took out the medicine from the small medicine box and put it in a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Princess Xinyang. Neither of them mentioned the matter of the imperial palace. In fact, even if they didn't mention it, Princess Xinyang had already heard about it. After all, she also had some old people in the palace. When necessary, they would send news to her. For example, last time when the imperial guards captured Long Yi, it was her old subordinates who tipped her off. But at that time, she was drunk. It was Xiao Lulang who entered the palace and calmed Empress Zhao's anger. Needless to say, it was definitely because he confessed his identity to Empress Xiao. More and more people knew his identity. This paper ball couldn't contain the fire anymore. Princess, what are you thinking about? Gu Jiao noticed Princess Xinyang's absent-mindedness. Nothing. Princess Xinyang came back to her senses and looked at the medicine bottles on the table. Is this all? It seems there's one bottle less than last time. Gu Jiao explained. Princess's heart disease is getting better. You don't need to take the other medicine. Princess Xinyang nodded. Yujin walked over and took the medicine bottles. Gu Jiao planned to get up and leave. Princess Xinyang hesitated and called out to her. What happened to his leg? Gu Jiao looked at her and said, Princess, do you want to ask how his leg was injured? Or do you want to ask if his leg can be treated effectively? Princess Xinyang said, both. Gu Jiao placed the small basket back on the table. He was injured while trying to save someone. About 2 years ago, he didn't receive proper treatment at first, causing his right foot to be disabled. Every step he took was as painful as a needle piercing his heart. Princess Xinyang's hand tightened. Gu Jiao continued. About a year later, he underwent surgery to correct the injury on his right leg. But because he was lame for too long, his right leg muscles were weak and he still couldn't walk. He used half a year to rehabilitate. The rehabilitation process is very tiring. Princess Xinyang's eyelashes trembled slightly. Then why isn't it better? The wounds on your body have healed. Gu Jiao pointed at her chest. Even my scalpel can't do anything about it. Lord Ning's demotion had caused a great disturbance in the capital city. Grand Tutor Zhuang intended to manipulate the people's hearts and tried to use public opinion to confuse the truth. However, Empress Xiao was not to be trifled with. No matter how much money your Grand Tutor Zhuang gave me, I'll give you 3 times that. At least she wasn't as stingy as her brother. The final beneficiary of the matter of manipulating the hearts of the people was the old chancellor. He would write a whitewashing story for whoever he took the money from and sell it to the waiter and storyteller in the tea house. The lines he wrote were logical and meticulous, with profound meanings expressed in simple terms. His choice of words and sentences were appropriate, and he had a strong sense of immersion. He was well received by the tea house staff and storytellers. Empress Xiao successfully defeated Grand Tutor Zhuang with her character of squandering money like water, which was completely different from her brother's, and obtained the old chancellor's ultimate whitewashing set meal. Of course, old chancellor didn't use his real name to get in touch with both parties. The 3 parties used the study room as their contact point. Old Chancellor played 2 roles and used the identity of 2 writers to get in touch with both parties. Empress Xiao thought that the writer she found was better, but in fact, it was just that the money was in place. The old Chancellor made a small profit. He patted his bulging pouch that was filled with banknotes. He didn't have to worry about Zhuang Jin's robbing his private stash anymore. Then, as soon as he entered the room, he was robbed. The old Chancellor. Oh, my banknotes haven't even warmed up yet. Lord Ning's case caused a great uproar. In comparison, the news that the crown princess suddenly went to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate due to a serious illness seemed to be calmer. In fact, whether it was Lord Ning or Wen Linlang, they didn't have much to do with Bisui Alley. What they cared about most was that child Lulang. Recently, that child seemed to have lost weight again. Annie Lu came to ask, Annie Hua, what's wrong with your Lulang? I saw that he had a lot on his mind several times when I came to visit. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Alas, he misses his mother. Ah, he has a mother. Annie Lu and the neighbors had never seen or heard this family mention it. She thought that Xiao Lulang was a child without a mother. Is his mother pretty? His father was pretty. Annie Lu thought of Marquis Xianping and thought that he was better looking than Annie Hua's son. In fact, no one told her that Marquis Xianping and Xiao Lulang were father and son. However, when they stood together, no one would think that they weren't. Not bad. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought about it and said, Princess Xinyang inherited the beauty of the late emperor and consort Yu. Even Ning and couldn't compare to her. Annie Hua, what do you think of me? Annie Lu posed. I'm not a coward, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at her. You're the first person in the capital who dares to compare beauty with Princess Xinyang. Empress Dowager Zhuang admired her courage and nodded. Yes, you're not a coward. Annie Lu straightened her back and snorted. If his mother doesn't want him, I'll be his mother. If she dares to come, I'll compete with her. As soon as she finished speaking, a carriage stopped in front of her. A woman wearing a green cloak slowly stepped out of the carriage. Annie Lu usually only looked at men's faces. However, she was shocked by the other person's appearance and bearing. How could someone be so good-looking? If Eugene's appearance stunned Annie Lu, then when Eugene stood still and helped Princess Xinyang out of the carriage, Annie Lu was petrified on the spot. The all-powerful Empress Dowager Zhuang was calm. She patted Annie Lu's arm. Here, the person you want to compete with is here. Auntie Lu. When Princess Xinyang saw Empress Dowager Zhuang, she was slightly shocked. She wasn't shocked that she was here, but that she was dressed like a common old lady. She even crossed her legs and leisurely ate melon seeds. Even when she saw her, she didn't have the slightest intention of restraining herself. At first glance, she knew she was experienced. Princess Xinyang had never seen this Empress Dowager Zhuang before. She had always believed that people in power had two faces, but it was really surprising that she was so different from what she appeared to be. Princess Xinyang quickly put away her surprise and went forward to bow slightly. In the presence of neighbors, she didn't expose Empress Dowager Zhuang's identity. She opened her mouth. The West Room. Empress Dowager Zhuang ate melon seeds and didn't even raise her eyelids. The West Room was easy to find. Princess Xinyang thanked Empress Dowager Zhuang and stepped into the central room. She turned and went to the West Room. The door to the West Room was ajar. Xiao Lulang was sitting behind the desk, studying the Yin Kingdom's arithmetic book. At first, Gu Jiao thought that the book was about advanced mathematics, but after carefully flipping through it, she realized that it wasn't just advanced mathematics. It covered a wide range of fields. Some of the contents were from the book, while others were like small notes that the book's owner had casually jotted down. Xiao Lulang hadn't been to the Hanlin Academy these days. He had been studying this in the study. He was so engrossed in his study that he didn't even notice that someone had come. Princess Xinyang quietly walked into the room and looked at the furnishings. It was not worth mentioning compared to the Vermilion Bird Avenue and the Princess Mansion, but there was a touch of warmth and bookishness in the clean and simple room. The warmth came from the small, messy boxes on the ground. Little Jing Kong was messing with his things again. He had no place to put his things, so he had to rummage through the boxes and cabinets to find them. However, it was this seemingly out-of-place mess that made this silent and cold room have a trace of a home. Xiao Yolong's desk was now divided into 3 parts. The largest part was occupied by little Jing Kong. As for the other 2 parts, one was Xiao Yolong's private area, and the other was his and little Jing Kong's common area. The little guy had also drawn a line on the desk. Just looking at the line on the desk, Princess Xinyang couldn't help but think of the big one and the little one fighting for territory. Princess Xinyang couldn't hide the bitterness in her heart. The young duke, who could buy all the desks in the world with a lift of his finger, was wrong to share a desk with a little kid in a place like this. However, perhaps because of his cooking experience, she was more receptive than before. Xiao Lulang didn't raise his head until he finished the math problem in his hand. It had been half an hour since Princess Xinyang entered the room. Xiao Lulang looked at Princess Xinyang, who was quietly looking at him from across the desk. A trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. "Can I say a few words to you? I'll leave after that," Princess Xinyang said with a normal expression. Xiao Yolong's eyes flashed slightly. He paused and said, "Okay." Princess Xinyang turned around and closed the door. Then she sat down across from Xiao Lulang. The afternoon sun shone quietly through the window. In the courtyard, the neighbors were gossiping about whose wife was about to give birth and whose cat was missing. It made the west room even quieter. They hadn't sat together like this for 4 years, and both of them were a little uncomfortable. However, this discomfort came from the breakdown of their relationship as mother and son. Neither of them knew what the other was thinking, nor did they know if they should continue to maintain their relationship. Finally, Princess Xinyang spoke first. Tell me about your experience. Where did you go after leaving the capital? Chapter 460. Xiao Lulang was silent. It wasn't clear if he didn't want to answer, or if he didn't want to answer. Princess Xinyang said, "Forget it, I'll go first." Xiao Lulang sneered. "What do you want to say? That you don't want me, don't want to see me, and don't even want me to appear in the capital. So you came here to drive me away? I don't even have the right to stay in the capital anymore, right?" Princess Xinyang's pupils constricted violently. She looked at him in disbelief, but at the same time, it was reasonable. She lowered her eyes, hiding the complex emotions that flashed through them. "I'm not here to drive you away. I just want to talk to you about what happened 4 years ago." Xiao Lulang turned his face away. "I don't want to talk." Princess Xinyang didn't seem to hear his refusal at all. Minding her own business, she said, "Where should I start? Why don't we start with Xiao Su's younger brother?" Xiao Su. This name was like a hammer, striking his sealed sea of consciousness. The memories suppressed in the depths of his mind surged forth. Xiao Su's mother was Chun Yun's mother. He only had one younger brother in the world, and that was the real Xiao Lulang. Princess Xinyang said, when Chun Yun's mother passed away, she had her eldest son take his younger brother to the capital to find their father. Unfortunately, the servants of the Marquis Manor refused to let them in. No one believed them, and no one was willing to report for them, until they met the young chancellor from the Imperial College, the young Marquis of Zhaodu, Xiao Heng. As she spoke of Xiao Heng, her eyes fell unblinkingly on Xiao Liulang's face. Xiao Liulang's thin lips pursed tightly, and his fists clenched slightly. He didn't look at Princess Xinyang's gaze. Princess Xinyang stared at him. Xiao Heng has a kind nature. After hearing about Xiao Liulang's past, not only did he not look down on him, he was moved by his miserable experience. Xiao Lulang recalled the first time he had seen Xiao Su and the real Xiao Lulang. That was a face that was somewhat similar to his own. His clothes were tattered, and he was cowering in a corner outside the Marquis's estate. Curious, he walked over and asked, "Who are you?" My name is Xiao Lulang. This is my travel permit. This is..." He took out the token that Marquis Xianping had given to Chun Yun's mother. It was an old-fashioned token that Marquis Xianping had replaced 10 years ago. However, Xiao Heng still recognized that it was the true token of Marquis Xianping's estate. Xiao Heng asked strangely, "How come you have the token of the Marquis of Xianping's estate?" The youth looked at him timidly, so nervous that he stuttered, My mother gave it to me. She told me to take the token and come to the capital to find my father. But they didn't let me and my brother go in." Xiao Heng made a sound of surprise and asked in bewilderment, "He's your brother? You two don't look alike. You look more like me." "Ah!" The youth was dumbfounded. At that time, Xiao Su had already guessed Xiao Heng's identity. It could be said that he was using him, or that he was sincerely asking for help. In any case, Xiao Su knelt before Xiao Heng and begged him to let his younger brother see his biological father. Xiao Heng agreed. "There's been a few big cases in the capital. My father has been very busy recently. Even I can't see him. However, he'll definitely come back to stay up with me on New Year's Eve. When the time comes, I'll take you to see him, right? Where are you guys staying?" The two of them stayed in the cheapest bungalow in the capital. Xiao Heng arranged for them to stay in a decent inn. He promised the two that he would send someone to pick up the youth on New Year's Eve. Xiao Heng didn't expect that on New Year's Eve, when he went to the Imperial College, the youth would secretly follow him. What are you doing here? Can I come with you? I won't return to the Marquis's estate so soon. I can wait for you. The youth insisted. All right then. Xiao Heng brought the youth into the Imperial College. My mother is here. Then I'll hide. No need. I'll explain to my mother. No, your mother definitely won't let me off. Your mother is a princess. If she finds out that I'm Marquis Xuanping's illegitimate son, I'll be finished. The youth was so scared that he trembled. Xiao Heng had no choice but to let him hide in the passageway for the time being. Mother! Xiao Heng happily opened the door for Princess Xinyang. Are you here to pick me up? Princess Xinyang had indeed come to pick him up, but not to bring him back to the estate, but to take him to hell together. Princess Xinyang did her best to make her voice sound calm, but her fingers tightly gripping her handkerchief betrayed her emotions. However, Xiao Lulang was sitting across from her, and the desk happened to block her view. She said, When you woke up, you were lying in the inn with Xiao Su by your side. Xiao Su told you that he was worried about his younger brother, so he secretly followed him. When he discovered that the Imperial College was ablaze, he rushed into the fire to look for his younger brother. In the end, he didn't find his younger brother, but instead found you, who was on the verge of death. He had no choice but to carry you out. Then he told you that he saw a masked man rescue an unconscious woman. Xiao Lulang was slightly startled. How did you know? Princess Xinyang smiled faintly. How did I know? How did I know this story? And how did I know about Xiao Su? As the princess of a country, it wasn't too difficult for me to investigate my son's whereabouts when he was alive. I was the one who found Xiao Su, and I made up the story. Xiao Su had never entered the Imperial College. He was indeed worried about his younger brother, but the Imperial College wasn't a place where he could enter just because he wanted to. It wasn't that Xiao Heng hadn't thought of this, but other than this possibility, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Xiao Lulang looked into Princess Xinyang's eyes without blinking. So in the end, who was the one who rescued me? Was it Long Yi? Princess Xinyang subconsciously grasped her left arm. When she carried Xiao Heng out of the fire, a piece of burning beam broke down, almost hitting Xiao Heng's head. She raised her arm to block it, but her entire arm was burned. Even now, it was unbearably ugly. This time, Princess Xinyang avoided his gaze. She lowered her eyes and said, That year, there was something you didn't know. That child was naturally timid, so he didn't have the guts to follow you. Xiao Su was worried that you would deceive them, so he made him follow you closely. The two of them had temporary travel permits in the capital, and New Year's Eve was the deadline. If Marquis Xianping didn't recognize this son of his, they would have been sent out of the capital the next day. Brother Xiao Su's death had nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself. Xiao Lulang raised his hand and touched his right eye. He said in a daze, Then my mole. Princess Xinyang said, I burned it with a flame. Why? Xiao Lulang asked. Because your mother had the exact same mole on her face. I didn't want that group of people to find you. When people grow up, their appearance will change, but this mole is too obvious. Princess Xinyang didn't say these words. She lowered her eyes and spread out the handkerchief in her hand. She said indifferently, in short. Xiao Lulang looked at her with burning eyes. You still haven't answered me. Who rescued me from the fire? If it wasn't Xiao Su, then who was it? You clearly already know who it was, so why do you have to force me to say it myself? Xiao Liulong's eyes were slightly red. When I found out that I was rescued by Xiao Su, I actually let out a sigh of relief. It was Xiao Su who took me away. It wasn't you who didn't want me. Now, you're telling me that everything was your idea. You gave me to Xiao Su. You had him take me away from the capital. You used this method to get rid of me. That was the mother he had relied on for 14 years. Even if she personally sent him to hell, he wouldn't be able to hate her. It was all his sins, and he deserved whatever fate he got. Only, he would also feel pain. Xiao Lulang raised his hand and quickly wiped away the tears that were about to fall. He pretended that he had never cried. He laughed at himself and looked out the window. That's right. I caused your son's death and stole everything that belonged to your son. I was originally his substitute. Later on, you found out that the substitute had become a scourge. It would be strange if you didn't want to get rid of me. He had clearly accepted this fact a long time ago. For 4 years, he had been numbing himself in his mind day and night. But why did his heart still feel like it was being stabbed by a knife? He raised his hand again to wipe away his tears. He stubbornly looked out the window, refusing to let her see his red eyes. How could Princess Xinyang's heart not feel like it was being stabbed by a knife? He wasn't a substitute. He never had been. The first day she held him by her side, she clearly knew that this wasn't the fetus in her womb. But so what? He cried all night and would only calm down in her arms. He didn't drink his wet nurse's milk and forced her, the noble princess of the imperial family, to personally feed him. He was especially clingy, especially troublesome, and especially good at causing trouble for her. But he would also silently accompany her on the countless days when she was disheartened. As long as she turned her head, she would always be able to see that little face full of stars. The little guy clasped his hands behind his back. Like a little adult, he tilted his head and raised his eyebrows with a pleased expression. I'm here. No matter when Mother turns her head, Aheng is always here. It wasn't that she didn't try to treat him as her dead son, but the little guy seemed to have his own unique abilities. His entire body was filled with his unique aura. He glowed like a little sun that was slowly rising. He was her Aheng. He would not replace anyone and could not be replaced by anyone. Chapter 461. Inside the house, the mother and son were grieving like a river. Outside the house, however, they were eavesdropping on the corner of the house. One head on top of another, they leaned against the crack of the door, wishing they could gouge out their ears and eyeballs and send them in. Little Jing Kong was the smallest, so he was at the bottom. Above them were Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin, and above them was Great Aunt. Grand Aunt was not as tall as the two of them, but her aura was stronger, so the two of them could only obediently lower their bodies. Yao Shi also came to join in the fun. Yu Jin's purpose of guarding the door was to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. But the old and the young could not use force or soft methods. They would never admit that it was because the Empress Dowager was here. In the end, Eugene gave up resisting. If you want to listen, let's listen together. Long he walked over, and seeing a group of people had stuck their head to the crack of the door, he remained silent for 2 seconds, then also stuck his head to the crack of the door. Thus he stuck himself higher up. Everyone raised their heads in unison. You're blocking the light. Long, except for little Jing Kong, who lacked social experience. Even though he could understand every word, he couldn't understand the meaning of the sentence. The rest of the people had roughly understood the relationship between the mother and son, as well as the ins and outs of what had happened that year. Little Jing Kong, bad brother-in-law, is indeed hung. He still refused to admit it. Well, that was the only message he understood. Gu Yin, so my brother-in-law is the young chancellor, the young Marquis of Zhaodu. Gu Xiaoshun, I told you to be careful of candles when the weather is dry. The fireproof measures for the imperial colleges wood are not good enough. Yao Shi, my son-in-law, is too pitiful. What sort of sin did he commit? Later, she would ask Nanny Fong to stew a pot of pig's heart soup. Eugen, Princess and Little Duke have actually endured so much. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't listen anymore. The two of them were talking in the room, but they didn't get to the main point. They were so shy that she was anxious. It was a misunderstanding that could have been resolved with one sentence, but he just didn't say it. He just wouldn't say it. To hell with not saying anything. If the two of you don't want to talk, then I, Jiao, will. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave everyone a look. Russian? Everyone nodded in unison. Charge. They had to charge. Empress Dowager Zhuang was shocked and pushed open the door. She had intended to lead her army of Jade Water Alley to charge in, but in the end, she turned around. Where is he? Everyone, including the pot-bellied Yao Shi, immediately moved to the side of the door and leaned against the wall. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who took the lead, finally shouldered everything by herself. The huge movement made the atmosphere in the room stagnate. Princess Xinyang and Xiao Lulang changed their auras. The mother and son were in sync. Their brows relaxed, their shoulders relaxed, their backs straightened, and their eyes were calm and cold. It was as if nothing had happened. The two of them were just talking about the weather today. Empress Dowager Zhuang. If it wasn't for those two eyes that were swollen like walnuts, I would really believe it. Forget it. She was already here. She was the Empress Dowager of a country. She could handle all the civil and military officials. So how could she not be able to handle two people who did not mean what they said? Xiao Lulang moved a chair for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat down and looked at Princess Xinyang on her right. You. Yes, it's you. For years ago, was it you who saved him from the fire? When she said he, she glanced at Xiao Lulang. Without waiting for Princess Xinyang to speak, Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "You better think carefully before you answer. I'm not asking you as Liu Long's grand aunt, but as the Empress Dowager of a country. I am the Empress Dowager with real power. You better not deceive me. Otherwise, it will be the same as deceiving the Emperor. With real power, she was just that arrogant." After Xiao Lulang heard his grandaunt's words, he turned into a primary school chicken waiting for the teacher to announce the exam results. He was both expectant and nervous. Princess Xinyang was a person who would suffer for her pride. In this aspect, Xiao Lulang was very similar to her. She was originally only one step away from stepping down. Now that Empress Dowager Zhuang had given her a step, she naturally would not kick it away. But she still had to pretend. It was not that she wanted to say it. It was the Empress Dowager who forced her to say it. Princess Xinyang whispered yes. Xiao Yulong's eyes moved slightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, "Do you have evidence?" Princess Xinyang really did not intend to say it, but her body language had already betrayed her. Empress Dowager Zhuang saw her subconsciously touch her left arm. Although it was just a symbolic movement, it was enough for the discerning Empress Dowager Zhuang to see through everything. Empress Dowager Zhuang pulled up her sleeve and saw that her left arm was covered with hideous and ugly scars that extended to her shoulder. Princess Xinyang did not expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to be so sharp that she immediately exposed her wound to Xiao Lulang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was also surprised. She knew that Xinyang must have been injured, but she did not expect it to be so serious. If she had known, she would not have shown it to Lulang. No mother in the world would want her child to see such a painful side of her. Then how did she escape the fire with Lulang on her back? The 14-year-old Xiaohong was about the same height as Gu Yin. With Princess Xinyang's slender body, it was actually very difficult to carry him. At that time, the fire in the room had almost been put out by her. However, when the beam fell, she raised her hand to block it and tripped. Coincidentally, she fell into the almost extinguished fire. Just like that, the sleeve on her left arm caught fire. From their conversation just now, Empress Dowager Zhuang and Xiao Lulang could not tell how many people had set the fire. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought it was only Prince Ning. Xiao Lulang thought it was only Princess Xinyang. The fire that had truly killed Xiao Su's younger brother was actually the third big fire. It really burned the Minghui Hall of the Imperial College beyond recognition. In the 3 years that the Imperial College had been closed, almost half of the time had been spent repairing it. The intentions of the arsonists were too obvious. They wanted Xiao Heng's life, the kind that couldn't be more dead. Princess Xinyang had once suspected that the arsonists wanted to take revenge on her or Marquis Xianping. However, the more she investigated, the more she felt that something was wrong. The people they had offended were either in Zhao country or Qin country. There was no power in either country that she could not find at all. There was only one possibility. The arsonists were very likely from one of Shangzhou country. The two of them had no dealings with people from Shangzhou. Naturally, they could not be considered enemies. Thus, the arsonist might really have come for Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng had also never offended people from Shangzhou. The only connection he had with Shangzhou was that his mother was a female slave from Yin country. Could this matter have something to do with her? Was she really a female slave? Princess Xinyang thought of the past from her scar and was momentarily distracted. She did not notice that Xiao Lulang was kneeling on one knee in front of her. Once again, he lifted her sleeve and looked at the wound that snaked up her jade-like arm. Go back and have Jiao Jiao think of a way. Empress Dowager Zhuang patted Xiao Liulang's shoulder. Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and quietly put down the hand that was lifting her sleeve. A hot teardrop fell on the back of her hand. It was so hot that her heart trembled. She came back to her senses and realized that her wound had been seen by Xiao Lulang again. Xiao Liulang's eyes were filled with indescribable sadness. He had been like this since he was a child. As long as she was slightly injured, he would feel so distressed that he would cry. She was clearly fine, but he cried like a little rain fairy. Princess Xinyang unconsciously said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Mother is fine." Once the word mother came out of her mouth, the two of them stiffened. Empress Dowager Zhuang, I suddenly feel that Aijia is a bit redundant here. Empress Dowager Zhuang silently stood up and left. Before she left, she did not forget to take the candied fruit from the table. As expected, at this special moment, no one noticed that she had taken the candied fruit. However, just as she reached the door, she bumped into Gu Jiao, who had just returned from the medical center. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who had been robbed of her candied fruit. The heavens were good at reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? In fact, once the window paper was pierced, there was no need to hide it anymore. Princess Xinyang choked with sobs and smiled. As if she had recalled something, she said, Xiao Yi. What? Xiao Lulang was confused. He did not understand why the topic had suddenly changed. Also, what was Xiao Yi? Was there a Xiao Yi? Fragrant and reliant. Princess Xinyang said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she still had a smile on her lips. When I was pregnant, I thought of a name for the child. If it's a girl, she will be called Xiao Yi. Xiao Lulang muttered, subdued and invisible. Fragrant and reliant. That's right. Princess Xinyang faintly smiled. If it's a son, then he will be called Xiaoheng? Wasn't this nonsense? Wasn't he called Xiaoheng? She had already prepared a name, so why bother asking? Xiao Yulong's eyes dimmed. No. Princess Xinyang shook her head with a smile. If it's a son, then I plan to call him Xiao Qing. Xiao Lulang asked, Shengzhuo Wu Jiang, is it the Qing from Qing's legend movement? Princess Xinyang smiled. Now that you mention it, this name is not so ordinary. Xiao Lulang did not understand the meaning of Princess Xinyang's words. Could it be that she had planned to give her son an ordinary name from the beginning? Princess Xinyang continued. My longevity lock was set, and then he was gone. This was the first time in 18 years that Princess Xinyang had spoken so frankly about her son's death. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt relieved. After speaking, she realized that it was not as painful as she had imagined. Princess Xinyang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and raised her hand to caress his cheek. Looking at his red eyes, she choked with sobs and solemnly said, Xiaoheng is Xiaoheng. Xiao Qing is Xiao Qing. I have never mixed you up. You did not steal his life. Xiao Heng's life is your own life. I know very well that you are Xiao Heng. I have always known, and I have always loved him deeply. Xiao Yolong's heart was filled with sour and bitter emotions. He nervously clenched his hand. His eyes were red, and the light in his eyes flickered. His throat swelled painfully as he said, I am Xiao Heng. Princess Xinyang held his cheeks with both hands and smiled tearfully. Yes, you are Xiaoheng. You are my child. He had finally found the name he had lost. He was Xiaoheng. He was his mother's child. Chapter 462. In the Eastern Room, under Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshuan's eloquent explanations and gestures, Gu Yin was mainly responsible for the explanation, while Gu Xiaoshuan was mainly responsible for the gestures. Gu Jiao finally understood the ins and outs of the incident. Gu Jiao knew a bit about Xiao Liulong's background, but from the conversation between the mother and son, Xiao Liulong's background and the fire from 4 years ago had other secrets. Gu Jiao felt that the person who set the fire shouldn't be Prince Ning, at least not when Xiao Heng was burned to death. Both Princess Xinyang and Prince Ning should have had the idea of setting the fire, but neither of them succeeded. The former was soft-hearted and stopped at the last moment, while the latter was probably nipped in the bud by Princess Xinyang before it could happen. Then who could it be? Why would they do this? Xiao Heng was only a youth who stood aloof from worldly affairs. If one had to point out who he was an eyesore, it could be those who were jealous of his talent or the Zhuang family. However, with Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang's strength, there shouldn't be anyone who had the guts or ability to harm their son, especially since the Imperial College was originally the old Chancellor and Xiao Heng's territory. Otherwise, how could Prince Ning's arson be discovered by Princess Xinyang in time? Concubine Jing had once poisoned Xiao Heng, but that was because the Imperial Palace was her territory. Furthermore, Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping had protected Xiao Heng very well after that, so ordinary enemies had no way to harm him. Thus, that fire wasn't set by an ordinary enemy. As for whether it was revenge against Marquis Xianping or Princess Xinyang, Gu Jiao felt that it was neither. Judging from Princess Xinyang's behavior in sending Xiao Heng away, the other party might have been targeting Xiao Heng himself. That person or power seriously threatened Xiao Heng's safety. For the sake of Xiao Heng's survival, Princess Xinyang had no choice but to do this. And judging from how Marquis Xianping had repeatedly probed Xiao Lulang, Princess Xinyang had even kept him in the dark. Although there was not much trust between husband and wife, Xiao Heng was his own son. His feelings for Xiao Heng were genuine. There could only be one explanation for Princess Xinyang's actions. It was a power that even Marquis Xuanping's household would find difficult to deal with. Could it be the power of the upper nation? The world was divided into 6. The state of Yin, the state of Jin, and the state of Liang were the upper states, while the state of Zhao, the state of Zhao, and the state of Chun were the lower states. There was also the Turkic state that was not recognized by the 6 states. The furthest place Gu Jiao had been to since she came here was the capital. She knew very little about the other countries, so she couldn't guess which country was more likely to be the culprit. But Xiao Lulang had said that his birth mother was a female slave from the state of Yin. There was no keepsake, no words. Xiao Liulong's birth mother didn't leave behind anything that could trace his identity. That night, Princess Xinyang stayed for dinner. Actually, I also know how to cook. I had nothing to do these past few years in Fengdu, so I learned a few of my specialty dishes from the chef in the residence. She was a vegetarian, so all she learned were vegetarian dishes. She wanted to show off her skills to her son, so she made a cold dish of 3 shredded shreds, steamed glutinous rice with red dates, and stir-fried wild mushrooms. Compared to Xiao Liulong's dishes, they were much better. The color and color were attractive, and the smell was also very appetizing. Everyone couldn't wait to taste them. Then, everyone felt a tremor from their souls. Oh my God! This was too disgusting. They finally knew where Xiao Liulong's dark cooking master came from. Little Jing Kong and Long Yi were so disgusted by the disgusting taste that they rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues. It was worth mentioning that Gu Jiao gave Long Yi a new mask that covered the upper half of his face, leaving his mouth and chin exposed. He could eat anytime and anywhere. Yujin also showed off her skills in cooking. Fortunately, she didn't add water to her cooking. The fear of being dominated by Princess Xinyang's cooking finally disappeared little by little with her delicious food. After dinner, the old chancellor called Xiao Lulang. Now he should call him Xiao Heng, to the next room. He came back late, so he didn't know how the mother and son had inexplicably recognized each other. Princess Xinyang was led by little Jing Kong, to visit his small vegetable garden as well as his little eagle and 7 chicks. This is little 5, this is little 6, this is little Chi, and this is little 9. After little Jing Kong finished introducing them one by one, little 8 walked over valiantly and said, "This is Big Brother Yan's little 8. Then he bent down and tied a bright red flower on little 8's head. Princess Xinyang thought of the peacock feather on Gu Jiao's mask, and her eyelids jumped again. What kind of beauty did this pair of siblings have? Princess, this is for you." Little Jing Kong suddenly took out a flower and handed it to Princess Xinyang in a very gentlemanly manner. Only such a beautiful flower is worthy of such a beautiful you. This little bean's mouth was really smeared with honey. But why did this flower look a little familiar? Did Longy go to her flower room again? He picked Princess Xinyang's flower and gave it to her. No one else could do this. After that, little Jing Kong invited Princess Xinyang to his west room and showed her his homework. Other than the handwriting being not neat enough, she couldn't find a single mistake. The reason why his handwriting was not neat enough was that he was still too young, so his wrist and hand strength were not enough. In addition, Gu Jiao didn't let him write too many words for fear that it would affect his growth. He was really a very smart child. Xiao Hung came over from the next room and saw little Jing Kong showing off in front of Princess Xinyang. He was only like this to people he liked. He was very cold to people he didn't like. For example, he never ignored Gu Jinyu when she came over. Of course, little Jing Kong was showing off while discrediting bad brother-in-law. Hearing this, Princess Xinyang couldn't help but laugh. Little Jing Kong said helplessly, "It's true, Princess. You might not believe it, but bad brother-in-law is already 18 years old, and he still wet the bed. After he finished, he blamed it on me? Why are the adults nowadays so insensible?" Princess Xinyang laughed until tears came out. On the other hand, Xiao Heng's handsome face darkened. "Little monk, you feel uncomfortable all over if it's not dark. Have you finished practicing the calligraphy of the Chun Kingdom? Have you memorized the ancient poems of the Liang Kingdom? Have you read the 3-character classic of the Yin Kingdom?" Little Jing Kong snorted and pouted. "Jiao Jiao said that I can do it tomorrow." Xiao Hung raised his eyebrows. "Oh, then did you tell Jiao Jiao what homework you have tomorrow?" Little Jing Kong was especially careful to hide tomorrow's tutoring task so that he could have some free time today. The little guy blinked guiltily. In the end, the fear of being found out by Jiao Jiao and being disappointed in him took over. He unwillingly jumped down from the chair, tiptoed to pick up the book on the table, and went over to his granduncle's side to do his homework. Princess Xinyang still had a smile on her face. She hadn't smiled like this in a long time. The little guy reminded her of Ahung when she was young. "Jing Kong is the same as when you were young," she said with a smile. Xiao Hung snorted. "I'm not as arrogant as him." Princess Xinyang said, "Oh, then who was it that ran to the throne room to show off after memorizing a poem?" Xiao Heng's expression suddenly froze. A shameful memory burst forth from the abyss of his consciousness. An adorable little ball chirped as he followed behind the emperor, using both his hands and feet to climb up step by step. He was panting as he climbed, and the hat on his head was crooked. He stood up and clumsily adjusted his hat. Looking at the numerous civil and military officials, he said in a childish voice, I need to memorize a poem. Today, I'm memorizing." That wasn't him. He didn't admit it. He didn't remember. He didn't. Princess Xinyang stayed until late at night before leaving. Xiao Hung sent her to the door. She had already said what she needed to say. Xiao Hung had already guessed what she shouldn't say, but she was still a little worried. Before getting into the carriage, she looked deeply at Xiao Hung and said, "Right now, I understand." Xiao Hung nodded knowingly. "Don't worry about the future. I'll take care of it." He still couldn't reveal his identity to the public, but one day, he would openly appear in front of everyone as Xiao Hung. He would catch the person behind the scenes who poisoned and set him on fire. No matter if it was a person or a power, no matter what hardships he had to pay, he would not shrink back or escape. If it was a mountain, he would chisel that mountain. If it was a river, he would fill that river. Although a mayfly was small, it could shake a tree. Princess Xinyang looked at the unswerving determination in Xiao Heng's eyes and finally confirmed that he had grown up. In these 4 years, she had worried about his situation countless times and regretted her original decision countless times. Especially when she learned that Xiao Heng had unexpectedly contracted leprosy not long after leaving the capital, and that Xiao Heng had taken care of him for 2 years. Her heart had almost stopped beating. But when it came to this moment, she realized that every step was worth it. All of the pain he had experienced would become an indestructible armor on his body. Aheng mother is proud of you. After Princess Xinyang's carriage left, Xiao Lulang returned to the courtyard. He closed the door and bolted it. Turning his head, he saw a person sitting on the swing. The crescent moon was like a hook. The moonlight fell on her shoulders, and her water-like skirt gently swayed in the night wind. Xiao Heng looked at her small back and walked over. It was now late at night, and everyone was asleep. The night seemed especially peaceful. He also softened his voice. Still not sleeping? Gu Jiao grabbed the rope of the swing with both hands and tilted her head to look at him. Her eyes sparkled as if they had gathered the stars of the Milky Way. Are you happy? Xiao Heng froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. She was talking about him reuniting with Princess Xinyang. He grunted, I'm happy. Gu Jiao let go of her left hand and moved to the right to make some space for him. This swing was made for little Jing Kong. He had asked for it to be a little bigger, but he was small, so it was only a little bigger than a single-seater swing. Xiao Heng sat down next to her. The two's bodies had no choice but to stick close to each other. In the cool night wind, there was a special kind of warmth. Thank you, he said. Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. Thank you for pulling me out of the mire. Thank you for pushing me to the capital. Thank you for forcing me to face the past that I did not dare face. In the end, I found the truth. He was too embarrassed to say these words. He looked at her gently and changed the topic. You also seem very happy. Gu Jiao shook her small head. If you're happy, then I'm happy. The softness in Xiao Heng's heart was touched. He raised his hand and gently patted the top of her head. She seemed to like being patted on the head, so she rubbed her head against his palm. Her hair exuded a faint fragrance of flowers and honey locust. Every strand of her hair exuded a silent invitation, as if to say that he could touch her hair as he wished after washing it. Xiao Heng couldn't hold it in and let out a low laugh. Gu Jiao looked at his smile and was suddenly dazed. He did not smile often, but every time he smiled, it could make people's hearts stop beating. Gu Jiao stared at him blankly. Suddenly, a perverted idea flashed through her mind. She wanted to hide him and put him in her cage, where no one could find him. She was good and bad. Jiao Jiao. His voice interrupted her thoughts. Gu Jiao blinked. Xiao Heng turned sideways and stared at her. Is it hard to be with me? Gu Jiao shook her head. It's not hard. Xiao Heng said again. But maybe it will be hard in the future. Gu Jiao said seriously. I'm not afraid of hard work. Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. He gently tucked her hair that had been messed up by the wind behind her ear. Gu Jiao looked down and twiddled her fingers. Then, do you want to kiss me? Xiao Heng was stunned. His hand, that was tucking her hair, stopped in midair. No, he said solemnly. Oh. Gu Jiao's little face collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Heng almost laughed out loud. He held back the mischievous smile in his eyes and slowly raised his hand to support her white neck. His broad palm held the back of her head and said in a hoarse voice, Jiao Jiao, close your eyes. Gu Jiao obediently closed her eyes. He gently held her head and lowered his head to kiss her soft lips. Unlike in the past, he wanted more this time. Jiao Jiao, he said against her lips. The scorching hot breath made Gu Jiao's cheeks heat up. Her little face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. You're so good. He leaned against her forehead and whispered in a gentle voice. I also think I'm so good. Xiao Heng couldn't help laughing. His laughter was pleasant and magnetic as his shoulders gently trembled. He tightly pulled her slender waist into his embrace and kissed her again. It was a lingering kiss that filled the air with a trace of sweetness. Xiao Jiao on the roof shyly covered his head with his wings. At dawn, Xiao Heng got up as usual. He first went to the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he opened the wardrobe and took out his official robes. Since he had already appeared in the palace, there was no need for him to go missing. He was going to be on duty at Hamlin Academy. As he tidied up his official robes, he vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. He went to the backyard to wash up. Yi-Er was drying the quilt. When she saw him, she greeted him. "Good morning, young master." "Morning." Xiao Heng nodded and walked past her. Yi-Er continued to dry the quilt, but suddenly, she turned her head to look at Xiao Heng. "Son-in-law." Chapter 463. After hearing Yi-Er's words, Xiao Heng lowered his head to look at his legs. He finally understood where the strange feeling came from when he was changing his clothes. He didn't use a cane, nor did he limp. He walked out like a normal person. "Son-in-law, your legs are healed. Your legs are healed." Yi-Er was so excited that she repeated it twice in a row. If it weren't for the fact that the others were still asleep, she would have repeated it 3 or 4 times. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao also woke up at this time. She came out of the east room. Xiao Heng immediately gestured for Yi-Er to keep quiet. Yi-Er was stunned. Xiao Heng signaled her to keep it a secret with his eyes. Yi-Er finally understood. Her eyes flashed, and she nodded. Gu Jiao walked towards the two of them. Yi-Er continued to dry the quilt. In fact, she should have greeted Gu Jiao. Yi-Er was a polite servant girl, but she was too guilty to help the young master do bad things. She didn't dare to look at her young miss at all. Fortunately, Gu Jiao didn't care about trifles and didn't notice Yi-Er's strange behavior. On the other hand, she hadn't seen her husband wear an official's robe for many days. At first glance, she saw him wearing it. Gu Jiao drooled on the spot for a few seconds at the sight of his handsome face in the morning. Xiao Heng acted as if he didn't notice and greeted her. "Good morning." "Good morning," Gu Jiao replied blankly. Xiao Heng suppressed the corners of his lips that were about to curl up. He limped to the side of the well and began to draw water. Gu Jiao wouldn't let him do heavy work. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward and wanted to take the wooden bucket from his hand. "Let me." Xiao Heng raised his hand slightly. This action caused her to miss the wooden handle of the bucket and grab his hand instead. Xiao Heng cleared his throat, glanced at Yi-Er behind him, and said seriously, "It's early in the morning, be careful." Gu Jiao. After breakfast, little Jing Kong and his son-in-law went to the Imperial College, while Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshan went to the Qinghe Academy. Everyone in the family already knew Xiao Heng's identity, but they also knew that his affairs were very complicated, so they didn't want to publicize it. Therefore, they still called him Xiao Lulang. "I'm going to the Hamlin Academy." Xiao Heng walked over with his cane and said to Gu Jiao, who was packing up a small medicine box and preparing to go to the clinic. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said to him, "By the way, how's your hand? Does it still hurt? Can you right now?" The stitches had been removed long ago, and he had been doing rehabilitation for the past few days. He used his left hand to hold a spoon when eating. "It doesn't seem to be very good." Xiao Heng stretched out his right hand and said without changing his expression, "I don't have much strength." "Is that so? Let me take a look." Gu Jiao put down the small medicine box. Xiao Heng limped in front of her and stretched out his right hand. His hand was white and clean, and his fingers were long and slender with distinct joints. Even his fingernails were glossy. Gu Jiao couldn't help but sigh again. In her previous life, this pair of hands was either a surgeon's or a pianist's. She began to examine his wound. There was a faint layer of scar ointment on the wound. Compared to before, The scar had faded a little, but it was still very eye-catching on this perfect hand. Gu Jiao pressed the wound and asked, "Does it hurt?" Xiao Heng was slightly stunned. Then he seemed to react quickly and said, "It hurts, but it's not very obvious." Gu Jiao asked, "Does it hurt even if you don't touch it? Or does it only hurt when you touch it?" Xiao Heng said, "It only hurts when you touch it." Gu Jiao paused, then put her hand in his palm and said, "Hold it for a while." Xiao Heng held her hand. Her hand was so small that he could wrap it all in his large palm. Because of practicing martial arts and working hard, there was a faint layer of calluses on her palm and between her thumb and index finger. It was not as soft as Princess Xinyang's hand. He heard that the hands of those noble ladies were so soft, but he didn't like those soft hands. "Is that all you can do?" Gu Jiao frowned. "Is my hand the same as my legs? Do I need to?" He sighed and stopped talking. "I'll test it again." Gu Jiao found a brush and handed it to him. Then she spread out a piece of paper on the table and said, "Write a word." Xiao Heng held the brush and wrote the word Jiao without much hesitation. That was a word too horrible to look at. It was worse than Gu Jiao's. Gu Jiao was stunned. "That's it?" He looked a little disappointed and said, "It doesn't seem to be too effective." Gu Jiao frowned and said, "Then you need to strengthen the rehabilitation and add a hand massage." Xiao Heng looked at her deeply and said, "Okay." Gu Jiao said, "I'll take you to Hanlin Academy and give you a massage on the way." Xiao Heng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Okay." Lu Quan came back after taking the old chancellor and little Jing Kong. Seeing that the two were still there, he said to Xiao Heng, "You haven't gone to Hanlin Academy yet. Come on up. Don't walk there today, or you'll be late." In the past, Xiao Luling usually walked to Hanlin Academy for rehabilitation. Gu Jiao had the same idea. The two got on the carriage, and Gu Jiao sat next to Xiao Heng. She took his hand and carefully put it on her lap. After autumn, Yaosher asked everyone in the family to add more clothes, but the soft touch on Gu Jiao's leg clearly showed that she was secretly wearing less underwear. Xiao Heng couldn't help but feel a little restless. Gu Jiao didn't know that this seemingly simple and abstinent young man's mind had already wandered. She massaged very seriously and asked, "Is this heavy?" "I don't feel anything," Xiao Heng said. "Then how about this?" Gu Jiao slightly increased her strength. He furrowed his brows and let out a low cry of pain. Gu Jiao hurriedly reduced her strength and asked, "Then how about this?" It took a quarter of an hour just to find the right amount of strength. There was still a quarter of an hour before they reached Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao stepped up her massage. She looked very serious. Xiao Heng calmly looked at her. The strength in her palm was actually too light for him. Every stroke was like a goose feather scratching at his heart. Hiss! He suddenly took a deep breath. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely and asked, "What's wrong? Did I press harder again?" Xiao Heng slowly exhaled and said, "No, you didn't. You continue." After a while, he suddenly said out of nowhere, "Eat more?" Gu Jiao didn't understand. Why did she have to eat more? Could it be that she had lost weight recently? Chapter 464. Novels with content that you can't find online are all available here. Xiao Heng went to the Hanlin Academy. Ning Ziyuan was already waiting for him in his office. Seeing him come over, Ning Ziyuan stood up and rushed to him. He grabbed his arms and looked him up and down. "Are you okay? I heard that you were taken away by an assassin. What kind of evil person is this?" The emperor was going to announce that Ning Ziyuan had taken away Xiao Lulang, but he was stopped by Empress Xiao and Princess Xinyang. Although Princess Xinyang didn't tell Empress Xiao the truth about Xiao Heng, Empress Xiao understood that once the news of Ning Ziyuan's assassination of Xiao Lulang was leaked, Xiao Heng's identity could no longer be hidden. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Ning Ziyuan had no reason to kill Xiao Lulang, unless Xiao Liulang's identity was hidden. Xiaoheng said, "I'm fine. It was done by a sect in Jianghu. They wanted to extort some money from me, but they've already been dealt with." The Dual Blades sect wasn't innocent. They had been wiped out by the Imperial Guards long ago. "Are you really okay?" Ning Ziyuan looked at him suspiciously. "I heard that your hand was also injured." "Let me see." The two old men looked at him, and to be honest, they were a bit. Ning Ziyuan insisted. Xiaoheng reluctantly reached out his hand. His injuries were mainly on the back of his hand and wrist. The palm of his hand had already healed, and no traces could be seen. Ning Ziyuan looked at the crisscrossing scars on his white hand and couldn't help but shake his head. "What a pity. Can you still write?" "Yes," Xiaoheng said. Hearing this, Ning Ziyuan was finally relieved. "Alas, I was really scared to death when you were taken away. At that time, I was wondering if you were an eyesore because you advanced too quickly. I even suspected Zhuang Yuheng. However, I met him several times and he didn't seem to have a guilty conscience. I dismissed my suspicions. Does that Jianghu sect have any brains? How much money can a poor country boy have? Ah, did her sister-in-law strike it rich? I heard that the business of the magical hand hall has been very good recently. You guys should pay attention to it. If you have too much money, it's hard to avoid attracting people's attention. It's best if you hire a few servants who know martial arts." "Okay," Xiaoheng answered. The two of them sat on opposite sides of the desk. Ning Ziyuan thought of something and suddenly smiled, saying, "But this time, you brat, can be considered a blessing in disguise. You don't have to take the exam at the end of the month." Wang Shizhua flunked the exam this time and was severely reprimanded by Master Han. He was almost demoted to editor. "What about you?" Xiaoheng asked. Ning Ziyuan said proudly, "As for me, I'm just ordinary. I'm only third. First place is Zhuang Yuheng." The new Hamlin officials weren't the only ones taking the test. The old Hamlin officials were also taking part in the test, with the exception of Lord Han and the attendant. They were the examiners and examiners. It was not surprising that Ning Ziyuan and Zhuang Yuheng were among the top. They had just passed the fall and spring quarter examinations, so their exam skills were still in peak condition. The Hamlin officials who ranked behind them were not necessarily less talented than them. They were just not as good at the exam as they were. But it's a pity. Ning Ziyuan suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Xiaoheng asked. Ning Ziyuan said, "Didn't Attendant Yang leave? His official position is empty. It's said that someone will be promoted. Right now, Zhuang Yuheng is very popular." Zhuang Yuheng was the grandson of Grand Tutor Zhuang. He was the new second place on the imperial exam and had taken first place in the exam. Other than his lack of experience, which was his only shortcoming, he was almost flawless. He had even taken the crown prince's place as a hostage in the Qin kingdom. He was a meritorious official of the Zhao kingdom. In the afternoon, the Hamlin Academy really did announce the good news that someone had been promoted to attendant. However, it was not Zhuang Yuheng. It was Xiao Lulang. "You're really something." Ning Ziyuan patted Xiao Heng's shoulder excitedly. Xiao Heng did not understand how the position of attendant had fallen into his lap. Although he did intend to fight for it, after he was injured, he pretended to disappear for half a month. After that, he rested at home for 10 days. He even missed an exam. At the time, he guessed that the position of attendant would not be his. "Lulang, congratulations," Ning Ziyuan said sincerely. Xiaoheng said to him, "Congratulations to you too." Ning Ziyuan had also been promoted. He had been promoted from a 6th-rank attendant to a 6th-rank attendant. Coincidentally, he had taken over Xiao Liulang's position. Ning Ziyuan cleared his throat. "Ahem, I'll take over your official position. As for your room, I won't kindly accept it." He was so close to the latrine. If the weather got hot, he would suffocate. It was better for him to stay in his own room. Xiaoheng moved to the attendant's room. Attendant Yang had stayed here before. However, he had not stayed for long and had left in a hurry. Therefore, he had packed everything that needed to be packed away. It was a clean and empty room. After becoming an attendant, in addition to the changes in the room, his salary had also increased from 5 taels to 8 taels. This was his official salary. In addition, he would be given 10 horses of clothing and 10 stones of millet every year. In addition, he would be given an ice tribute in the summer and a charcoal tribute in the winter. He could ask for things or exchange them for money. Hamlin Academy was generally a government office with little money. It was not as profitable as the 6 ministries. However, after gaining experience in Hamlin Academy, people would look up to him wherever he went. The ministers in the cabinet were all from Hamlin Academy. Grand Secretary Yuan, Grand Tutor Zhuang, and even the old Chancellor, Zhuang Xinji, and Headmaster Li were all from Hamlin Academy. Among them, Grand Secretary Yuan had been an attendant all the way to a 5th-rank Hamlin Academy scholar. Later, because he was involved in an incident, he was demoted to a barren land. 5 years later, he returned to the capital and entered the cabinet as a 7th-rank attendant. He then became the first Grand Secretary of Zhao Country. The others all chose other offices after leaving Hamlin Academy. Ning Ziyuan came over to help him move things. Outside the door, a few Hamlin officials walked by. Their conversation could be heard. "Did you hear? Royal Prince and is going to be transferred to the cabinet? Who did you hear that from?" He heard the conversation between Lord Han and Royal Princeton. "You even eavesdropped on Lord Han." "No, I was just passing by. I heard it by accident." Lord Han said that if you go to the cabinet, you should not delay your studies. The foundation of ruling a country is in these books. That was definitely not the original words. However, everyone saw that he was deliberately hiding it and did not ask. After all, it was not necessarily a good thing to know too much about some things. They quickly walked away, and the sound of their conversation gradually disappeared. Ning Ziyuan had a look of realization. "I was wondering why he stopped fighting with you. He must have found a better place to go." What was their purpose in entering the cabinet? Wasn't it to enter the cabinet in the future and become an assistant minister? Even if that was not the case, going to the 6 ministries was also excellent. Those who truly wanted to stay in Hamlin Academy for the rest of their lives were probably rare. Xiaoheng did not say anything. This was probably Grand Tutor Zhuang's idea. With Zhuang Yuheng's qualifications, it was a bit far-fetched to enter the cabinet. It was probably because Empress Dowager Zhuang's attitude towards Prince Ning that made Grand Tutor Zhuang feel uneasy. He no longer trusted Empress Dowager Zhuang wholeheartedly. He wanted more power in the hands of the Zhuang family. Right now, in the cabinet, the 2 secondary secretaries were his people. Half of the 6 cabinet scholars were also his people. If an Enjun Wang was added, in the future, after Grand Secretary Yuan abdicated, the cabinet would completely belong to the Zhuang family. Ning Ziyuan saw that Xiao Lulang was deep in thought and thought that he was disappointed. He quickly patted his shoulder and comforted, "Lulang, don't be discouraged. You will also be able to enter the cabinet one day." Xiaoheng was not thinking about entering the cabinet. He was thinking about whether Grand Tutor Zhuang, that old man, had gone to poke his gray tant's heart again. Imperial Palace. The Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang left court and headed towards Rinshou Palace together. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat on the Phoenix sedan and looked strangely at the Emperor's sedan. She asked in confusion, "Your Pure Flowers Palace is over there." The Emperor shamelessly said, "I'm going to Imperial Mother's palace to eat." Empress Dowager Zhuang was silent for a moment before she made a sound of agreement. "Emperor, Imperial Mother actually did not refuse." After eating, Empress Dowager Zhuang said to the Emperor, "Come to the study for a moment." "Imperial Mother, do you need this son for something?" the Emperor asked after entering the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, "This widow has thought about it. The Emperor has been ruling for many years. It is time for this widow to return the power to the Emperor." The Empress was startled. "Imperial Mother, why do you say this?" Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. "From tomorrow onwards, this widow will no longer be ruling from behind the curtain." A sentence flashed through the Emperor's mind. "Is there no more joy in going to court with Imperial Mother?" "Imperial Mother." Empress Dowager Zhuang faintly looked at him. "Haven't you always wanted this widow to not go to the throne room? Your wish has been fulfilled." "What?" Are you still not happy? That was in the past, the emperor mumbled. Ever since the truth of concubine Jing's matter came to light, he realized that he had misunderstood his imperial mother all these years. Imperial mother had countless opportunities to kill him, but she had never done so. On the contrary, it was he who had framed his imperial mother time and time again, even causing her to contract leprosy. If it wasn't for the little miracle doctor, he would probably be living in regret for the rest of his life. Moreover, leaving emotional factors aside, his imperial mother was indeed more daring and resourceful than him. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed faintly. This widow is old. It is time for me to have a few days of leisure. The emperor's face darkened. Imperial mother, you actually just want to go to Jade Water Alley to play cards, and the kind that doesn't bring him along. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Cough. Is it that obvious? Chapter 465. The emperor looked at her bitterly, with an expression that said, I knew it. Empress Dowager Zhuang flatly denied, I didn't. When can I go play cards? The emperor continued to complain. Then imperial mother doesn't want to go to bed early. Empress Dowager Zhuang. When did your brain become so good? Her habit of getting up early for many years was gone in a year in by Shui Alley. It was quite helpless. In the end, the emperor promised Empress Dowager Zhuang that he wouldn't attend politics from behind the curtain. After all, he was the emperor. No matter how much he trusted Empress Dowager Zhuang, he couldn't help but desire to govern alone. This was a very contradictory mentality. Empress Dowager Zhuang had lived to this age. What didn't she understand? It was normal for the ruler of a country to have such a mentality. Otherwise, if everyone was like the crown prince, giving unconditional, bottomless indulgence and trust to a person, in the end, if the person next to him wanted the country, would he be willing to give it up? Being an emperor or a benevolent ruler wasn't a bad thing. He could be soft where he needed to be, but he couldn't lack the ambition of an emperor. However, the emperor didn't promise Empress Dowager Zhuang that he wouldn't attend politics from behind the curtain. Empress Dowager Zhuang had to agree to play cards with him 3 or 4 times a month. She also had to set aside time every day to deal with state affairs with him. It was time to spend alone time with Muhu in the afternoon. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't completely give up power. She just didn't go to court. She still had to play tricks in private. Lu Lang was promoted, but the money he received wasn't enough to pay the little monk's rent every month. Alas, there were so many children at home. The burden was heavy. Hamlin Academy. Xiaoheng came out from his shift and saw a carriage parked in the alley diagonally across from him. The coachman was an unfamiliar face, and he had never seen the carriage before. However, Xiao Yilong's intuition told him that the owner of the carriage was waiting for him. There was no one around, so he didn't bother to disguise himself. He strode over. The coachman didn't ask and directly put down a wooden stool. He hesitated for a moment. Princess Xinyang opened the door slightly. Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback, and then he stepped into the carriage. He sat down opposite Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang said to the coachman, Let's go to the clinic. Yes. The coachman waved his whip, and the wheels began to turn. Princess Xinyang's complexion was better than when she had just returned to the capital. Today, it was even possible to see a bit of rosy color. She didn't smile much, but the warmth in her eyes almost flowed. I came to see you, she said. Yes. A certain someone felt a little uncomfortable. Princess Xinyang smiled and looked at his right foot. I saw you walking just now. Has your leg recovered? Yes, it's done. Xiaoheng answered vaguely and did not hide anything. After being separated for so long, it would be difficult for them to return to their previous intimacy. Moreover, she had hurt him deeply. Princess Xinyang felt even more awkward than Xiaoheng, but she didn't show it on her face. Princess Xinyang smiled and pointed at the cane beside him, asking, "Then why don't you throw this away?" "I'll throw it away in a few days," Xiaoheng said. "Oh." Princess Xinyang instantly understood. A mother knew her son best. How could she not understand what he was thinking? Truly, her son had grown up and was no longer under her control. In the past, when he was engaged to Wen Linlang, he had never cared so much about a girl. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes to hide her smile and changed the topic. "Have you heard about Zhuang Yuheng entering the cabinet?" "I have," Xiaoheng said. Princess Xinyang continued. "It was Grand Tutor Zhuang's idea. He entered the cabinet and started as a 7th-rank secretary. It seemed like a demotion, but in reality, his status rose. So his official position had already been decided." Xiaoheng wasn't surprised that Princess Xinyang knew about this inside information. Back when he was still the young Marquis of Zhaodu, he often saw all kinds of jaw-dropping insider information in Princess Xinyang's study. "I heard that Grand Tutor Yuan appreciates you." Princess Xinyang's words had a hidden meaning. Xiaoheng paused. "It can't be considered appreciation. He only met me once or twice and said a few words to me." Xiaoheng understood Princess Xinyang's meaning. She was worried that he would feel unbalanced because Zhuang Yuheng had been promoted faster than him. If so, she could also use her connections to get him into the cabinet. "I'm doing very well in the Hanlin Academy," Xiao Lulang said bluntly. Some things could be taken shortcuts, but others weren't. In his opinion, getting involved in the cabinet at this time wasn't necessarily a good thing. Princess Xinyang was secretly relieved. Just now, she had been probing Xiaoheng's intentions. When he was young, Xiaoheng was a very competitive child. He wanted to be first in everything. Of course, he really did have the ability, but officialdom was like a battlefield. Sometimes, although you won the battle, you lost the battlefield. Xiaoheng's current temperament was far beyond her expectations. As the two were talking, the sound of galloping horse hooves suddenly came from ahead. Immediately after, it sounded like the rider had run into some stall. Miserable cries rose up one after another. "Aya! The horse is out of control." Princess Xinyang's coachman shouted loudly. It wasn't their horse that was out of control, but the other side's. It was rampaging, knocking down passers-by, and had no intention of stopping. Seeing that it was about to hit their carriage, it was too late to turn around. Long Yi flew over, opened the roof of the carriage, and grabbed Princess Xinyang and Xiaoheng. The carriage was smashed apart by the crazy horse. Long Yi put the two people on the roof, then went to grab the coachman who was about to lose his life under the horse's hooves. Long Yi, that child. A child was scared silly. He stood in the middle of the street in a daze, and the crazy horse rushed towards him. Long Yi grabbed the coachman with one hand and the child with the other. Finally, he rushed to take the child away before the crazy horse could hit them. Princess Xinyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could finish, the soles of her feet slipped and she fell from the roof. Xiaoheng reached out to grab her, but they also fell down together. Long Yi didn't have time to put down the coachman and child. He flashed over, but he only caught Xiaoheng, and Princess Xinyang slipped from his shoulder. At this critical moment, another tall and mighty figure descended from the sky. He hugged Princess Xinyang's soft waist and slowly descended from the sky. This person had a devastatingly beautiful face and a pair of soul-stirring eyes. He was Marquis Xianping, who was hailed by the emperor as the face of Zhao country. Marquis Xianping stood there with Princess Xinyang in his arms. His posture was handsome. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Princess, long time no see." Princess Xinyang's face was cold. "Are you done acting handsome? If you're done, then let this princess down." TSK. Unromantic. Marquis Xianping curled his lips with regret and put Princess Xinyang down. That crazy horse was already under Chang Jing's control. Tonight, Chang Jing wanted to eat roasted horse meat. Marquis Xianping waved his hand to the crowd. "Okay, disperse, disperse. Don't look. Haven't you seen a hero saving a beauty?" Everyone's mouths twitched. Although it was the truth, why did you say it yourself? Could you be any more shameless? The crowd finally dispersed. Marquis Xianping looked at Princess Xinyang and then at the smashed carriage. He clicked his tongue. Looks like the princess can only sit in this marquee carriage. Chongjing. Chongjing drove a luxurious and flashy carriage over. Princess Xinyang didn't get on. She walked forward and came to an unfamiliar carriage. She planned to take out money to hire the other party's carriage. Marquis Xianping looked at her with his arms crossed. That's also this marquee carriage. Princess Xinyang walked forward again and chose an inconspicuous carriage. It's also this marquee carriage. It's also this marquee carriage. Aya, it's this marquee carriage again. Princess Xinyang. Did the surnamed Xiao contract for an entire street of carriages? Chapter 466. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Princess Xinyang finally got into the first luxurious and flashy carriage with a dark face. Marquis Xianping also got into the carriage and threw the whip in his hand to Chongjing. Be steady. The princess doesn't like bumps. Oh! Chongjing took the whip and lashed it down, causing the carriage to jolt. Marquis Xianping. The couple sat down in the carriage. Marquis Xianping looked at Princess Xinyang calmly and said with a faint smile, I went to Fengdu Mountain to find you, but you didn't want to see me. Instead, you ran back to the capital. Why? Are you hiding from me? Why should I hide from you? Princess Xinyang said mildly. Marquis Xianping's lips twitched, revealing a roguish smile. Come on, Qin Fengwan. Ever since Xiao Heng died, you've been hiding from me. Sometimes, I even suspect that the fire was set by you. You don't have the face to face me at all? Princess Xinyang turned her face away. Heh. Marquis Xianping looked at the roof of the carriage and said nonchalantly, Enough. Let your whatever, take Xiao Heng down. He's flying around in the sky. Even if he's not tired, I'm tired for my son. After Xiao Heng was rescued by Long Yi, or to be exact, after Marquis Xianping appeared, Xiao Heng had Long Yi take him away. However, Marquis Xianping's seemingly casual words had many important points. First, he knew about Long Yi. Second, he had already determined that Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng. Long Yi had always been a secret guard in the princess's residence. It was only after going to Fengdu Mountain that Long Yi gradually came into the light. During this time, Long Yi had never met Marquis Xianping. In other words, Marquis Xianping already knew about Long Yi's existence before the fire at the Imperial College. Since he even knew about the most powerful Long Yi, then the other Dragon Shadow guards naturally wouldn't be a problem. As for when he knew, there was no way to know. Perhaps it was 4 years ago, or even earlier. As for the second matter, judging from the situation in the capital, Princess Xinyang guessed that Marquis Xianping had gone to Fengdu Mountain to ask her to come back and identify Xiao Heng. Now that she had appeared in the same carriage as Xiao Heng, he already had the answer without her personally telling him. Marquis Xianping said, Chongjing, go and catch those two flying in the sky. Chongjing, who was driving, leaped into the air. After a while, Chongjing returned to the carriage with a swollen face. I can't win. Chongjing felt wronged, but she didn't say anything. Marquis Xianping snorted, You deserve it. I'll let you drive recklessly next time. Chongjing's face was full of black lines. So you were just taking revenge on me for bumping off the carriage. Chongjing was a little emotional. He really wanted to drive the carriage until it flew, but he couldn't beat Marquis Xianping, that old fox. This was a very sad story. Inside the carriage, Marquis Xianping leaned lazily against the wall of the carriage. Behind him was a soft and thick pillow. His slender legs were crossed, and one hand was on the armrest while the other was gently placed on his leg. His slender fingers tapped on his knee. Princess Xinyang sat across from him with an indifferent expression and didn't say a word. Marquis Xian Ping smiled lightly. Qin Fengwan, do you want to say it yourself, or do I have to ask you one question at a time? Princess Xinyang asked. What do you want me to say? Marquis Xian Ping said. Everything. Princess Xinyang looked at him. Why don't you first tell me what happened with the crazy horse just now? Marquis Xian Ping said. What? You suspect that I did it? I'm not that bored. Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. Marquis Xian Ping narrowed his eyes at her. Wait, are you suspecting that someone tried to assassinate you or Xiaoheng? Princess Xinyang slowly exhaled and looked at him without blinking. Before I answer all your questions, why don't you answer one of mine first? Who was that female slave from the Yin Kingdom? After long, he sent Xiaoheng back to Jadewater Alley. He immediately left. Before he left, he met little Jing Kong and exchanged small manly punches with little Jing Kong. Lu Lang. Just as Xiaoheng was about to enter the room, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and said politely, "Auntie, what's the matter?" Auntie handed him a jar with a smile. This is the pickled vegetables I just made. Take it. No need. I haven't finished the ones you gave me last time. Xiaoheng declined. Auntie stuffed the jar into his arms and said, not allowing him to refuse, take it, take it. You have a lot of family members, so you can finish it all at once. Besides, it's just a jar of pickled vegetables. It's not that valuable. Xiaoheng was not good at rejecting such pure kindness, so he accepted it shyly. Thank you. Annie. As soon as Annie left, Uncle Zhao from next door came over again. He called him Lulang and gave him a basket of eggs. He said that Gu Jiao made salted duck eggs last time and gave some to the neighbors. He didn't have anything to give in return, so these eggs were laid by his own chicken. That's right. Since little Jing Kong persisted in running chickens for a year, Puishui Alley also started to raise poultry one after another. Yao Shi called out to him from inside. He's here. Xiaoheng carried the jar and the basket into the house. His family did not change the way they addressed Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng felt that this was also very good. He did not have a courtesy name, so in the future, Lu Lang would be his courtesy name. He was Xiaoheng, and he was also Xiao Lulei. He would finish Xiao Liulong's unfinished life for him. He would see the scenery that Xiao Lulang had not seen before. Xiao Heng's clothes were too small, so Yao Shi bought new ones for him. The last time he tried them on, the sleeves were a little narrow, so Yao Shi changed them. Xiaoheng tried them on again. They fit him very well. He thanked Yao Shi and told Yao Shi about how Annie He and Elder Zhao had come to deliver things. They're too polite. Yao Shi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She asked you yet or to keep the things properly. Xiaoheng returned to the West Room. Little Jinkong had finished school early today. At this time, he was sticking out his little butt and plunging into his big box. He threw out the things inside with a swish, and no one knew what treasure he was looking for. Xiaoheng felt a headache coming on. He had just cleaned up for him the day before yesterday. Xiaoheng poked a certain someone's little, but with his walking stick. What are you doing? Little Jing Kong stopped rummaging and pulled his little head out of the box. He turned around and looked at Xiaoheng while panting. He said disappointedly, I knew it's a bad brother-in-law. Jiao Jiao would not poke his little butt. Why is it so messy again? I'm looking for something. Jiao Jiao's birthday is coming soon. I want to give Jiao Jiao a surprise. Gu Jiao's birthday was next month. There were less than 40 days left. Xiaoheng looked at the little guy's sweaty face and suddenly said mischievously, what a coincidence. I want to give Jiao Jiao a surprise too. Little Jing Kong patted his little chest and said, then my surprise will be bigger than yours. Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. That's not necessarily true. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stamped his feet. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. Xiaoheng curled his lips, but she'll definitely like the surprise I give her the most. Little Jing Kong stared at him. You, what's your surprise? The little guy suddenly became nervous. Princess Xinyang was right. Little Jing Kong was very similar to Xiao Hong when he was young. For example, their strong desire to win was almost the same. Xiao Hong bent down and looked at him at eye level. He imitated his usual behavior and proudly shook his little head. I'm not telling you, haha. So angry. Little Jing Kong secretly clenched his little fists. He would not lose to his bad brother-in-law. The biggest surprise must be the one he gave Jiao Jiao. There was a military book that said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." He had to know his bad brother-in-law's surprise before he could defeat him. Where did his bad brother-in-law hide his surprise? He would definitely find it. In the carriage, Princess Xinyang finished telling the whole truth. Marquis Xianping's face was extremely cold. He was not someone who often got angry, but he was a little unable to hold it in. He forced himself to calm down. He did not have a habit of getting angry at women. Qin Fengwan, do you think that this marquis is especially useless? That I can't even protect my own son? We haven't even fought. How do you know that I can't beat him? Princess Xinyang said, Look, I knew you would have this reaction. You didn't meet them. No matter how much I say, you will only think that I am exaggerating. All right, just treat it as me hating Ahung and not wanting to see her. So I deliberately sent her away. Marquis Xianping frowned. What do you mean just treat it as me? If it's true, then it's true. If it's not, then it's not. You scholars like to beat around the bush. You have 7 or 8 meanings in one sentence. I don't understand. Princess Xinyang turned her face away and said, If you don't understand, then forget it. Either way, that woman was provoked by you. It was you who caused Ahung to suffer and also caused my son's death. I won't defend Xiao Heng's matter, but your son's death. Marquis Xianping paused. He seemed to have realized that there was something wrong with the way he addressed her. After pondering for a moment, he said, Your son and mine really were not caused by this marquis. I'm afraid this debt cannot be counted on this marquis. That you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.